Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Unova League Final Battle. Ash vs Alder. Welcome, one and all, to the final battle of the Unova League Conference. The announcer's voice blared through the speakers of the stadium. Throughout the stadium, there were thousands of cheering people in the stands, including a girl with long purple hair and a boy with short green hair. In between the two sat two Pokémon. One was a reptilian Pokémon with long gray tusks with red tips and a green cowl. The other was a cat Pokémon with a golden charm on its forehead, cream-colored fur, and a brown-tipped tail. In the middle of the stadium was a large battlefield with two competitors on either side of it. One was a boy wearing a red cap with a white front and a blue Pokeball symbol on it that covered a head of messy black hair. He had intense brown eyes and little lightning bolt-shaped marks on his cheeks. He wore a blue and white jacket with a yellow zipper, black pants, and red and black high tops. Beside him was a small, yellow mouse Pokémon with red cheeks, black-tipped ears, brown stripes on its back, a mouth that looked like a sideways 3, and a tail that looked like a lightning bolt. The other competitor was a tall man with red and orange hair put in a ponytail that made it look like his head was on fire. He wore a beige poncho with red, orange, and black stripes on it, white pants that looked like they were torn at the bottom, and black sandals. Around his neck, he wore a necklace of 6 Pokeballs tied together with thread. It all comes down to this. The announcer continued yelling into his microphone. It's an epic battle between young trainer Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and the Unova League champion himself, Alder. Ash looked over at his opponent, who simply nodded at him. Ash looked into the stands and saw Iris, Syllan, Meowth, and Iris's Fracture cheering him on. Ash looked down at his partner, Pikachu, who winked at him, showing that he was ready to help him with the battle. The referee then stood on his podium in the middle of the field to the side. He raised both green and red flags. This will be a 6-on-6 battle, substitutions are allowed, the referee said to the two opponents. Once all 6 Pokémon on one side are all knocked out, the battle is over. The referee raised his flags higher than ever. Ash grabbed a Pokeball from his belt, and tossed it into the air. Superior, I choose you. Ash yelled as the ball popped open and large, green snake-like Pokémon appeared onto the field. The ball then flew back through the air and Ash gracefully caught it. A grass type, eh? Alder said with a smirk. He then took a Pokeball from his necklace and threw it to the field. Axelgar, I need your assistance. In a flash of blue light, a Pokémon that looked like it wore a pink helmet, wrapped up in blue strips of cloth-like material appeared on Alder's half of the battlefield. It crossed its arms as if it was in an aggressive mood. Superior vs Axelgar. The referee stated as he brought down both flags to signal the start of the battle. Let the battle begin. Superior, use Leaf Blade. Ash commanded. Superior's tail sprig began to glow a light green color. It then sprung into the air and aimed to slash down on Axelgar using its tail. Axelgar, use me first. Alder instructed. Axelgar then swiftly jumped into the air with great speed and hit Superior with its arm, which was glowing green like Superior's Leaf Blade. Upon impact, Superior was knocked to the ground. How did Axelgar hit Superior so fast and so powerfully? Iris asked, surprised by how Axelgar had hit Superior and knocked it to the ground. It used me first, Syllan explained. It's a move that allows the user to hit the foe with a more powerful version of the foe's move if its speed is greater than the foe's. So that means Axelgar is faster than Superior. Iris exclaimed. Fracture. Fracture said, in shock like its trainer. You said it. Meowth said in awe of the Axelgar's speed. Superior struggled to get up from the ground. It had an angry look on its face. It glared over at Axelgar like it had damaged its pride. Now, Axelgar, use Bug Buzz. Alder ordered. Axelgar then made a loud, siren-like noise that caused red sound waves to be sent toward Superior. Superior, use coil to spring yourself into the air. Ash yelled. Superior nodded and then coiled its long body up tight. Then, just as the sound waves were about to hit it, Superior launched itself into the air, dodging the bug buzz attack. Now, use Leaf Storm. Ash commanded. Glowing green leaves appeared and began spinning around Superior's airborne body. Then, they were shot at Excelgar, who was hit due to still using its bug buzz attack. As the many leaves struck it, it was pelted until it fell to the ground. It slowly got up, but was covered in the scratches from Superior's attack. At the time, Superior had landed gracefully onto the ground. Excelgar, use Focus Blast. Alder instructed. A light blue ball of energy appeared in between Excelgar's arms. It then threw the ball at Superior. Superior, use Leaf Blade to hit it back. Ash yelled. When the attack came close to Superior, Superior swiftly hit it back with its glowing tail. The ball then gained speed and hit the Pokémon who had created it, causing a cloud of dust to surround Excelgar. When the dust cleared, Excelgar was on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Excelgar is unable to battle. The referee stated to the crowd, pointing the red flag at Superior. Superior is the winner. The crowd cheered. Iris and Syllan watched as Alder held out a Pokeball and caused Excelgar to disappear into it in a flash of red light. Ash is doing pretty well so far. Iris said gleefully. Who can say that they've beaten even one of the champion's Pokémon? That's true, Syllan said, focusing on the match. But the battle's far from over. Yeah, but the Tup will pull through. Meowth said with a grin. He always does. Iris and Fracture nodded and returned their gazes to the field. Vanillux, I need your assistance. Alder shouted as he took another Pokeball from his necklace and tossed it into the air. In a flash of blue light, what looked like an ice cream dish with two faces, one on each scoop, on an icicle cone with a straw sticking out of its right scoop. It floated in the air happily with snow clouds puffing out of the straw. Ash looked at the Pokémon. He had seen this Pokémon before in his earlier Unova League battle with Trip. Trip's had been tough to beat, so he didn't know how tough this one would be. He began to consider recalling Superior. However, he looked up at Superior and saw that it was still wanting to battle, despite the damage it had received from Excelgar. You still want to battle? Ash asked. Superior nodded. Alright then. Let's do this. Superior vs Vanillux. The referee yelled. Let the battle begin. Superior, use Leaf Storm. Ash commanded. Superior launched the glowing leaves at its icy opponent. Vanillux, use Light Screen. Alder instructed. A golden box appeared around Vanillux and the leaves bounced off of it and fell to the ground, completely harmless now. Now, Vanillux, use Blizzard. Alder ordered. Vanillux opened its mouths and released blizzards from them. Superior, no. Ash yelled. However, it was too late. Superior now sat on the field in a block of ice, defenseless against any attack Vanillux used on it next. Finish it off with Flash Cannon. Alder yelled. Vanillux then fired a silver beam of energy at Superior, creating an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Superior lay on the ground with swirly eyes. Superior is unable to battle. The winner is Vanillux. Ash returned Superior to its Pokeball and then smiled. Thank you, Superior, he said as he put the ball back onto his belt. Take a good, long rest. Ash then took another ball from his belt and tossed into the air, yelling, Scrafty, I choose you. On the field appeared a bipedal lizard-like Pokémon with red mohawk-like crest on its head, yellow molted skin hanging from its shoulders and legs, resembling a hoodie and pants, an orange-colored body with a gray, scaled belly. Scrafty vs Vanillux. Let the battle begin. Scrafty, use Brick Break. Ash commanded. Scrafty's arm glowed white and it then leapt into the air. It brought its arm down on the golden box, causing it to shatter and completely fall apart. Now, before Vanillux can react, Ash yelled. Use Crunch. Scrafty's teeth glowed white and then it bit down on Vanillux with its mouth. Vanillux screamed in pain and then fell to the ground, with Scrafty still clamped on it. It struggled to get up, but then it fell back to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Vanillux is unable to battle. Scrafty is the winner. Alder returned Vanillux to its Pokeball. It then switched it with another Pokeball on his necklace. Druddigon, I need your assistance. Alder yelled as he tossed the ball into the air. Soon, a large, blue, hunchbacked, reptilian creature with medium-sized wings shaped like thistle leaves and a red head appeared onto the field. Druddigon stood menacingly over Scrafty and roared. Scrafty, however, bared its teeth and stood its ground. Scrafty vs Druddigon. Let the battle begin. Scrafty, use high jump kick. Ash commanded. Scrafty leapt into the air, its knee glowing orange-red in color. Druddigon, use Night Slash. Alder instructed. Druddigon's claws glowed red and it struck Scrafty down to the ground. Scrafty struggled to get up. Now, finish it with outrage. Alder yelled. Druddigon's eyes began to glow red and its body became outlined in a red aura. It then went on a rampage and then began to attack Scrafty violently with punches and kicks. When it moved away, Scrafty lay on the ground with its eyes swirled. Scrafty is unable to battle. Druddigon is the winner. Scrafty, return and take a good rest. Ash said as Scrafty's Pokeball shot a red light at it and caused it to disappear in a flash of red light. He then took a Pokeball from his belt and looked at it, and then looked at the Druddigon with a look of determination on his face. Samurott, I choose you. Ash yelled as he threw the Pokeball into the air. In a flash of blue light, a quadruped, blue sea lion-like Pokémon appeared onto the field. Samurott, use Aqua Jet. Ash ordered. Samurott jumped into the air, its body surrounded by blue energy. It then became surrounded by water and rocketed itself towards Druddigon. Druddigon, use superpower to grab it. Alder instructed. Druddigon's body became outlined in a blue aura. It then held out its hands and caught Samurott as it came in for impact. The water fell to the ground and Samurott was still held in the air, being damaged by Druddigon's rough skin. Now throw it into the air and then jump after it using Night Slash. Samurott was flung into the air and then Druddigon leapt after it with glowing red claws. Samurott, quick, use Razor Shell to block it. Ash shouted. Samurott then drew a large, beige-colored sword from its leg and slashed the now glowing blue blade onto the Night Slash attack, causing sparks to fly. The two then landed on the ground, both breathing heavily. This battle would be over in one more attack. Druddigon, use Night Slash. Samurott, use Razor Shell. The two then ran towards each other, claws and blade ready. They both slashed at each other and landed on opposite sides of the field with their backs turned to each other. They both were breathing harder than ever. Then, they both fell to the ground, both knocked out. Neither side is able to battle, so this round is pronounced a tie. Ash and Alder then both returned their Pokémon to their Pokeballs and took another Pokeball each and threw it to the field. Imbor, I choose you. Ash yelled as an enormous, bulky, boar-like Pokémon with a blazing beard of fire appeared in front of him. Escavalier, I need your assistance. Alder said as a floating knight-like Pokémon with lance hands appeared onto the field. Imbor vs Escavalier. Begin. Imbor, use Flamethrower. Ash commanded. Imbor then released a stream of red-orange fire from its mouth at Escavalier. Escavalier, dodge and use X-Scissor. Alder ordered. Escavalier swiftly dodged the fire attack and then put its lances together and charged towards Imbor with a light blue energy shaped like an X appearing in front of it. Imbor, quick, dodge it and use Hammer Arm. Ash yelled. Imbor just barely dodged the X-Scissor attack and then, as Escavalier was passing it, it hit Escavalier to the ground with an arm that was glowing white. Now, use Heat Crash. Ash instructed. Imbor jumped into the air and an orb of red-orange fire appeared around it. It then fell straight to the ground and landed on Escavalier. After getting off of Escavalier, everyone could see that Escavalier had been knocked out. Escavalier is unable to battle. Imbor is the winner. Alder then returned Escavalier to its Pokeball and put the ball back onto his necklace, grabbing another and tossing it into the air. Volcarona, I need your assistance. He yelled as a white moth-like Pokémon appeared in the sky. Imbor, return. Ash said, holding its Pokeball up and causing Imbor to disappear in a flash of red light. He then took another Pokeball and threw it into the air. Unpheasant, I choose you. He said as a gray game bird-like Pokémon appeared in the sky. Unpheasant vs Volcarona. Begin. Unpheasant, use Aerial Ace. Ash commanded. Unpheasant's body was surrounded by white streaks of light as it flew towards Volcarona. Volcarona, use Bug Buzz. Alder ordered. Volcarona began to make a loud screeching sound, and then, red sound waves came from it and hit Unpheasant, hurting it and causing it to fall to the ground. Now, use Hyper Beam. Alder yelled. Volcarona sent a large, orange beam of light down from its mouth onto the grounded Unpheasant. It was so powerful that it knocked it out in an instant. Unpheasant is unable to battle. Volcarona is the winner. Ash returned Unpheasant to its Pokeball, and just as he was about to send out Imbor, he felt a tug on the leg of his pants. He looked down and saw Pikachu with a look of intensity in its eyes. You want to battle, Pikachu? Ash asked. Pikachu nodded. Alright then, Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu ran onto the field. It looked up at its opponent with sparks dancing on its cheeks. Pikachu vs Volcarona. Begin. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash yelled. Volcarona, use Overheat. Alder shouted. An explosion occurred as yellow lightning and white and orange fire collided in midair. Now, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash commanded. Pikachu ran and jumped into the air, its tail taking on a metallic shine. It then struck Volcarona down with its tail. Pikachu, finish it off with Electro Ball. Ash instructed. At the end of Pikachu's tail, a yellow orb of electricity appeared and Pikachu used its tail to launch the orb at Volcarona, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, everyone could see that Volcarona lay on the ground with swirled eyes. Volcarona is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner. Alder now returned Volcarona to its ball and took the final Pokeball off of his necklace. This has been a great battle, Ash. He yelled across the field. However, it all ends now. Bouffalant, I need your assistance. In a flash of blue light, a large, brown buffalo Pokémon with an afro appeared onto the field. Pikachu vs Bouffalant. Begin. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Ash commanded. Pikachu began running at Bouffalant with yellow electricity surrounding its body. Bouffalant, stop it using Earthquake. Alder instructed. Bouffalant stomped its foot into the ground, causing the ground on the field to break apart. Pikachu was stopped right in front of Bouffalant. Now, finish it off with Stone Edge. Alder ordered. Stones appeared around Bouffalant's body and began pelting down on Pikachu. Because it had been so close, Pikachu was knocked out. Pikachu is unable to battle. Bouffalant is the winner. Ash ran out to Pikachu and picked him up. As he held him in his arms, Pikachu smiled at him, showing Ash that he was okay. Thanks, buddy. Now why don't you take a nice rest? Ash said as they walked back to their corner. After setting Pikachu down, Ash took out his final Pokeball. It's up to you. He thought as he threw it into the air. Imbor, I choose you. In a flash of light, the Mega Fire Pig Pokémon appeared onto the field. He then began to glare at Bouffalant, who just glared right back. Emboar vs Bouffalant. Final battle begin. Emboar, use Flamethrower. Ash commanded. Bouffalant, use Stone Edge. Alder ordered. Ash grimaced as the fire and the stones exploded in midair. Emboar, use Hammer Arm. Bouffalant, use Mega Horn. The two ran towards each other. Emboar hit Bouffalant with its arm, and Bouffalant hit Emboar with its horns. They both were breathing heavily. Let's finish this. Both Ash and Alder yelled. Use Flame Charge Head Charge. Emboar began flying down the field surrounded by fire and Bouffalant charged towards it with a glowing red afro. Upon impact, a huge explosion occurred. The two attacks hit. The announcer yelled into the microphone. But who won? As the smoke cleared, Emboar and Bouffalant both stood breathing heavily. Emboar grinned at Bouffalant, who returned it with a similar grin. Then, Emboar winced and fell to the ground with swirls in its eyes. The stadium then burst into cheers as they clapped and yelled for the winner. Iris, Sillin, Meowth and Fracture, however, looked sadly at their friend. On the field, Ash fell to his knees. He then returned Emboar to its Pokeball. Thanks, Emboar, he said sadly. You did a great job. Pikachu rushed over to comfort its trainer. Ash looked over at Pikachu and smiled. You're right, Pikachu, he said, wiping the tears from his eyes. I shouldn't be down about this. Thanks. Pika. Pikachu smiled happily. Alder then walked over to Ash with Bouffalant. Thank you, Ash, he said with a grin. I haven't had a battle like that in a long time. It was great. Ash got up and shook Alder's hand. Thank you, Alder, Ash said gratefully. You showed me that I still have a lot of training to do. That night, after the award ceremony, Ash and the others went to their cabin and fell asleep. Well, at least Iris and Sillin did. Ash lay in his bed with Pikachu. He held a small object in his hand. When we get back, Pikachu, Ash whispered as he looked at it in the moonlight, there's someone there that I've got to talk to. Pika. Pikachu said with a yawn. Good night, buddy, Ash muttered. With that, the two fell asleep. The next morning, the three and their Pokémon got up and left for Unova Town. After arriving, they first went to Professor Juniper's lab and picked up his other three Pokémon. Then, they went to the Unova Town harbor and said goodbye to each other. Ash, Pikachu, and Meowth were all going together back to Kanto. Iris and Sillin were going back to Oplucid City and Striaton City, respectively. Ash and the two Pokémon then climbed aboard the plane and flew back to their home of Kanto. After a few hours, the three looked out the window of the plane and saw the Pallet Town harbor in the distance. We're almost home, Ash thought as the plane began its descent. Soon, I can finally tell you how I feel. Chapter 2, The Homecoming of Ash. A new rival appears. As the plane landed in the Pallet Town harbor, Ash, Pikachu, and Meowth trembled with excitement with the thought of returning to Pallet Town, Ash's home. Meowth, who had never had a home before, was especially excited and ready to prove to all of Ash's friends that he could do good. After stepping off of the plane, the trio stood on the dock and looked around, waiting to see if someone was there to pick them up. After several head turns, they saw that no one was there. Toop? Meowth said with a tug on Ash's jeans. Shouldn't there be somebody's to pick us up? Pika 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 pika. Pikachu said with a relaxed composure. I am being patient, you yellow fuzzball. Meowth yelled angrily. While the two Pokémon began to squabble, Ash looked up into the sky with a sigh. Then, all of a sudden, he saw a glint in the distance. Hey, guys. Ash said, getting the Pokémon to stop fighting immediately. I think I see something. Pikachu and Meowth then squinted in the direction that Ash was looking, and then they saw it, too. As the thing in sky got closer and closer, Ash was finally able to see what it was. It was an orange, dragon-like creature with extremely sharp claws, a long neck, and 2 horns protruding from the back of its head. It had blue-colored wing fronts, a cream-colored belly, light blue-colored eyes, and a long tail with a flame burning at the tip. Charizard! Ash exclaimed happily. Charizard roared happily at the sight of its trainer, breathing fire onto Ash, who fell to the ground dazed and covered in ash. After Ash got back to his feet, he saw that there was a person riding on the back of his Pokémon. It was a girl around his age with long, brown hair, dazzling blue eyes, and a wonderful smile. She wore an orange sleeveless t-shirt with a black collar folded down, black bike shorts, black socks, red and white sneakers. Around her waist, she wore a green waist pack that matched the green bandana that she wore on her head. "May," he said in a shocked and happy expression. "Hey, Ash." She waved happily. "Long time, no see." After Charizard landed, May jumped off of its back and ran to Ash, hugging him with joy. Soon the two began to blush, however, and they broke apart. "May, when did you learn to ride my Charizard?" Ash asked. "Well," she said, thinking back to when she first rode Ash's fire and flying type Pokémon. Flashback. Weeks before Ash's return, we find May watching the Unova League conference with her parents, Norman and Caroline. Wow! May thought as Ash defeated yet another trainer. Ash has gotten really good. The telephone then began to ring. "I'll get it," May said, running towards the phone, her eyes still unwavering from Ash's match. After answering and turning on the video screen, she heard a familiar male voice saying, "Hey May, how's it going?" "Brock!" May exclaimed with glee. "How've you been?" "Great. I've just finished my final essay for Pokémon Medical School," Brock said proudly. "You're already done with medical school?" May asked in shock. "Yeah, but it's still gonna be a few years until I can become a doctor, so I'm free for a few years," Brock answered. "So, have you seen him on TV?" "Yeah, he's doing great," May said happily. "You know what that means, right?" Brock said knowingly. "He'll soon be home." "Oh, yeah." May remembered. She then became excited. "You know, we should do something for when he comes home." "Sure," Brock said in agreement. "I can contact Misty, Gary, Tracy, Professor Oak and Ash's mom, and you can get Max, Dawn, and a few of his old Pokémon." "Awesome," May said enthusiastically. "Plus, May," Brock said perceptively, "I think you and Ash need to have a talk when he gets home." May blushed. Ever since Drew had tried to ask her out in Johto and she had refused, she had been thinking about Ash non-stop. She opened her pack and took out half of a pink and white ribbon with an orange semicircle on it. "You're right, it's time," May said confidently. She then told her parents the news and got her things and Pokémon together. She ran outside and was about to start running when she saw an orange dragon Pokémon fly down towards her. "Charizard!" she exclaimed. She then embraced the flame Pokémon, who happily returned the hug. As they broke apart, May asked, "Did you want to help me get everything ready for Ash's return?" Charizard roared happily and nodded. It then allowed May to climb onto its back. "Okay, let's go," May ordered. The two then took off. End flashback. May didn't answer, so Ash just shrugged it off. May then looked down and saw Meowth. She then jumped behind Ash, scared. "Ash, isn't that Team Rocket's Meowth?" she asked, glaring at the cat Pokémon. "Not anymore," Meowth said with a grin. "I'm now officially a good guy." May looked at Ash, whose sweat dropped and rubbed the back of his head. "You see, during my journey in Unova, Meowth got fired from Team Rocket and deserted by Jesse and James," Ash explained. Since then, he's been traveling with us. Meowth, that's right. Meowth said, putting its arm around Pikachu, whose sweat dropped. So, shall we go back to Pallet Town? May asked, stepping towards Charizard. The three nodded and all climbed onto Charizard's back with May. Charizard then took off and they all began the trip back to Pallet Town. Meanwhile, on a cliff overlooking Pallet Town, which sat in the distance, a boy sat in a meditation pose with a small Pokémon sitting beside him in the same pose. Then, the small Pokémon's ears began wiggling and it opened its eyes. It looked in the direction where the noise came from and saw something. It then tugged on the leg of its trainer's jeans, pointing towards the thing that made the sound. I know, buddy, the boy said calmly. I hear it, too. The boy then opened his eyes and looked in the direction his Pokémon was pointing. He plainly saw an orange dragon flying towards Pallet Town. On its back were two humans and a cat and a mouse Pokémon. One of the humans was a boy and the other was a girl. The boy wore a hat, a jacket, jeans, and he had messy black hair. So, the boy said with a smile. He has finally returned. The boy then took a Pokeball from his belt and threw it into the air. A large, light green, insect-like dragon Pokémon appeared in the air. The boy caught the ball and put it back onto his belt. Then, he and the small Pokémon jumped on the back of the green dragon and flew off in the same direction as their target. They followed closely, but at a far enough distance not to be detected. Ash and May soon began to make their descent towards the laboratory and corral of famous Pokémon Professor Samuel Oak. Ash had started his journey here, Professor Oak having given him his first Pokémon, Pikachu. Ash also left all of the Pokémon from his previous journeys here. Well, everyone except for a select few. His Charizard, for instance, had traveled with him until they had found the Cherisific Valley in Johto. Ash had then decided to leave Charizard there for training to become more powerful. Other Pokémon, such as his Squirtle, Glisker, Primeape, and Haunter had been left with others to give them special training. Ash also had left his Pidgeot on Route 1 to protect the Pidgeotto and Pidgey there from the Spearow and their Fearow leader. He had also released his Butterfree to be with its mate, his Lapras to be with its family, and the Larvitar that he had hatched from an egg to be with its mother on M Silver. Soon, they landed on the front lawn of the laboratory. Ash literally ran up the stairs with Pikachu right behind him. Meowth and May took their time up the treacherous steps. Charizard discreetly flew to the back of the laboratory, to the oak corral. Ash opened the door, and stood there, expecting to be immediately welcomed by the professor, his mother, his friend Tracy, but no one was there. He didn't even see his lovable Mook trying to smother him with excitement. Ash and Pikachu ran around the laboratory, looking everywhere for someone that he knew. May and Meowth stood watching him, Meowth with a confused expression like Ash and Pikachu. May had to try with all of her might to restrain a giggle. Meowth looked at her with a raised eyebrow. May pointed over at the glass door leading outside to the oak corral, and Meowth then smiled with understanding and winked at her. Ash and Pikachu, after looking everywhere inside, fell to the couch in the living room, both clearly pooped. As they heavily panted from running so much, Ash saw May walk over towards the door, going through it, and gesturing for Ash to follow. Ash, Pikachu, and Meowth walked over towards the door and opened it. Soon, Ash was grinning broadly at the sight he saw. Waiting outside were 9 people that Ash knew very well. There was a girl with orange hair in a ponytail with green eyes, wearing a sleeveless yellow top with a hood, blue shorts, a small white belt with a pink buckle, and reddish-brown penny loafer shoes worn with white socks. Next to her was a tanned boy with spiky brown hair with squinty eyes, wearing an orange and gray vest, khaki pants, and blue and white sneakers. Ash knew these two as his original travel mates, Misty and Brock. Next to Brock was a boy around Ash's age with long, spiky brown hair, wearing a black collared shirt, a blue medallion, indigo wristbands and pants, black sneakers, and a gray waist pack. This was Ash's first rival, Gary Oak. Next to Gary was an old man with gray hair, wearing a white lab coat with a red collared shirt, a brown belt, khaki pants, and brown shoes. This was the man who had given Ash Pikachu in the first place, Professor Oak, Gary's grandfather. Standing by the professor was none other than Delia Ketchum, Ash's mom. She had brown hair and Ash's brown eyes, and next to her was her Mr. Mimey. Next to her were Dawn and Max. Dawn was a coordinator that Ash had traveled with in the Sinnoh region. She had blue hair and blue eyes, wearing her golden hair clips and her white beanie with the pink Pokeball symbol on it. She wore her black, V-necked, mini dress with the white inner shirt, a short pink skirt, her magenta scarf, and her pink, knee-high boots with black socks. Max was May's younger brother and the son of Norman, the Petalburg City gym leader. He wore a green t-shirt, green and brown sneakers, black glasses, and brown shorts. Next to Max was a boy around Brock's height with green hair, a red headband, a green t-shirt, red shorts, and blue and yellow sneakers. It was Ash's friend from the Orange Islands, now Professor Oak's assistant, Tracy Sketchit. Standing at the end of the row was May, who blushed when Ash grinned at her. "Welcome home, Ash and Pikachu," they all said together. Ash and Pikachu were all welcomed into a large embrace. Because May had told the others about Meowth before Ash had come outside, he was allowed in the hug, too. "Thanks, guys," Ash said with a smile. "It's so great to see you all again." "We're not the only ones who have been waiting to see you, Ash," Tracy said with an evil grin. "Come and get him, everyone." Then, all of a sudden, a multitude of Pokémon were stampeding across the field towards their trainer. They were as follows: Bulbasaur, Kingler, Mook, Tauros, all 30 of them, Snorlax, Heracross, Bayleaf, Kalava, Totodile, Noctowl, Donphan, Swellow, Sceptile, Corphish, Torkoal, Glalie, Staraptor, Torterra, Infernape, Bizel, and Gible. Ash was tackled by all of his Pokémon. He laughed, saying, "It's great to see all of you." "Actually, Ash," Professor Oak said with a grin, "that's not all of them." "Huh?" Ash asked with a questioning look. Then, he looked over towards the lake and saw them. There was a large, blue sea creature with 4 flippers, a long neck, a heavy shell on its back, and a horn protruding from its forehead swimming in the lake. Swimming beside it was a small, light blue turtle with a brown shell on its back and a squirrel-like tail. On the ground beside the lake was a furry, pig monkey with brown boxing glove-like hands and metal shackles on its arms and legs, a small dark green reptilian creature with an erect spine on the top of its head and a red chest, and a floating, purple ghost-like creature with spikes all of its body, triangular eyes and purple teeth, and a pair of disembodied hands floating in front of it. Charizard could be seen flying in the air with a large, brown bird with a red and yellow head crest, a purple butterfly with white wings and red eyes, wearing a yellow scarf, with a pink version of itself flying next to it, and large, bluish-purple vampire bat scorpion-like creature. Ash ran towards the group of Pokémon and embraced them. They were the Pokémon mentioned earlier: Lapras, Squirtle, Primeape, Larvitar, Haunter, Butterfree, and Glisker. Ash looked at Professor Oak and asked, "But, how did you get them here?" "Well, if you really must know, they were all gathered by May here," Professor Oak said, gesturing towards her. Ash looked over at her with a look of gratitude, which made May turn red again. "Well, why don't we all eat?" Mrs. Ketchum said, pointing towards the large spread of food on the table. Ash, Pikachu, and Meowth's mouths began to water. "Hang on," Brock said, causing the 3 to stop drooling. "Why don't we let our Pokémon out so that they can enjoy the party?" "Okay," everyone said in agreement. Misty, May, Dawn, Brock, and Tracy threw their Pokeballs into the air. Out came Azurill, Corsola, Lovedisk, Horsia, Staryu, Psyduck, Politoed, Blaziken, Glacian, Wartortle, Venusaur, Munchlax, Skitty, Beautifly, Piplup, Buniri, Pachirisu, Mamoswine, Kalava, Togekiss, Krogunk, Sudowoodo, Forretress, Marshtomp, Chansey, Marill, Venonat, and Scyther. There were also a few new ones that Ash didn't recognize. May, Dawn. Ash said, looking at them. Did you two catch some new Pokémon in Johto and Hoenn? Yes, May said enthusiastically. Meet Ampharos, Ledian, Miltank, and Altaria. The light Pokémon, the 5-star Pokémon, the milk cow Pokémon, and the humming Pokémon all nodded respectively. Is that Altaria the Swablu you took care of in Hoenn? Ash asked. Yup, May said with a smile as Altaria flew to her arm. I met up with Altaria when I went home to Hoenn. And Ash, Dawn said as Ash and May looked to her, I'd like to introduce you to Illumise, Gardevoir, Mawile, and Breloom. All of Dawn's new Pokémon waved. Ash then looked at Max. He then said, So, Max, didn't you start your journey not too long ago? Max nodded and said, Yup, and here they are. Max threw some Pokeballs into the air and out popped 9 Pokémon. Meet Grovyle, Camerupt, Kirlia, Masquerain, Vigoroth, Mytiana, Shuppet, Glalie, and Manectric. He said proudly. Ash then saw Max's starter, Grovyle, a Vigoroth that he probably got as a slacket from his dad, the Kirlia that they had met in Hoenn as a Ralts, the Shuppet from the haunted house, the Mytiana that Max had helped to evolve, and 4 Pokémon that Max had caught himself. Great team, Max. Ash said, impressed by his Pokémon. We might just have to battle soon. Yeah, but not yet, Max said with a grin. I want to make sure that they're ready to beat you and your Pokémon. By the way, Ash, Professor Oak said, turning the attention to himself. What sorts of Pokémon did you catch in the Unova region? Everyone looked at Ash, who smiled. Well, besides Pikachu and Meowth, Ash said, bringing out his Pokeballs. These were the Pokémon that I traveled with. He then threw the ball into the air, and in a flash of light, 8 Pokémon appeared onto the grass, the Regal Grass Snake Pokémon, Superior, the Hoodlum Pokémon, Scrafty, the formidable Sea Lion Pokémon, Samurott, the Mega Fire Pig Pokémon Imbor, the Proud Bird Pokémon Unpheasant, the compressed Pokémon Gigalith, the nurturing Mantis Pokémon Levany, and the vibration Pokémon Seismitoad. Everyone looked in awe at Ash's new Unova Pokémon. Sceptile, Bayleaf, Bulbasaur, Torterra, Heracross, Beautifly, Breloom, Grovyle, Venusaur, Illumise, Masquerain, Fortress, Venonat, Scyther, and Butterfree all went to greet Superior and Levany. Charizard, Infernape, Blaziken, both of Ash and Dawn's Kalava, Torkoal, Camerupt, Krogunk, and Primeape immediately took a liking to Imbor and Scrafty. All of the water and ground-type Pokémon said hello to Samurott and Seismitoad. The flying Pokémon welcomed Unpheasant. Gigalith was seen talking to Sudowoodo and a few Steel-type Pokémon. Okay. Ash said excitedly. Now that everyone's well acquainted, let's eat. Same old Ash, May said, soon following him to the table. Later, after everyone ate lunch, they all sat around a while, enjoying each other's company and telling tales about their adventures. Even the Pokémon were relaxing. Suddenly, however, a large net covered all of the Pokémon and began pulling them into the air. What? Ash said as he jumped from his seat at the table. In the sky, there was a large, black balloon with a red letter, R, on it. In the basket were a man with blue hair and a woman with red hair, both wearing white uniforms with red letter, R's, on the front of them. Team Rocket. Misty yelled angrily. Did someone call our name? The woman asked in a start of a new motto. Surely we're not to blame. The man said with a smirk. Putting the world in devastation. Uniting all within the new sensation. Moving the black dust of shadows throughout the age. Blinding all with the fire of our rage. Jesse. James. Causing evil and chaos wherever we show. Stealing Pokémon is the way we go. Now, say goodbye for our rhyme is done. The two said in unison. Jesse. James. How could you? Meowth said in obvious disgust for what his former teammates had become. Don't you know that being evil is what we do? Jesse answered with a sneer. Although I guess he wouldn't know any more after joining the twerps. James said with a chuckle. Meowth growled. He didn't know that his old friends could go this low. Now, we're off to the bosses with all of his brand new Pokémon. Jesse said with glee. And this time, we win. James said happily. Pikapi. Pikachu yelled from the net filled with Pokémon. Pikachu. Ash yelled in protest. Piplup, Krogunk, Azurill, and all of the other Pokémon yelled for their trainers. Ash and the others growled. They couldn't believe that Team Rocket was going to get away this time. I can't believe it. Jesse said in disbelief. For the first time, we actually stole Pikachu and all of the twerps' Pokémon. James said, moving a fist into the air. Nothing can stop us now. The duo yelled in harmony. Flygon used Dragon Breath. A voice yelled from the distance. Huh. Everyone said, including Team Rocket. Soon, everyone saw a large, light green, insect-like dragon Pokémon appear in the sky and shoot a light blue beam of air at Team Rocket's balloon, tearing it, and causing them and all of the Pokémon to fall, the Pokémon still in the net. The Pokémon. Dawn shouted in fear and worry. Crobat, Weevil, come on out and use Steel Wing and Metal Claw. The voice said from atop of the Flygon. In a flash of blue light, a purple, four-winged bat and a bluish-black bipedal feline appeared in the sky. They then slashed at the net with wings and claws, respectively, causing the net to fall apart and free the Pokémon, who all landed safely and unharmed. Team Rocket and their balloon, on the other hand, crashed into the ground. Everyone could see them covered in rubble. Ash and the others then looked up and saw the Flygon land beside Weevil and Crobat. The Flygon's rider jumped off of it. It was a boy with short but messy brown hair, wearing a white jacket, a black shirt, brown pants, black and red sneakers, a dark green waist pack similar to Gary's, red, fingerless gloves, and black, tinted goggles that covered his eyes. On his shoulder was a small, pale yellow mouse Pokémon with black-tipped ears, black markings on its neck, pink cheeks, a small nose, and a black tail similar to its evolved form. Hey, it's a Piku! Meowth exclaimed as the Piku jumped to the ground from its trainer's shoulder. Ash, May, Dawn, and Max took out their Pokédexes and scanned these four Pokémon. Piku, the tiny mouse Pokémon. The pre-evolved form of Pikachu. It is not yet skilled at storing electricity, so it sometimes shocks itself. Crobat, the evolved form of Golbat. With its 2 additional wings, Crobat is able to fly much faster than Golbat. Weevil, the sharp claw Pokémon. It signals its companions by using its claws to leave mysterious markings on the surfaces of trees and ice. Flygon, the mystic Pokémon. Flygon is the evolved form of Vibrava. It's known as the desert spirit because of the song-like voice that emanates from the sandstorms it kicks up. Ash looked at these Pokémon and could tell that all of 4 of the trainer's Pokémon were extremely well trained, especially the Piku. It looked way more powerful than other Piku. Team Rocket slowly climbed out of the rubble, angrier than ever. How dare you? Jessie said, angry about her damaged hair. How dare you? The trainer repeated. How dare you steal others' Pokémon that they have worked hard to raise? I think it's time for you to pay for your insolence. James said, he and Jessie then throwing Pokeballs into the air. In a large flash of blue light, 6 Pokémon appeared in the grass. There was a furry, blue bat, a magenta centipede-like creature, a slender, primarily purple-colored feline, a blue and yellow sarcophagus with 4 ebony hands coming out of it, a cactus-like creature, and a red, squat ape-like creature. Swoobat, use Steel Wing. Scolipede, use Toxic. Leopard, use Slash. Jessie ordered. Cofagrigus, use Psychic. Maractus, use Solar Beam. Darmanitan, use Hammer Arm. James yelled. The Pokémon all launched their attacks at the trainer. Gary tried to send out a Pokémon, but Professor Oak stopped him. "Let's see how this trainer battles," Professor Oak said as he watched the battle with interest. "Shedinja, come on out," the trainer said as he threw a Pokeball into the air. Soon, a brown, insect exoskeleton-like Pokémon with a halo over its head appeared in the air. The attacks came, but just bounced off of an invisible shield. "How come the attacks didn't do anything?" Dawn asked. "That's Shedinja's ability, Wonder Guard," Gary explained. "It makes it so that only super effective hits can hurt it. Now it's my turn," the trainer said, throwing 6 Pokeballs into the air. In a flash of light, 6 Pokémon appeared onto the field. There was a fiery, mythical salamander duck creature, a light gray elephant-like creature, a large pink blob with a long tongue, a white gladiator-like warrior, a large penguin-like creature, and a large golem made of rocks. Magmar, use Flamethrower. Donphan, use Earthquake. Lickilicky, use Power Whip. Gallade, use Psycho Cut. Empoleon, use Flash Cannon. Regirock, use Stone Edge. The trainer commanded. The 6 Pokémon then launched their attacks on Team Rocket's Pokémon, knocking them all out. "Now, Piku, use Thundershock," the trainer yelled. "Ha ha ha." Jessie laughed. "Do you really expect to beat us with that pathetic little mouse?" James asked with a sneer. "Paiiaiawichu." Piku yelled as it sent a large amount of yellow lightning at Team Rocket, sending them flying. "Ah!" they yelled, disappearing into the horizon. The trainer then recalled all of his Pokémon. Piku jumped back onto its trainer's shoulder, and then they turned towards Ash and the others. Ash felt like he had seen this trainer before. Then, he realized who it was. "Gavin, is that you?" he asked. "Gavin?" the others said, all confused. The trainer looked directly at Ash and then moved his goggles to the top of his head. Everyone could plainly see the intense brown eyes that they had seen on their friend for all of these years. "That's right," he said coolly. Then, Mrs. Ketchum broke his cool by embracing him in a tight hug. "It's so good to see you," she said as she squeezed him and Piku. "It's good to see you, too," Gavin said in a muffled-sounding voice. "But you're crushing me, Aunt Delia." "Aunt Delia!" everyone exclaimed. "That's right," Ash said, walking over to his relative. "Gavin here is my cousin." Cousin. Chapter 3, Family Matters. Ash vs Gavin. "Wait, hold on a second," Brock said, breaking the awkward silence that had occurred when they heard this new information. "Ash, do you mean to tell me that this trainer is your cousin?" "That's right," Ash said calmly, wondering what all of the fuss was about. "Gavin and his family used to live in Pallet Town when we were younger. Then, his dad got a new job in Johto before either of us started our journeys. We haven't really seen each other since then." Everyone looked at Gavin. It was kind of hard to tell that he was related to Ash in any way. They were the same height and build, yes, but they looked completely different, except for their eyes. They both had the same intense brown eyes, filled with passion. At first, even after Ash's explanation, it was still really awkward. Gavin began to feel uncomfortable. Then, out of the blue, they heard a large growling sound. Gavin's cheeks turned red and he began to rub the back of his head. "Sorry," Gavin said sheepishly. "We haven't really had anything to eat in a while." Then, everyone began to laugh. "He's Ash's cousin all right," Misty said with a chuckle. "Why don't you all get to know each other and I'll get some dinner ready," Mrs. Ketchum said as she went inside with Mimey in tow. "Gavin, do you happen to have a Pokédex?" Professor Oak asked oddly. "Yeah, it's right here," Gavin said as he took out a red device. "May I borrow it?" Professor Oak requested. "Sure," Gavin said, confused. Professor Oak then asked Ash, May, Dawn, and Max for their Pokédexes as well. Holding in his arms a Pokédex from each region, He walked into the lab without telling them the reason. "So, Gavin, what brings you to Pallet Town?" Ash asked his cousin. "Well, I saw you on TV, battling in the Unova League conference," Gavin answered, "so I thought that I'd come and visit you. Plus, there's something I've wanted to do ever since I started on my journey." Gavin took out a Pokeball, looked at Ash and said, "Ash Ketchum, I challenge you to Pokemon battle." Everyone was surprised. Gavin hadn't been there for 10 minutes, and he had already challenged Ash to a battle. However, Ash was still smiling. "Sure, I accept your challenge," Ash said calmly. "How about a 3-on-3 battle? To really see how we both battle?" "That sounds awesome," Gavin said enthusiastically. "Let's do it." Ash and Gavin stood across from each other on a field designated as the spot for their battle. All of the Pokémon had gathered around to watch the battle. Brock volunteered to be the judge of the battle. Tracy quickly took out a sketchpad to draw scenes from the battle on, while Max was ready to take notes. "This will be a 3-on-3 battle, no time limit," Brock said to the opponents and the audience. "There will be no substitutions. When a Pokémon is taken down, both it and the winning Pokémon are to be returned. Whoever wins the most battles is the winner. Begin." Ash looked at all of the Pokémon gathered around him. Then, a certain Pokémon caught his eye. "Larvitar, do you want to battle?" Ash asked, holding out an empty Pokeball since he had never actually caught Larvitar. Larvitar nodded and went into the Pokeball. After shaking a few times, Larvitar was caught. "Alright," Ash said, throwing the ball into the air, "Larvitar, I choose you." Larvitar appeared onto the field. However, as soon as it had, its body became engulfed in a glowing, white light. "Larvitar," Ash said as he watched his newly caught Larvitar change its shape. Soon, after the glowing stopped, Ash saw a large, gray shell similar to his old Metapod, but instead, this Pokémon had several spikes all over its body, holes that showed its eyes, and holes that looked like eyebrows. It looked very strong. "Pupitar," it said in a deep voice. "Wow! Larvitar evolved into Pupitar," Max exclaimed, causing Tracy to begin sketching it frantically. "A Pupitar, eh?" Gavin said with a smile, holding a Pokeball. "Let's see if you can handle this Pokémon. Donphan, come on out." In a flash of blue light, the armored elephant Pokémon that they had seen before appeared. "Pupitar vs Donphan. Begin." "Pupitar, use Rock Slide," Ash commanded. Pupitar's body took on a glowing blue outline. Then, rocks broke out of the ground and were thrown at Donphan. "Donphan, defense curl, and then use rollout," Gavin ordered. Donphan curled itself into ball and then began rolling at high speed, shattering the rocks as they hit it. It then began to roll towards Pupitar. "Pupitar, dodge it," Ash yelled. "Then, use Thrash." Pupitar vented gas to push itself out of the way. Then, it launched itself towards Donphan and began tackling it repeatedly. "Donphan, use Fire Fong to throw it," Gavin instructed. Donphan's tusks lit up on fire and it knocked Pupitar away. "Now, finish it off with Earthquake," Gavin shouted. Donphan got up on its hind legs and then brought its front legs down hard. This caused the whole field to shake and Pupitar to be knocked into the air. Once it landed, everyone could see that it had swirly eyes. Pupitar is unable to battle. Donphan is the winner of the first battle, Brock announced. Ash walked over to Pupitar, who looked sad that it had lost its first battle as Ash's Pokémon. Ash patted it and said, "Don't worry about it, Pupitar. You did great. We'll win next time." Pupitar looked happier and then hopped right over to the others. May smiled. "He's always so good to his Pokémon," she thought as Ash stood back up and faced Gavin, who had returned his Donphan to its Pokeball. In fact, he's nice to anyone, unless they've given him reason not to. I wonder. Soon, her gaze was redirected towards the battle as they prepared for the second round. Ash, since you showed your Pokémon first last time, I'll show mine first this time, Gavin said, taking out a Pokeball. Eevee, come on out. In a flash of light, a small, brown fox-like Pokémon with a bushy tail with a cream-colored tip and a furry collar, also cream-colored, appeared onto the field. V. It said cutely, causing the girls to squeal at its cuteness. Eevee then saw its trainer and ran towards him. When it reached him, Eevee began to rub up against his legs, causing everyone to laugh. Gavin began to turn red. "Aw, that is so cute." Dawn squealed. "Yeah, Eevee's a new Pokémon on my team," Gavin explained as the evolution Pokémon continued to rub its trainer affectionately. Gavin then squatted next to Eevee. "Eevee, I need you to battle. Could you help me, please?" V. It nodded and then ran back onto the field, now looking ready to battle. "Alright then, I'll choose Bulbasaur," Ash said confidently. Bulbasaur ran onto the field. Ash bent down and whispered to Bulbasaur, "Be careful not to hurt Eevee too badly. It looks like it's just a baby, so we need to go easy on it." Bulbasaur nodded in agreement. Bulbasaur vs Eevee. Begin. Brock yelled. "Eevee, use quick attack." Gavin commanded. Eevee began running towards Bulbasaur with a white streak trailing behind it. "Bulbasaur, dodge it and use Vine Whip," Ash ordered. Bulbasaur jumped out of the way of the speeding Eevee and then grabbed it using its vines. It lifted it into the air and held it tightly as it struggled to get free. "Eevee, get out of there using Bite," Gavin yelled. Eevee then opened its mouth wide and bit down on Bulbasaur's vine, causing it to wince in pain and drop Eevee. "Now, use Dig before it can react," Gavin instructed. Eevee then dug underground with its front paws. Bulbasaur began looking around for where it was going to come out. "Bulbasaur, follow it underground," Ash directed. Bulbasaur jumped down the hole that Eevee had dug. Soon, Eevee came out of the ground with Bulbasaur right behind it. "Eevee, use Shadow Ball," Gavin commanded. Eevee opened its mouth and created a black and purple ball in front of it. It then fired it at Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam," Ash yelled. Bulbasaur quickly gathered light in its bulb and then fired a beam of light at the Shadow Ball. The two attacks collided in mid-air and caused an explosion of black smoke. "Eevee, finish it with Last Resort," Gavin shouted. Eevee's body was surrounded by a white outline. It then began running at Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur!" Ash yelled as Eevee got closer and closer. "Bulba!" Bulbasaur yelled. In its mind, it knew that the time was right. Its body began glowing in a bright, white light. Its bulb opened, revealing a pink bulb. It grew small fangs and had become darker blue in color. It also was a bit bigger than it used to be. Everyone was surprised. Bulbasaur evolved into Ivysaur. May yelled in shock. "Ivysaur!" It yelled as it opened its mouth and shot a bunch of glowing white orbs at Eevee, causing its attack to falter and it to fall to the ground. "And it learned Seed Bomb," Gary said, impressed. Eevee was soon seen to have been knocked out with swirly eyes. Eevee is unable to battle. Ivysaur wins the second round, Brock announced. Gavin walked over to Eevee, picked it up and said, "Great job, Eevee. You did really well." Eevee smiled at its trainer and liked him on the cheek. Ivysaur walked over to Ash, who said, "Thanks, Ivysaur. That was an awesome battle. It was really cool how you learned Seed Bomb." "Ivy," it said in a deeper voice than that of its previous form. It then walked over to the other Pokémon, who were admiring it and Pupitar for having evolved. After Gavin put Eevee down next to him, he looked at Piku, who nodded and then ran onto the battlefield. "For this final round, I choose Piku," Gavin said confidently. Then I choose Pikachu, Ash said just as confident as his cousin. The final battle will be between Pikachu and Piku. Brock yelled to the audience. The winner of this battle breaks the tie and is the victor. Begin. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Pikachu released yellow electricity from its red cheeks and fired it at Piku. Piku, use Thundershock. Gavin ordered. Piku also released yellow electricity from its pink cheeks and fired it at Pikachu. The two electrical attacks both collided in mid-air, creating a cloud of black smog. Once it cleared, the battle resumed. Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Ash yelled. Pikachu jumped into the air with a yellow orb of electricity forming at its tail. It then launched the orb at Piku. Piku, use Light Screen, Gavin instructed. Piku held its hands out in front of its body and created a golden cube of light energy around its body. The orb hit the cube, but it only made Piku slide back a little bit. Now, use Reversal. Gavin commanded. 3 small, blue orbs of energy appeared around Piku's left hand and began circling its body until they reached its right hand. They then went inside of Piku's right hand, causing the hand to glow bright blue in color. Piku then ran swiftly towards Pikachu, who tried to dodge, but was struck in the chest. It was knocked back a few feet, but it remained standing. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash ordered. Piku, the same. Gavin yelled. The two electric mouse Pokémon ran at each other, both of their tails glowing in a metallic shine, and struck each other's tails in the air, causing sparks to fly from the tails. Eventually, there was an explosion, and the two were knocked back to their trainers. Ash and Gavin could see that their Pokémon were breathing heavily, both evenly matched. The battle would be over in one more attack. Use Volt Tackle. They both yelled. Both Pikachu and Piku began running at each other at an unbelievable speed, their bodies surrounded by yellow lightning. Finally, the two collided in the middle of the field, and upon impact, a large explosion of black smog occurred. When the smoke cleared, everyone could see that both Pikachu and Piku had both been knocked out in the explosion. Neither Pokémon is able to battle. Since both trainers each have a win, I pronounce this match a tie. Brock concluded. Everyone cheered. It had been a great battle, and Ash and Gavin went to their partners, picked them up, and then shook hands with each other. Great battle, Cos, Ash said to the brown-haired boy he shook hands with. Thanks, Gavin said with a smile. You did awesome, too. Dinner time. Mrs. Ketchum yelled out the door of the laboratory. After a great meal, Ash and the others sat outside and watched the Pokémon play. Ash then looked around and noticed that someone was missing, May. He got up and started looking around for her. He finally found her sitting alone next to the lake. He quietly got up right behind her and said, "Whatcha doing, May?" In surprise, she screamed, grabbed him by his shirt and threw him into the lake. When she finally realized who it was, she jumped in after him and pulled him out. "I am so sorry," she kept saying as she got him and her towels and they both wrapped up in them. "It's not your fault," Ash said, soaking wet. "I shouldn't have surprised you like that." The two stared off into the lake, seeing all of the water Pokémon swimming around and having fun. Ash looked over at May. On her wrist, she wore a new bracelet that he hadn't noticed before. It was a white band with a half of a pink and white ribbon with a gold semicircle on it. "I see that you still have your half of the ribbon," he said, remarking on the new bracelet. She looked down at bracelet, turned red and said, Yeah. It helped me so much when I was on my own in Johto, so I turned it into something that I could look at every day." Now it was Ash's turn to blush. He didn't know that she thought about him that much. I saw you in the Grand Festival on TV, he said, changing the subject. "You did very well." "Yeah, but I still came in second," May said sadly, to Drew. "Out of all of the people that I could lose to, I lost to him." Ash could see that something was bothering her. He needed to do something in order to bring back that wonderful smile of hers. What happened in Johto? He asked. She sniffed, looked at him and said, Drew happened. He tried to ask me out in Olivine City, right before the Grand Festival, but I refused. He then got really mad at me and yelled about how he was the best coordinator ever, and how he didn't need me anyways. It's not that I didn't like him, as a friend, but there's someone else that I have my eye on. Ash's heart leaped. Could it really be true? She didn't like Drew. Then, did she like? So who is this lucky guy? He asked nonchalantly. She blushed and said, oh, you know him. He's a really great trainer who I've looked up to for a long time. He's almost won a few leagues in a couple of regions. Ash made a false look of confusion and said, doesn't sound like anyone I know. May looked at him and smiled. She knew that he was faking it. Now, she just needed to know if he liked her back. Hey, May. He asked slowly. Yeah, Ash? She said with her heart beating rapidly. You know, there's something that I've been meaning to tell you, he said with a tinge of red in his cheeks. When I was in Hoenn, traveling with you, it was the best time of my life. And then, when you agreed to go to Kanto with me, I couldn't have been any more happier. But when you left for Johto, like Drew, I thought that maybe you liked him better or something. Then, when you visited me in Sinnoh, I thought that I had a chance. Every day after you left Sinnoh and went back to Johto, I've been thinking about you. Now, that I'm back from Unova, I want to tell you that, I love you. May smiled and her eyes sparkled after he said that. Oh, Ash. She said happily. She then quickly leaned into him and pressed her lips against his. At first, Ash tensed up, but he soon relaxed. It was like there were fireworks going off in his head. May felt like she could stay like this forever. After what seemed like hours, the two finally broke apart. They looked at each other, both faces as red as they could possibly be, and smiled. Later, they both went back to the group, neither giving any indication of what had occurred just now. Then, Professor Oak came out of his lab, holding a strange-looking box. Ash, May, Dawn, Max, and Gavin, he said excitedly. I'd like to give you each something, your brand new Pokédexes. He then handed each of the 5 a sort of small device that could flip open. Each had 2 screens, one for viewing, one a touch screen, a circular analog pad, 2 cameras, one on the outside, one on the inside, a D-pad, for push buttons, and each came with a stylus. Ash's was red, May's was yellow, Dawn's was pink, Max's was blue, and Gavin's was bright green. These are the new Pokédexes. They have all of the data for every single Pokémon seen so far, and they can do everything the older models could and more. He explained. Thanks, Professor. The 5 said in unison. And they should help you in that new region that Gavin was telling me about, he said with a grin. New region. Everyone but the professor and Gavin yelled. They all turned towards Gavin. Yeah, it's a new region that I've been hearing about that's supposed to have the best in battles, contests, and more, Gavin said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. It's called the Amaro region. Chapter 4, News of a New Region. Starting a trek to Vermilion City. As the sun rose and shined on the small town of Pallet, most of its inhabitants still sound asleep, including the Pokémon. One young trainer sat outside, completely awake. Unlike his cousin Ash, Gavin was a very light sleeper. He had never been able to stay asleep for very long. In his heart, there was a burning passion to do all that he could and use his time wisely. That also was a part of his views of sleeping. The only other creature that was currently awake was his small, electric mouse Pokémon partner, Piku. Throughout the few years that they had been traveling together, Piku had become used to his master's sleeping patterns and had decided a while ago to partake in the early morning meditation that Gavin did every morning. It gave them both a sense of calmness and synchronization that allowed them to battle together so well. It is true that Piku evolve in Pikachu when they are happiest and have a very close friendship with their trainers. However, Piku had reached that point long ago, but was still a Piku. Piku, not unlike Ash's Pikachu, had always wanted to prove that he didn't have to evolve in order to become powerful. Piku believed that he would only evolve if he ever reached a point where it was in the direst need for him to evolve in order to save the ones he loved. This was a belief that the two of them shared. As Gavin and Piku sat outside in deep meditation, two others awoke from their slumber. Dawn and Piplup had been trying to sleep as long as they could, but something was making it to where they couldn't sleep. So, Dawn got up and out of bed, got dressed, and along with Piplup, went outside. Dawn breathed in the fresh morning air. There was something in the air that made her want to practice her appeal for the first contest in the Amaro region. After Gavin had told them about the Amaro region last night, they had learned that they held both gym battles and contests in Amaro. They also learned that the contests were different than those before, in the way of how coordinators competed together in teams of 2. So, the 9 of them had decided to go to the region together. Tracy, Brock, Misty, and Gary had all gotten some time off from their current activities of being Professor Oak's assistant, a Pokémon doctor, Cerulean City gym leader, and Pokémon researcher in training. Ash wanted to compete in more gyms, Max wanted to train on a journey so that he may one day be a better gym leader, May and Dawn were going to compete in more contests together, Gavin, for reasons unknown. Many of them were at first unsure of Gavin's character and his intentions for appearing in Pallet Town. Misty thought that he seemed like a very powerful trainer, but didn't like his mysterious ways. May thought that he was okay since Ash had said that Gavin was his cousin. Brock, Max, Gary, and Tracy all seemed to accept him after Ash's battle with him. Dawn didn't know what to think. Gavin was different from most trainers that she had met on her journeys through Sinnoh and Hoenn. In way, he was a lot like Ash, but he seemed to be calmer and wiser in his thinking. He wasn't mean like Paul. He was actually very nice, and he shared the same kind love and compassion he had for his Pokémon with his cousin. As Dawn walked out into an open field, she decided that this would be a perfect training area for today. Piplup, she said to her Pokémon, are you ready to practice some contest moves? Piplup. Piplup nodded. He ran to the center of the field and then turned back around to his trainer, awaiting her command. Alright, Piplup. Now, all you need is a partner, Dawn said, pondering a moment. She then snapped her fingers and said, I've got it. She took a Pokeball from her bag, threw it into the air, and said, Togekiss, Spotlight. In a flash of blue light, the Jubilee Pokémon appeared in the sky. She then gracefully flew down and landed next to Piplup. Togekiss, she said as she happily raised her wing in greeting. Okay. Let's get started. Dawn said, raising a fist into the air. Piplup, use Whirlpool. Piplup's body began to glow a bluish-white color. He raised his arms and beak into the air. A whirlpool formed from his beak above his body and then, Piplup threw it into the air. Now, Togekiss, use Aura Sphere. Dawn yelled. Togekiss put her wings together and created a light blue ball of energy. She then launched several Aura Spheres into the air, surrounding the whirlpool. Piplup, use Hydro Pump on the whirlpool. Dawn continued. Piplup opened his beak and a small ball of water appeared in front of it. Then, a large blast of water came out of it. The blast went through the whirlpool, causing it to spin around and create a spiral of water that shot several blasts of water through the Aura Spheres, causing a fireworks display and sparkles to fly down from the sky. Dawn smiled at the beautiful appeal that she had just done. Then, she heard a voice behind her say, impressive. She turned around and saw Gavin with Piku on his shoulder. Gavin, she said in surprise. What are you doing up so early? Actually, I was up before you, Gavin said calmly. I've never been much of a sleeper, so I usually wake up early and do a morning meditation session. Wow, Dawn said, her eyes widening. I never realized that you and Ash were that much different. Well, believe it or not, we are cousins, Gavin said, rubbing his head. However, people have always said that we are more alike than we think. Ash lay sprawled all over his bed as he continued to snore the whole morning away. Even though Pikachu had gotten used to his trainer's sleeping style throughout the years, he still had to give Ash a morning wake-up call every once in a while. Ah! Ash shouted in pain as Pikachu shocked him awake with his electricity. Okay. I'm up. Quit it, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu smirked as he ceased his electrical attack. Ash grumbled as he got out of bed and got dressed, his partner laughing at him. Eventually, Ash and Pikachu headed downstairs to find Misty, May, Dawn, Gavin, Brock, Piplup, Piku, Meowth, and Mrs. Ketchum preparing for breakfast. "Morning, Ash," May said with a smile. Ash stood there and smiled at her, dazed, until he felt an elbow nudge him. He turned and saw that it was his cousin who had nudged him. "Wake up, lover boy," he whispered into his ear. "You're staring, and if you don't stop, you'll embarrass yourself." Ash nodded in thanks, and then sat down at the table with everyone. As soon as breakfast was set down onto the table, everybody dug in. Meowth was enjoying the food, especially. He said, holding his belly in happiness. "This is the best meal I've ever had." "Why, thank you very much, Meowth," Mrs. Ketchum said, smiling at the compliment. After everyone had finished eating, they all headed over to the professor's laboratory in order to prepare for their journey. "So, Ash," May said as they all stood in the oak corral together, "who are you going to bring with you to the Amaro region?" "Well, I want to eventually use a lot of them," Ash said considerably, "but, for now, I want to bring Pikachu, Charizard, Pidgeot, Primeape, Haunter, and Pupitar." All 6 of the Pokémon nodded in agreement. Last night, after dinner, Ash had put Haunter into a Pokeball as it wanted to go with him. Meowth was also going, just to follow Ash and help if Team Rocket attacked again. May studied her Pokémon for a second and then said, "I'm going to bring Blaziken, Glaceon, Ampharos, Venusaur, Beautifly, and Miltank. And I'm going to bring Piplup, Pachirisu, Mamoswine, Kalava, and Togekiss." Dawn decided. "That's only 5, Dawn," May noticed. "I know," Dawn said with a grin. "I'm picking up my 6th one in Vermilion City." Everyone nodded and then continued to choose their Pokémon. Gavin decided to bring Piku, Magmar, Donphan, Crobat, Weevil, and Eevee. Brock's team was comprised of Sudowoodo, Krogunk, Chansey, Marshtomp, and Forretress. For now, Misty was going to bring all of hers, but maybe leave a couple when they reached the Cerulean City gym. Tracy, of course, was bringing Marill, Venonat, Scyther, and a 4th Pokémon. "I'm going to see what this guy can do," he explained to the others. Max was bringing Grovyle, Camerupt, Kirlia, Vigoroth, Masquerain, and Shuppet. Finally, Gary decided on Umbreon, Electivire, Blastoise, Arcanine, Nidoking, and Skarmory. At last, they were ready to go. Except for one thing, however. "Alright, everyone," May and Dawn said excitedly. "Time to go clothes shopping." Everyone groaned, even Misty. If there's one thing they couldn't stand, it was shopping. "Come on, Ash," May said as she grabbed his arm and dragged him and Pikachu towards the shopping center. "Ah, May!" Ash yelled as he was dragged away. "Pika!" Pikachu cried for help from Ash's arms. Everyone laughed at the misfortune of their friend. "I believe my cousin has discovered the dark side of love," Gavin thought, chuckling to himself. "Gavin, come on," Dawn said as she grabbed him by the arm and began dragging him after May and Ash. "Wait, what?" "No, Dawn!" Gavin shouted as he was dragged in the same direction as his cousin. However, before being completely dragged away, Gavin managed to grab Piku, who grabbed Piplup, who grabbed Meowth, all 3 of whom had been trying to escape. "If I have to go, so do you," Gavin said as the 3 Pokémon crossed their arms and pouted. Laughing now more than ever, the rest of the group followed after the two girls and the boys and Pokémon that they dragged with them. After reaching the mall, the group began picking out new clothes for the new journey. Ash, Gavin, and the other guys all reluctantly went into the changing stalls and changed clothes. When Ash came out, he had on a hat similar to the ones he had worn throughout Hoenn and Sinnoh, but this time, the hat had a white half-pokeball symbol on it. He now wore a navy jacket that he wore open, a black t-shirt, gray pants, and black and white sneakers. His new backpack was a dark, crimson color. Gavin's new clothes were similar to what he wore when they met him, but now, he wore a newer and more stylish white jacket that was open with a red t-shirt, black pants, red and black sneakers, and new, black sunglasses at the top of his head. Plus, he now wore a forest green backpack. Brock wore a long-sleeved, orange shirt with a black inner shirt, dark green pants, a black belt, and brown shoes with black soles. He carried a gray backpack. Gary now wore a black, pilot's jacket, with a black belt, a white t-shirt, brown cargo pants, and black sneakers. He still had on his silver waist pack. Max had on a green jacket that he wore open, an orange t-shirt, brown pants, green and black tennis shoes, and a newer yellow backpack. Tracy sported a green headband with a red shirt, black shorts, and green sneakers. He carried a brown backpack. Later, after waiting on the girls in the ladies' department, the boys' mouths dropped when they saw the girls. May wore a darker red bandana, with a sleeveless, dark red shirt that cut off at her belly button, a white inner shirt, a dark red skirt with a darker green waist pack, longer, black biker shorts, dark green gloves, and dark red and white sneakers. Dawn still had on her gold hair clips, but now she wore her hair in a ponytail that they had seen in her contests, a white cap with a pink lid and a pink pokeball symbol on the front, a sleeveless black vest with a sleeveless white shirt, light blue shorts, and black and pink high tops. She now had a small, pink bag. Misty now wore a short-sleeved, turquoise jacket with a yellow, sleeveless t-shirt, a black belt, a dark blue skirt, and blue tennis shoes. She also had let her hair down and gotten it cut shorter. Brock, Max, and the Pokémon closed their mouths the quickest, but Ash, Gavin, Tracy, and Gary took a little bit longer to close their mouths at the sight of the three girls. After the boys were done staring, the girls smiled and said, "All right, let's go." Later, after getting back to the Ketchum house and the Oak lab, they all packed their bags for the trip. Once the packing was done, they ate one last lunch at the Ketchum house before leaving. Professor Oak, Mrs. Ketchum, and Mr. Mime waved as the 9 friends and their Pokémon walked down the path leading out of Pallet Town. Now that they were ready, the trainers were all now starting to travel the path towards their destination, the Amaro region. What adventures await them on their journey? We'll soon find out. Chapter 5, Viridian Date Expectations. Ash and May's first date. "Come on, guys," Ash said as he ran up the hill. Viridian City's just over this hill. While Ash and Pikachu were running up the hill frantically, everyone else was tired from the long walk to Viridian City. Having just left Pallet Town earlier that day, plus the whole shopping experience earlier, everyone was ready for a rest. Finally, after everyone reached the top of the hill, they could see their stop, Viridian City. Ash, Misty, Gary, May, Brock, and Max all thought about some of their previous experiences in this city. "Hey, yous guys. Last one down is a slowpoke," Meowth said as he began running down the hill with Pikachu, Piplup, and Piku right behind him. Soon, the others participated in this race until they all reached the Pokémon Center. As they all walked in, they could see all of things they had come to expect to see in a Pokémon Center: trainers, Pokémon, videophones, and at the counter, Nurse Joy. Brock practically shouted as he sped over to her and went down on one knee and took the pink-haired nurse's hand. "I know that you may not remember me, but I was here before, and I'm back now to continue our never-ending, OUCH. Not today." 2 voices yelled in unison. "Croa." A purple frog Pokémon croaked. Ash, May, Dawn, Gary, Tracy, Gavin, Meowth, Pikachu, Piplup, and Piku watched as the Pokémon doctor in training was hit in the back with a poison jab attack by Krogunk, and then pulled by the ears and legs away by the toxic mouth Pokémon and Misty and Max. Wow, Gavin whispered to the others. Does that happen often? Only about every day and every time he sees an attractive older girl, Ash said in a nonchalant tone. Even though the others were used to Brock's shenanigans, Gavin, Piku, and Meowth didn't know if they'd ever be used to it. After giving Nurse Joy Pikachu, Piku, Piplup, Meowth, Krogunk, and the other Pokémon to be checked up on, the group decided to check out the city while they waited. Before they left the center, however, Ash had something on his mind. "Hey, May," he said to the brunette from Hoenn. "I was wondering if you wanted to go out with me tonight." Everyone stood there shocked. Since when did Ash ask girls on dates? May just smiled and said, "Sure, pick me up at 8. She and the other girls then giggled and went to their room. "Well, there goes our sightseeing plans," Max sighed as the girls walked out of sight. "Ashy boy, I never knew you to ask people on dates," Gary said with a snicker. Everyone thought that Ash was going to explode with rage, but he just smiled and said, "Whatever, Gary. You're just jealous that I can get a date, but you can't." The others looked at Gary, who looked like his head was going to explode. Ash then just smirked and walked over to the guys' room to get ready for that night. The other guys chuckled at the look on Gary's face. Gary noticed them laughing and yelled, "What are you guys laughing about?" Later that evening, after the Pokémon were finished with their checkup, Ash had gone to his room with Pikachu, Meowth, Gavin, and Piku in order to get ready for his date. "What am I going to do? I can't believe that I asked her on a date," Ash said as he frantically ran around the room. "Don't worry," Gavin said calmly. "You've already kissed her, so taking her out on date shouldn't be so hard." "Yeah," Ash said before realizing what his cousin had just said. "Hey, wait a minute. How did you know about that?" "Well, you just told me," Gavin said with smirk. "Plus, when you asked her out earlier, I realized why you and her had been gone for so long the other night." Ash turned red and started fiddling his fingers, which he always did when he was nervous. Gavin put his arm on Ash's shoulder reassuringly and said, "Don't worry. No one else knows but me, Pikachu, Piku, and Meowth." "Yeah, we won't tell," Meowth said proudly. "Pika pika pika," Pikachu whispered to Piku. "That is, if Meowth doesn't open his big mouth." "Hey, I do not have a big mouth, Meowth said angrily. Gavin's sweat dropped and then turned to his cousin, who was now wearing a standard black tux. "Don't worry, Cos," he said as Meowth chased the two electric mouse Pokémon all around the room. "You've got this. Now, did you get her a flower?" "Yeah," Ash said, pulling out a white rose. Gavin had suggested earlier to get her a rose of a different color than red after he had told him about Drew and his multitude of red roses. "Then you're good," Gavin said, calming Ash down completely. "We've already reserved you guys a table at that restaurant that we saw. Plus, since our Pokédexes have a video chat feature, you'll be able to call me at any time if something goes wrong." "Okay, what about Meowth and Pikachu?" Ash asked. "I'll watch them," Gavin said as he grabbed the cat Pokémon as he was passing. "Now, it's almost 8, you'd better go and pick her up." "I'm so nervous," May said as she frantically ran around to get ready for her date with Ash. "Calm down, May," Dawn said as she helped her friend get ready. "Everything will be okay." "But I've never been on a date before," May said as she put on her dress. "Let alone one with Ash." "May, you've gotta calm down," Misty said as she sat on the bed with Azurill and Piplup. "I'm sure everything will be alright." "Yeah, I'm sure Ash is just as nervous as you are," Dawn said as she handed May her shoes. "Plus, he's got Gavin in their room to calm him down and help him get ready." "It's a good thing that it's just Gavin and not the other guys," Misty said as she watched her friend get ready. "Those other guys wouldn't have been much help to him." Yeah, because Max is May's younger brother and he likes to prank her. Brock can't ever get a date, Dawn said as she went down the list. And Gary and Tracy probably know less about taking a girl out on a date than Ash. Misty pointed out. I mean, you never see them going after a girl. Couldn't they even try to ask me? That got May and Dawn chuckling as they watched Misty turn red, just now realizing what she had just about said. Then, the laughter stopped as they heard a knock on the door. He's here. May said as she ran to the door. Ash stood there outside of the girls' room's door feeling very nervous. He had never been on a date before, let alone asked a girl out. He and May had already kissed, but that seemed like the easiest thing in the world compared to a first date. Then, the door opened and his jaw dropped. Ash saw a brunette wearing a sapphire-colored dress that went extremely well with her eyes. The dress showed just the tiniest bit of cleavage, and she wore sparkling, blue high heels. She did not wear her usual bandana, but her hair still looked amazing. Whoa, he said, causing his date to smile that wonderful smile. As Ash was admiring May, she was doing the same to him. Ash looked so much different, she thought as she looked him down. He wore a black tux with a black bow tie, black hard-toed shoes, and a white inner shirt. It looked like he had tried to fix up his usually messy hair, but the hair was fighting back. With no hat covering his head though, his hair was able to keep straight. Ash then handed her a white rose. She was so happy that he hadn't given her a red one. This rose was so much better than all of the roses that she had received from Drew in the past. Ash then bowed, held out his arm and said, "Shall we go then, my lady?" May giggled and then took his arm. They then walked out of the center and started to head for the destination of their date. I was worried for nothing, May thought as they walked through the city. What could possibly go wrong tonight? Little did she know that two people, a man and woman, were following them. I believe it's time for our revenge, the woman whispered to the man. I believe you're right. Let us go, the man said quietly as they went to pursue their vendetta. Little did they know that a certain feline Pokémon had been watching them from the bushes. Gavin, Dawn, and the others were sitting in the lobby, wondering how Ash and May's date was going, when all of a sudden, Meowth ran in through the doors, looking around frantically until they saw them. Guys, help. Ash and May are in danger. He yelled as he ran to them. Everyone was confused until finally, Dawn said, Meowth, calm down. What do you mean they're in danger? Well, I was outside, watching Ash and May leave for their date, when suddenly, I saw two peoples following them. Meowth slowly explained. They were in disguises, but I could tell that it was Jesse and James. I heard them saying that they were gonna exact their revenge or something. We should go help them, Misty said, standing up. Yeah, let's go, Gary agreed. They were all about to leave, when Gavin stopped them and said, hold on. We can't all go. What do you mean? We've gotta save my sister. Max shouted. I mean that if we all go, Team Rocket will notice us and try to separate us from Ash and May. Gavin said, causing the group to gain an understanding of the situation. Only a couple of us should go, while the rest of us stay here in case we need backup. Dawn, Pikachu, Piplup, Meowth, Piku, and I will go. The rest of you stay here and we'll call Max's Pokédex or Brock's Pokegear if there's trouble. Everyone agreed and the small group of 2 humans and 4 Pokémon left to go stop Team Rocket. Meanwhile, Ash and May had arrived at their destination, the Viridian Star. It was a widely popular restaurant throughout Viridian City. After getting a table, Ash and May began looking at the menus. Wow, a lot to choose from, Ash said as he looked through the long list of items. What are you gonna have? I don't know, May said with a sigh. I just can't decide. Hey, why don't you order something and I'll order something, and then we'll share. Ash suggested. That sounds like a great idea. May exclaimed. With that they both ordered something that they would both like, and then they waited for their meal. Ash saw that the food was taking a while, so he decided to strike up a conversation with his date. "So, May," Ash said nervously, "how did you do in the Johto Grand Festival?" May said, her face red as she began fiddling her fingers, "I got to the finals, but got second place after losing to Soledad." "Wow, that's really good," Ash said with a sincere grin on his face. This caused May to smile. "You always know just what to say, don't you?" May said, as she reached over the table for his hand. "Well, it's easy when you're saying it to someone as beautiful as you," Ash said, reaching over the table and grabbing May's hand. The two of them continued to stare in each other's eyes until they heard a voice behind them say, "Dinner is served." Then, a mechanical arm appeared out of nowhere and grabbed May. "Ash, help!" May screamed as she was pulled into the arms of a robot that broke through the restaurant roof. "May!" Ash yelled as he ran towards the arm, jumped up, and began trying to free her. "Ha ha ha ha! You must realize that you can't save her," a feminine voice said with a snicker. "Team Rocket!" Ash yelled in anger. "Did someone call our name?" the female said as the cockpit began to open. "Surely we're not to blame," a man's voice pronounced. "Putting the world in devastation. Uniting all within the new sensation. Moving the black dust of shadows throughout the age. Blinding all with the fire of our rage. Jesse. James. Causing evil and chaos wherever we show. Stealing Pokémon is the way we go. Now, say goodbye for our rhyme is done," the two said in unison. "What are you two doing here?" May said angrily. "We're here to exact our revenge on you twerpy lovebirds," Jesse said with a sneer. "And there's nothing you can do to stop us," James said proudly. "Not if I have anything to say about it." A familiar voice yelled in the distance. "Heyday!" Then, a bunch of white orbs appeared and began striking the robot, causing it to let May go and gave Ash and her the opportunity to get back to the ground. "Who did that?" James said angrily. "Dat would be me," the voice said again. Then, all of a sudden, Meowth appeared next to Ash and May. Behind him was Gavin, Dawn, and the rest of the group, whom they had called earlier. "Meowth, you traitor!" Jesse shrieked with anger. "You're the traitors. Ditching me back in Unova after I got fired. You should have defended me," Meowth yelled at the top of his lungs. "But now, after traveling with the Tup and Pikachu for all of this time, I'm glad I got fired. And now, I'll show you why. Night Slash." Meowth then jumped at the robot with its claws out and glowing purple. He then slashed through one of the arms and then landed gracefully on the ground. "Since when are you able to use such powerful moves?" Jesse asked in shock. "Since I realized my full potential of being a good guy," Meowth answered. He then turned around to the others and said, "Alright, guys, let's get right," the group nodded. They then each brought out a Pokémon to destroy the robot with. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash yelled. Glacian, use Shadow Ball. May commanded. Piplup, use Hydro Pump. Dawn shouted. Magmar, use Flamethrower. Gavin instructed. Krogunk, use Poison Sting. Brock ordered. Corsola, use Spike Cannon. Misty cried. Umbreon, use Pursuit. Gary directed. Venonat, use Psybeam. Tracy yelled. Grovyle, use Bullet Seed. Max commanded. In a flash of electric, ghost, water, fire, poison, normal, dark, psychic, and grass-type attacks, the robot exploded and Team Rocket was sent packing. "We're blasting off again," the two yelled as they disappeared into the moonlight. Because the restaurant was destroyed, the group had to leave and go back to the Pokémon Center. Crying in her room, May was really mad at Team Rocket for ruining her and Ash's first date. Misty and Dawn were trying to do everything to cheer her up, but nothing worked. Then, there was a knock at the door. "Go away!" May yelled as she went back under her pillow and burst into tears. Dawn walked over to the door and opened it, seeing that the one who knocked was Gavin. "What is it, Gavin?" Dawn asked irritably. "Well, I have a message to May from Ash," Gavin explained. That got May out from under her pillow. "What does he need?" she asked as she wiped away the tears. "He said to come downstairs to the cafeteria," Gavin replied. "He said that he's got a surprise for you." May, who was still in her dress, ran past the girls and Gavin out of the room and down the stairs. When she got downstairs, she saw a covered table with a dinner on it, lit by candlelight. Waiting by the table was Ash, who was still adorned in his tuxedo. May broke out into a huge smile, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, Ash," she said as she went over and kissed him with passion. What the couple didn't know was that there were 7 people and several Pokémon watching them from the stairs. "You," Max said in disgust. "That's just wrong." Everyone chuckled at the remark and Gavin began patting him on the back. "You'll understand when you're older," Gavin said with a wink. "Pikapi." Pikachu laughed from Max's shoulder. "So are they like a couple now?" Tracy asked, clearly confused. "Don't worry, Tracy," Gary said with a snicker. "You'll understand when you're older." This got Tracy fuming while the others laughed quietly so the couple in the cafeteria wouldn't hear them. "I wonder who'll be a couple next." Brock thought out loud. "Obviously, not you, Brock," Misty answered, causing the Pokémon doctor to get just as mad as the sketching lab assistant. Everyone else laughed, including Krogunk. Chapter 6, The Rock-Hard Battle. Max vs Forest. "It's great to be home," Brock said as stood at the top of the hill overlooking Pewter City. He breathed in the fresh air that he spread throughout the place. While Brock was happy to be back home, Misty was just happy to be out of the Viridian Forest. I think I've still got some string shot on me," Misty said as she frantically wiped off her shoulder. "Man, Misty. You're such a girl," Ash mumbled. Unfortunately for him, she heard him. "You're gonna regret saying that, Ash Ketchum," she said, bringing out a large, wooden mallet. Ash and Brock all of a sudden looked really scared. The others didn't know about the mallet, but Ash and Brock had felt it strike many times. "Ah!" Ash yelled as Misty began chasing him down the hill and into Pewter City, her deadly mallet coming closer and closer. The group's sweat dropped and then sighed. "Here we go again," Max said as they slowly began following the frightened male and the furious female. Theme song animation. Pokémon. We see the Pokémon logo. Music playing is similar to the music heard in Advanced Battle and Advanced Challenge themes. I've traveled far and wide, on a never-ending journey. Shows Ash on a plateau with Pikachu. I've met many foes and I've finished many tasks. Around a close-up of Ash and Pikachu's faces are scenes of his toughest rivals and fiercest battles. And even though the journey may be long, I've got friends by my side. May appears by his side. We see images floating around the edges of the screen of all of his current traveling partners, plus Iris and Scyllin waving with Haxorus, Excadrill, Emolga, Cryogonal, Simisage, Crustle, and Stunfisk. And together, we will face the ultimate test. Ash is dragging May along a pathway. Misty, Gary, and Tracy are seen on jet skis. Brock and Max are driving a jeep by them with Meowth in the back seat. Guitar starts going faster. "Come on, we don't have time to rest." Dawn jumps and runs with Piplup and the others behind her, Guitar still going faster. "Let's go." Gavin, with Piku on his shoulder, throws a Pokeball at the screen. "We are strong. Primeape is fighting a Conkeldurr. We will fight." Pidgeot is having a sky battle with a Skarmory. "We will battle for the light." Pupitar is using Earthquake against a Rhyperior. "We are bold." Haunter is laughing and throwing a Shadow Ball at a Dusknoir. "We'll accept any fight." Ivysaur uses Solar Beam on a Tangrowth. That comes to our sight. Lucario uses Aura Sphere on a Zoroark. Any foe, we will face. Meowth uses Payday on Giovanni's Persian. Before they know it, Samurott uses Razor Shell on Gyarados. We'll have won the ultimate race. A Hydreigon is fighting Gible. Gible jumps above it and uses Draco Meteor on it and the screen. League of Legends. Go. Guitar solo, scenes of various other Pokémon of the group using attacks, plus, Team Rocket is shown blasting of, Shadows of the New Evil Team, music slows a bit down in the end. Together we will be, Charizard uses Flamethrower on Ho-Oh. Champions, you'll see, Pikachu is running towards a Zekrom using Volt Tackle. Of the League of Ultimates. Shows Ash holding out a Pokeball, Pikachu on his shoulder, May grabs his hand. The League of Ultimates. Now it shows the whole group, 9 people and a few Pokémon, Pikachu, Piku, Piplup, Croagunk, and Meowth. Pokémon. We see the logo and the League of Ultimates logo under it. It took the group 10 minutes to find Ash knocked out and tied to a tree that Misty was standing by. Everyone laughed, but May still went over to Ash to make sure he was okay. Misty, did you really have to hit him so hard? May asked exasperatedly. Yes, Misty said, calmly putting away her mallet. Even if he is your boyfriend now, he still needs a good hit once in a while. At this point, Gary and Tracy decided to take Misty to the Pokémon Center until Ash recovered in order to calm her down completely. Brock, Max, Dawn, Piplup, and Meowth went on ahead to the Pewter City gym. Gavin would have gone with them, but May made him stay and help her. Why do I have to help? Gavin asked. Because I said so, that's why. Besides, I could always tell Dawn your secret, May said with an evil-looking smile on her face. He told you? Gavin asked, turning red. May nodded and with a sigh, Gavin went over with Pikachu and Piku to cut Ash down. Gavin cursed himself for telling his big mouth of a cousin his secret last night. Flashback. Gavin looked up from the book he had been reading in his bed to see his cousin Ash slowly and quietly enter his and the other guy's room. Ash had just finished his dinner with May. Ash sighed happily as he climbed into the bed right under Gavin's. Pikachu, who had been sleeping with Piku on Gavin's bed, saw that his trainer had returned and then climbed down to Ash. Hey, buddy, Ash said as he gave Pikachu a hug. Pikachu then lay on the bed and fell back asleep. So, Ash, Gavin whispered so that only Ash could hear, how'd it go? Great, Ash replied as he happily thought about May. Your idea really came in handy. Well, it wasn't really my idea, Gavin admitted. Dawn actually came up with it. She told me to tell you. Hey, Gavin, I've been wondering about something, Ash said seriously, which caused Gavin to look down below his bed at his cousin. Do you like Dawn or something? Gavin turned red and said, what? What do you mean? Well, Dawn told May about the other morning when you two were up early in the morning, Ash explained. Then, Misty told me that when the group split up to go stop Team Rocket, you chose Dawn as your partner. Now, answer my question, do you like Dawn? Gavin blushed and thought about it. Maybe he did like Dawn. However, they had only known each other for a few days. Plus, he didn't know what the group might think of him when his big secret got out. Well, I have to admit, she's very pretty, Gavin recounted. She's really talented, really nice, and she was probably the first girl to warm up to me. So you do like her, Ash said with a smirk. Don't tell anybody. Gavin hissed. I promise, cross my heart and hope to die, Ash said, crossing his heart. End flashback. So much for Mr. Promise, Gavin thought as he freed Ash's body from the tree and then hoisted him up onto his shoulder. He'd better hope that Misty's mallet killed him, because if it didn't, I will. Don't worry, Gavin, May said with a smile as the two walked along to Brock's house. I won't tell, and I'll keep Ash's big mouth closed. I guess I can't blame him, Gavin said with a sigh. If there's anybody that he would have to tell, it would have to be the girlfriend that he's crazy about. He is. May said with a happy gasp that was clearly filled with the love she had for the boy that Gavin carried on his shoulder. Are you kidding? He's been talking non-stop about you. He even talks about you in his sleep, Gavin said with a chuckle. Pikapi choo choo. Pikachu added with a laugh. Pipipipiku. Piku snickered at Pikachu's comment. May sighed, looked over at her unconscious boyfriend and smiled. Don't worry, May, Gavin said reassuringly. I know he's a bit dense sometimes, but he really does love you. I know, May said, holding her hands to her heart and sighing happily. She then looked over at Gavin and said, and don't worry about Dawn, Gavin. From what she said about you, she sounds like she's really fond of you. Really? Gavin said with surprise. Hello. Is anybody home? Brock yelled as he, Max, Dawn, Piplup, and Meowth walked into the stone building known as the Pewter City Gym. Brock. A bunch of young voices could be heard yelling as a stampede of 9 children came towards their older brother. Dawn looked surprised. Brock had always said that he had a lot of younger brothers and sisters, but she never knew that he had 9 younger siblings. Hey, guys, it's great to see you, too. Brock said as he was covered by 8 of his brothers and sisters. The oldest of his younger siblings, Forrest, stood by his parents, who had just walked in, with a smile. Brock then got up and introduced his friends that were currently here. They had met Max before. It took them a little bit of time to get used to the fact that Meowth was a good guy now, and Brock introduced them to Dawn and Piplup. What about your friends Ash, Pikachu, Misty, and May? One of the kids asked. Don't worry, they're in Pewter City as well, Brock replied. I'm traveling with them to the Amaro region along with Gary, who challenged me to a gym battle once, Tracy, who is Professor Oak's assistant and traveled with Ash and Misty through the Orange Islands, and a new friend, Gavin, who is Ash's cousin. So where are they? Another sibling asked. Well, Brock said, rubbing his head. Meowth decided to answer for him. Ash, is currently unconscious, Meowth explained. At this point, May and Gavin should be bringing him here. The other 3 are at the Pokémon Center. They'll be here soon. The kids all nodded at the talking Pokémon that had once been their enemy. Hey, Forrest, so how's the gym going? Brock asked the current Pewter City gym leader. Huh? Max said in shock. You mean, he's already a gym leader? Forrest was maybe a couple of years older than Max. Forrest nodded and said, yeah, Max. You know, last time I saw you, you hadn't started your journey yet, am I correct? Yeah, Max said confidently. But now, I've got a bunch of strong Pokémon. And I'll prove it to you. I challenge you to a gym battle. Everyone but Forrest was shocked. Max, don't you think it's a little sudden to be challenging Forrest to a gym battle? Dawn asked. Don't worry about it, Dawn, Forrest said with a grin. Since the Indigo League is over for the year, we don't get too many challenges anymore. Max, I happily accept your challenge. Later, everyone was in the gym's battle area. The others had soon arrived after Max's gym challenge and were sitting in the stands, all ready to watch. Ash, however, was still unconscious. Do you think he'll ever wake up? May asked Gavin. Eventually, Gavin said, looking at his cousin with a sigh. Well, there is always one thing we could try. Gavin went into his bag and got out a wrapped package of bread and meat. When did you get that? Dawn asked at the sight of Gavin's hamburger. I went and got it just before the battle was to start, Gavin replied, unwrapping the package carefully. He then held the sandwich and held it over his cousin's nose, wafting the scent of it towards his nostrils. Ash's eyes bolted open and he rose quickly, grabbed the burger out of Gavin's hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. So what did I miss? He asked with his mouth full, causing everyone to fall, anime style. After explaining to the currently eating Ash the events that had taken place during the PRD of his unconsciousness, the group turned and saw that the match was about to start. Brock had volunteered to referee the match, just as Forrest had done for him when he had been the gym leader. This will be a one-on-one battle between Max, the challenger from Petalburg City, and Forrest, the Pewter City gym leader. Brock announced to the crowd. When the Pokémon of one side is unable to battle, the other side will be declared the winner. Battlers, choose your Pokémon. Rhyperior, let's go. Forrest yelled as he threw a Pokeball into the air, causing a large, rhino-like Pokémon with two horns on its face, a club-like tail, holes in the palms of its hands, and rocky, orange plating all over its body. Max considered for a second on what Pokémon to send into battle against the drill Pokémon. Then, he made his choice. Grovyle, it's time to battle. Max shouted as the wood gecko Pokémon appeared onto the field, looking ready to battle the rock and ground type Pokémon. Rhyperior vs Grovyle. Brock said, stating the battlers' names. Begin. Grovyle, use Bullet Seed. Max commanded. Grovyle shot a bunch of glowing yellow seeds from its mouth at a high velocity at Rhyperior. Rhyperior just blocked them with its arms, taking barely any damage. Rhyperior, use Mega Horn. Forrest ordered. Rhyperior's horn began to glow white and it then ran towards Grovyle, ready to stab it. Grovyle, dodge it and then use Leaf Blade. Max instructed. Grovyle jumped over its ramming opponent and then brought a glowing green leaf on its forearm, causing Rhyperior to stagger back. Rhyperior, use Rock Wrecker. Forrest yelled. Rhyperior put its hands together, and small chunks of gray stones came out of the holes on its hands. The chunks formed together to create a large, gray stone with a glowing red outline. The outline faded, and then, Rhyperior threw it at Grovyle. Grovyle. Break it using Dragon Breath. Max shouted. Grovyle opened its mouth and shot a green beam of air at the flying rock, causing it to shatter into several pieces that fell onto the ground. Grovyle, quick, while Rhyperior can't move. Use Leaf Blade. Max ordered. Grovyle ran towards Rhyperior and struck it with its glowing forearm leaf. Purrier. Rhyperior cried in pain. Rhyperior, use Dig. Forrest commanded. Rhyperior began rotating its body at a high speed. It began drilling underground. Grovyle looked around frantically, trying to find where its opponent was going to come out of the ground. Max looked worried. Where is it? Max thought as he searched the battlefield for any sign of Rhyperior. Then, the ground broke up under Grovyle and it was hit from under by a rampaging rhino Pokémon. Grovyle was knocked into the air and then it fell to the ground. It struggled to get up, breathing heavily. Rhyperior, use Horn Drill. Forrest yelled. Rhyperior's horn began spinning like a drill and it began running towards Grovyle. Grovyle, dodge it. Max shouted. Grovyle jumped into the air, but before it could get high enough, Rhyperior hit it with its horn. Grovyle was knocked down to the ground, knocked unconscious with swirls in its eyes. Grovyle is unable to battle. Rhyperior is the winner. Brock said to the audience. May looked on with sadness as her brother walked over to his fallen Pokémon. She was about to run over to him, but Ash grabbed her shoulder. She looked at her boyfriend, about to protest, but he shook his head. This is something that Max has to at first deal with on his own, Ash said calmly. Give some time before you run to help him with. Later, after dinner at Brock's house, while everyone sat around hanging out, Max sat outside alone. I need to help him through this. May yelled to the others. She tried to go outside, but Ash stopped her. It's too early, Ash said as May tried to get past him. But what he needs right now is his sister. Misty protested. No, what he needs is some guy talk, Gary said swiftly. Well, who's gonna do that? Dawn objected. I will, a voice said from the table. Max sat outside on the bench, fighting back the tears that he wanted to let fall down his face. "Hey, buddy," a voice said from beside him. Max looked and saw that it was a brown-haired boy with a small, yellow mouse Pokémon on his shoulder. "Oh, it's you, Gavin," Max said as the boy sat down beside him. "I thought for a second it would have been May or her messenger boyfriend." "Well, she wanted to come and talk to you, but her messenger boyfriend stopped her," Gavin explained. He then looked at Max and asked, "So, how are you doing?" "I don't know," Max said, looking at the ground. "Before I came here, I had been able to beat all of the gyms in Hoenn, and then made it to the top 8, just like Ash. Then, I came here, and I expected to win, like Ash did. Then, I lost, just like Ash did," Gavin finished, causing Max to look at him in surprise. "Like me, as well." "You lost your first gym battle?" Max asked. "Yeah, it was up against Faulkner, the flying-type gym leader of Johto," Gavin said, gazing to the ground with remembrance. "I was overconfident, thinking that I would win just because I had Piku. However, he beat me easily with his Noctowl, Dodrio, and Pidgeot." "Really?" Max said in realization. Gavin nodded and then said, "But I went afterwards by myself into a forest and trained with my Pokémon. Eventually, we went back and had a rematch, which we won this time. You see, you're not going to win every battle. Sometimes, you'll lose. However, it's those losses that help you learn to become a better trainer and a better friend towards your Pokémon." Max looked at his Pokeball and smiled. "You're right," Max said, now feeling better. "I'll just train some more and then come back another time and challenge Forest again." "That's the spirit," Gavin said as he looked at his Piku. "Pipichu," Piku said with a smile. When they came back inside, everyone noticed that Max looked happier than when they last saw them. Ash went over to Gavin, who still stood by the door. "Nice job," Ash said, which got him an angry look from his cousin. "What's wrong, Cos?" "I told you not to tell anyone our little secret," Gavin said calmly, but with a look of anger on his face. Ash's sweat dropped and started rubbing the back of his head nervously. "Heh heh," he said as his cousin gave him the death stare. Luckily, Dawn saved him. "Gavin, that was such a nice thing that you did," Dawn said. Then, she gave him a peck on the cheek, which caused her to giggle, and then ran back over to the girls. Ash looked at Gavin, who had turned completely red with a look of shock on his face. He soon recovered, however, and said to Ash, "I'll let it slide for now." The next morning, the group was heading out from Brock's house to go to Cerulean City. Due to a rude comment from Ash, the boy was at the moment being carried by Gavin on his shoulder. "Seriously, how many times am I gonna have to carry him?" Gavin asked the others. "Well, depending upon how many times Ash is going to insult Misty," Gary said with a chuckle, "I would say a few more times." "Come on, Gavin," May said with a snicker. "He can't be that heavy, can he?" "Ash, not so much. The extra 50 pounds of food from breakfast, a lot," Gavin answered, causing everyone to laugh. Chapter 7, Cerulean City Pokémon Contest. Misty vs May vs Dawn. "Wow!" Max said in amazement as the group walked through the aquarium of the Cerulean City gym. They all looked in awe at all of the water-type Pokémon that swam through the water, separated from them by glass panels. "Pika." Pikachu agreed. "Plop." Piplup said, secretly wanting to swim in there now. "Misty, did you and sisters get some more water Pokémon since the last time me and Ash were here?" Brock asked. "Yeah," Misty replied. "We got some new ones from areas in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova." "Cool," Ash said as he walked with the group, holding May's hand as they walked through the hallway towards the gym's pool area. They had made their relationship official to the group earlier, however, they still hadn't told their parents. Anyways, the group finally reached the area where the gym's pool was. It was a large pool that connected to the aquarium, and it was surrounded by stands. It looked pretty much the same, except there were a few new additions to it. What's going on? Misty said out loud as they saw that 2 large screens had been put up, plus, there were 3 contest judges' boxes. In a corner, they saw Misty's 3 sisters, Daisy, Violet, and Lily, talking to a few people. They walked up to them, and as the people that the sisters had been talking to left, the sensational sisters noticed the group. "Oh, hey, Misty," Daisy said with a wave. "You made it back just in time." Daisy, Violet, Lily. "You remember Ash, Brock, and Tracy?" Misty said, pointing out our hero, the spiky-haired Pokémon doctor, and the Orange Archipelago native lab assistant to Professor Oak. "Hey, guys," the 3 girls said, acknowledging their presence amidst the squabble going on in the gym. Pikachu said, annoyed. "Oh, and Pikachu too," Misty said in embarrassment. "Chew," Pikachu said, feeling better. "And this is May, Dawn, Gary, and Gavin," Misty said, pointing to the others. "Plus, Piplup, Piku, and Meowth." "Wait. Aren't you May, the famous coordinator from the Hoenn region?" Daisy asked excitedly. "Yeah, that's me," May said humbly. "And you're Dawn, the famous coordinator from Sinnoh," Violet said in realization. Yeah," Dawn said, turning red. "This is just too perfect," Lily said as the 3 sisters began to shake with excitement. "What do you mean? What's going on?" Misty asked. "You see, lately, we've been watching a lot of Pokémon contests on TV," Daisy explained. "And so, since there haven't been any gym challenges lately," Violet added, "we decided to hold an unofficial contest here at the Cerulean City Gym." Lily finished. "A Pokémon contest," the group exclaimed. "Yeah, and the winner gets this," Daisy said as she pulled out a ribbon that had a triangular-shaped medal with light blue ribbon. "We call it, the Cascade Ribbon." "That's so cool," both May and Dawn exclaimed. "Yeah, so, do you guys wanna, enter and stuff?" Daisy asked. "Yes," the 2 coordinators said in unison. "What exactly happens in a Pokémon contest?" Misty asked. "Well, in a contest, there are 2 rounds. The first is an appeal round, where trainers show off their Pokémon's moves," Brock explained. "The Pokémon are given points based on how beautiful and skilled their appeals were. Then, the coordinators with the highest amount of points go on to the battle round. In that round, battles are held in which the Pokémon battle in an appealing way. The coordinators are given points during a 5-minute battle. The points are decreased if their opponent hits them with an attack, when an attack fails, when a particularly beautiful move is done, or when the opponent's move is used to their advantage." "Oh, I see," Misty said with a smile of understanding. "I think I'll enter, too." "What?" the group said in surprise. Later, the whole stadium was filled with contest fans, waiting for the event to begin. In the stands sat Ash, Gavin, Brock, Gary, and Max, along with Pikachu, Meowth, and Piku. In the judges' booths sat the sensational sisters, who had watched enough of the Pokémon contests to know how to judge the contests correctly and fairly. The contest announcer was to be the Cerulean City nurse Joy, who had happily volunteered. In the dressing room, Misty, May, and Dawn were all busily getting ready for the contest. May was wearing her Arabian-style outfit and Dawn was wearing her usual pink dress that she wore for her contests. Misty, however, was wearing a white one-piece bathing suit with a navy collar and a light blue jacket worn open and over the swimsuit, plus white flip-flops. "You look great, Misty," Dawn said admiringly. "Thanks," Misty said, looking at her Pokeballs, trying to decide what Pokémon to use for the appeal round. "So have you guys figured out what Pokémon you're going to use?" The other 2 girls nodded. They had already made the arrangements in picking them. "Well," Misty said in indecision, "I guess I use this one for the appeal round." She held up a ball for them to see. And this one for the battle round, she said, holding up another. Okay, let's go. May said with enthusiasm. Alright, let's get this contest started. Nurse Joy said to the crowd through a microphone. The crowd cheered as the spotlight went onto her. In the first round, we will have our coordinators do appeals for the enjoyment of the audience and our judges, the Sensational Sisters. She said, pointing her hand towards the three sister judges. So, let's begin with our first coordinator, Dawn. She said as the blue-haired coordinator ran to the edge of the pool with a purple and white pokeball in hand. Okay, Piplup, spotlight. Dawn shouted as she threw the ball into the air, releasing the small, blue, penguin Pokémon appeared onto a floating platform, surrounded by a multitude of white stars. Piplup. It said as it jumped around in a very hyperactive way. Piplup, use Whirlpool. Dawn commanded. Piplup released a large spiral of water towards the pool, causing a water tornado to form. Now, use Bubble Beam. Dawn yelled. Piplup fired a bunch of bubbles at the tornado, causing them to swirl around the spiral. Wow! Piplup has used the bubbles from its Bubble Beam and its Whirlpool to create a spiral of bubbles. Nurse Joy exclaimed to the crowd. Now, finish it off with Hydro Pump. Dawn shouted. Piplup then sent a blast of water towards the spiral, causing the water to implode and create beautiful waves, and the bubbles to pop and create a shower of blue sparkles to rain down all around the stadium. The crowd exploded into cheers as Piplup landed gracefully back onto the platform. The three sisters all gave Dawn great reviews and then, Dawn waved to the crowd, who cheered harder than ever. Wow, Dawn did a great job. Gavin said as the crowd continued to cheer for their friend. Funny how you're the first one to say something about the appeal, Gavin, Max said with a chuckle. Gavin growled at the young trainer, who shrank down into his seat. Ah, young love, a deep voice said behind them. The boys turned around and saw a tall man wearing a black, spread hat on top of a head of short black hair, a long, black cloak connected around his neck with a red gem, a white-colored collared shirt, black pants, and black boots. On his shoulder sat a small, black bird with a crooked, yellow beak, a crest that looked like a witch's hat and a tail similar to a broom. Oh, hello, young friends. The man said, noticing the boys staring at him. My name is Jeremiah, and this is Mimi. The Murkrow on his shoulder chirped in greeting. After the boys introduced themselves, Jeremiah looked at Gavin and asked, So, from what I've heard, you like this girl? He pointed out Dawn, who was still waving to the crowd. The other guys chuckled as Gavin turned red in both embarrassment and anger. It's quite all right, my young friend, Jeremiah said with a smile, this reminds me of a quote. He then took out a small puppet of a man with wavy black hair and a black mustache, wearing a black suit. We loved with a love that was more than love. He had the puppet say in a squeaky voice. What's with the puppet? Brock asked. Then, in the puppet's voice, Jeremiah said, Don't question the puppet. The guys all turned back around, all very confused and creeped out, and went back to cheering for their friend, who had now exited back to the locker room. Now, let's welcome our next coordinator, May. Nurse Joy said to the crowd as the Hoenn brunette ran to the pool. Glacian, take the stage. May yelled as she threw a ball into the air, causing the fresh snow Pokémon to appear onto a platform in a flash of sparkles. Glacian, use Ice Beam. May ordered. Glacian opened its mouth and a light blue ball appeared in front of it. It then fired light blue beams of light from the ball at the pool, freezing the water completely. Now, use Secret Power. May shouted. Glacian's body glowed in a pink aura, and then, a wave of pink light came off of it, covering the ice. Then, the ice began to crack and break, but it soon began to gather together and create an iceberg around Glacian. Use Mirror Coat. May instructed. Glacian's body became surrounded by a white reflective glow, causing the ice encasing it to shine like a disco ball. Amazing! Glacian's mirror coat has turned the iceberg into a mountain of lights. Nurse Joy said to the audience. Now, finish it with Iron Tail. May yelled. Glacian's tail took a metallic shine and it broke out of the ice, shattering it completely and creating ice blue sparkles that fell through the air. The crowd cheered as May and Glacian bowed to the audience after receiving good marks from the sisters. May did awesome. Ash said as May waved to the crowd. Well, I guess we know who got Ash's vote. Gary said, snickering. Shut up, Gary, Ash said without even looking at him. Now for our next coordinator, the resident gym leader of the Cerulean City Gym, Misty. Nurse Joy announced. Misty ran towards the pool, throwing a pokeball into the air, saying, Azurill, time for the show. In a flash of pink hearts, the polka dot Pokémon appeared in the water. Azurill, use waterfall. Misty commanded. Azurill's eyes glowed light blue and a column of water rose from the pool. Azurill began swimming up the column in a fast, spiraling motion, stopping at the top, sitting on its buoyant tail. Now, use water sport. Misty yelled. Azurill opened its mouth and released several streams of water that surrounded the water column and rotated around it. Now, finish with refresh. Misty instructed. Azurill's body began to glow light blue and waves of energy began going through the column and the streams, causing them to shine brightly. Incredible! Nurse Joy said as she and the crowd watched the spiral of water and light. After the water dissipated, Azurill did several flips through the air, landing softly on its tail on a platform, surrounded by sparkles. The crowd cheered loudly for the water Pokémon trainer, who smiled brightly. Later, after several other appeals, the judges began deciding on the coordinators who would go on to the second round. Okay. Now, on the screen, you will see the 4 coordinators who will compete for the Cascade Ribbon in the battle round. Nurse Joy said, directing everyone's attention to the screen. On the screen, 4 slots began shifting through the pictures of the competitors, until finally, they stopped on 4 pictures, 3 of them of Misty, May, and Dawn. Alright, they all made it. Ash said in revelation. Yeah, but now, they have to face off against each other, Max said as a matter of factly. Soon, the first 2 battles were decided. After May beat the 4th coordinator, it was time for the battle between Misty and Dawn. This will be a 5-minute battle between Misty of Cerulean City and Dawn of Twinleaf Town. Nurse Joy said as the 2 competitors stood on either side of the field. Whichever coordinator has the most points left at the end of the time PRD will go on to the final round against May. Now, begin. Togekiss, Spotlight. Dawn said as her flying Pokémon appeared into the air with small, pink petals flying around it. Corsola, time for the show. Misty yelled as the coral Pokémon appeared in a multitude of pink bubbles. Togekiss, use Aura Sphere. Dawn commanded. Togekiss put its wings together and fired a ball of blue aura at Corsola. Corsola, use Spike Cannon. Misty ordered. Corsola's body glowed white and then it shot a bunch of white spikes at the aura sphere, causing it to shatter, creating glittering shimmers of light. Everyone awed at the light, while Dawn lost a little bit of her points shown up on the screen. Dawn grimaced and then smiled at an idea. Togekiss, go underwater and use Sky Attack. Dawn instructed. Togekiss dove into the pool and its body began glowing in a white aura, causing the pool water to glow brightly and Misty to lose points. Corsola, quick, stop it by using Water Pulse in the pool. Misty yelled. A ball of water appeared in front of Corsola's open mouth and then it launched it into the pool, causing the water to ripple with vibrations, hurting Togekiss and stopping its attack completely. Dawn's points took a good hit. Now, use Head Smash. Misty instructed. Corsola's body became covered in a bluish-white glow and then it dived down into the water towards Togekiss. Togekiss, use Air Slash. Dawn commanded. Togekiss began spinning around, creating glowing blue bubbles. It then sent a large bubble speeding towards Corsola, knocking it out of the water. Misty's points took a heavy toll. Time. Nurse Joy yelled as the buzzer went off. Togekiss swam to the surface and shook the water off of itself on a platform. And the winner is, she said as everyone looked to the screen. They both had similar amounts of points, but Misty's was slightly higher. It's Misty. Nurse Joy announced. Misty began waving to the crowd with her Corsola on her arm. Togekiss flew to Dawn and tried to comfort her, but Dawn stood there with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Togekiss, Dawn said as she walked back to the locker room with the Jubilee Pokémon flying after her. Poor Dawn, Max said sadly as they watched their blue-haired friend walk off the field. Someone should go talk to her, Tracy said observantly. Gavin, why don't you talk to her? Ash said to his cousin. What? Why me? Gavin said defensively. However, after a long, hard look from the other guys, Gavin sighed and walked out of the row, up the stairs, and towards the locker rooms with Piku in tow. Good luck, my friend. Jeremiah said with a wave. Murmur crow. Mimi squawked. Pyth thigh, Piku growled at the annoying crow. Soon, Misty and May were on opposite sides of the pool for the final round. Everyone was ready to see the final battle for the Cascade Ribbon. It is now time for the final round between Misty and May. Nurse Joy pronounced to the audience. Whoever wins will have won this Pokémon contest. Now, let's begin. The timer began counting down as Misty and May sent out Corsola and Wartortle into the pool. Corsola, use Bubble Beam. Misty yelled as Corsola started releasing a stream of bubbles at the turtle Pokémon. Wartortle, use Ice Beam. May commanded as Wartortle shot several light blue beams of light at the bubbles, causing them to pop and create sparkles of blue light. The ice beam broke through the bubbles and continued on towards Corsola. Corsola, use Mirror Coat. Misty ordered. Corsola's body glowed yellow-orange and the beam of ice was deflected back towards Wartortle. Wartortle, use Rapid Spin. May shouted. Wartortle went into its shell and it began spinning like a disc. It was able to stop the ice beam when it hit the spinning shell, creating sparks of ice. Through all of this, May and Misty had both lost the same amount of points. This is so exciting. Who will win? Nurse Joy said ecstatically. Dawn sat in the locker room, looking down at the ground with tears falling down her face. Piplup and Togekiss stood in front of her, their efforts in cheering her up failed. I can't believe this. She cried. I was able to get runner-up in the Sinnoh Grand Festival, and then I got in the top 16 at the Hoenn Grand Festival. Now, I lost to someone who has battled all of her life. Am I losing my touch? Paichu. A voice said in front of her. She looked down and saw Piku with an encouraging smile on its face. Piku, what are you doing here? Dawn asked the Pokémon. Hey, Dawn. Is it okay if we come in? A familiar voice said from the doorway. She looked and saw Gavin with his hand rubbing the back of his head uneasily. Oh, Gavin. Dawn said in surprise, quickly wiping the tears out of her eyes. Sure, come on in. Gavin walked in, sat down next to her, and put an arm around her. You know, just because you lost, doesn't mean you have to cry, Gavin said, causing her to look in wonder at the boy. I can't tell you how many battles I've lost. I was so mad and angry at myself for losing them. But in the end, I realized that everyone loses sometimes, even to people that have less experience about them. It's frustrating, but as long as you have fun in what you do, it doesn't matter if you win or lose at anything. Dawn's tears ceased and then she smiled at the trainer. Thanks, Gavin. She said, suddenly hugging Gavin. Gavin immediately turned red. And, time. Nurse Joy yelled as the buzzer went off. And the winner is, May. May and Misty's points had been close, but May had just a little bit more left. The two shook hands as the crowd cheered. Soon, May was handed the cascade ribbon. Right near the stand was the rest of the group except for Gavin and Dawn, who had just walked back into the stadium together. "Hey, look guys," Max said, pointing at the trainer and the coordinator. He then began doing a little song, Gavin and Dawn, sitting in a tree, KISSNGGGGGGGGGG. Everyone laughed at the sight of Max, who had been thrown into the pool by an annoyed May. Max looked mad at first, but then, he joined in the laughter. "Did you enjoy the show, my little friend?" Jeremiah said to Mimi, who happily chirped and ate the berry her trainer had just given her. Jeremiah then looked towards the sunset, his smile turning into a frown. "Now, we must focus on the task at hand," he said as they began to walk down the hill towards Vermilion City. Chapter 8, Vermilion Reunion. Ambipom's biggest challenge. What? What do you mean that there's not gonna be another boat until tomorrow? Ash yelled. The others sighed. They had left Cerulean City that morning and had arrived in Vermilion City about an hour ago. After navigating the city and finally finding the docks, they had just learned that they had just missed the boat to tomorrow and would have to wait until tomorrow in order to get there. After the dock worker apologized with a frightened expression on his face, he practically ran away, leaving Ash standing there, steaming in anger. May just smiled and wrapped her arms around his muscular one. "It's okay, Ashy," she said in a calming and stuck voice that made the others' sweat drop. "We'll just wait until tomorrow's boat." She felt Ash's tense arms loosen up and saw that his anger had ceased. He looked down at her in such a mushy, lovey-dovey sort of way, that it made Max GG at the sight of it. "Besides," she said, still maintaining her mesmerizing voice, "there's supposed to be this amazing restaurant here with all of the best food." Ash and Pikachu, who sat on the shoulder opposite of May, both went wide-eyed and drooling at the sound of that word. "Food? Where?" he said, looking around for any sign of that wonderful sustenance that he longed for. Pikachu was even sniffing the air in order to help his trainer. Everyone laughed. Ash turned red, embarrassed at his actions, and then turned to May and smiled. "So, where is this place?" he asked, causing her to grin in excitement. The group soon arrived at a huge restaurant by the name of the Striking Raichu. From the look of the sign with a picture of a Raichu on it, Ash and Pikachu remembered what they had done in Vermilion City the first time they had come there. After getting a table, the 9 teens began to order. As Gavin was looking at his menu, he began to feel a tickling sensation on his right side. "Huh?" he said as he turned around. No one was there and the tickling was gone. Gavin shrugged it off and went back to the menu. After a nice lunch, the group decided to go over to the Pokémon Center in order to reserve a couple of rooms for the night. When they got there, it was full of trainers all crowed around a poster that looked like it was just put up. While Brock went over to Nurse Joy, along with Krogunk, Misty, and Max, Ash and the others went over to go see what was going on. As they got closer, they heard voices saying, "I hear that the Ace of Sinnoh is going to face the Johto champion today. Yeah, this match is going to be great. Best all season." Another voice added. "I wonder what's going on," Ash thought out loud. "It's probably Pokémon Ping Pong," Gavin answered nonchalantly. "Pokémon Ping Pong. That means..." Dawn said as her heart raced. Then, from out of nowhere, a large purple blur came and brought Gavin to the ground. "Gavin!" The others yelled at the sight of the friend being knocked down. They looked down and couldn't believe what they saw. Gavin was flat on the ground, being tickled by a purple, monkey-like Pokémon with 2 tails, each with a rounded hand with 3 red-tipped fingers, a split hair at the top of its head, and a purple, triangular nose. "Stop! Stop! That tickles!" Gavin said, rolling on the floor laughing from the tickle attack of the hyperactive long-tail Pokémon. "Could someone get this Pokémon off of me?" "Ambipom!" Dawn exclaimed as her old Pokémon saw her and smiled. They both jumped towards each other and embraced. At this point, Gavin was able to get up. Pikachu and Piplup ran over to their old friend to greet her. Pika. Pikachu waved. Piplup. Piplup said as it hugged one of Ambipom's tails. Ambi. Ambipom said, happy to see her old friends. Just then, a man with purple hair, wearing a green t-shirt and a yellow jacket walked up. There you are, Ambipom. I was wondering where you. He had just noticed the teens. Ash, Dawn. It's nice to see you again. Likewise, Ash and Dawn both said to their old friend, oh, leaving the others confused. After waking Brock up and he, Ash, and Dawn introduced O to their friends, they all sat down in the Pokémon Center lobby. O began to talk about the upcoming match that way taking place today. This is the final match of the season, O explained. After this, it'll be over for a whole year. Who's in the match? Max asked. We heard something about the Ace of Sinnoh, May stated to the ones who had missed the conversation that they had unintentionally eavesdropped on. Yeah, and that's this little athlete here, O said, rubbing Ambipom's head, causing the monkey Pokémon to blush. Wow, Ambipom, that's so cool. Dawn said to her former Pokémon, causing her to turn even redder. And Ambipom's going up against the formidable champion of Johto, O added. Who's the champion of Johto? Everyone but Gavin and May asked. I've got this one, May said, pulling out a magazine with a picture of a girl around Dawn's age standing next to a Xatu. Her name is Alyssa. She's an outstanding Pokémon ping pong player, and her Xatu is unbeatable. They've never lost once. I played her once, Gavin said, looking at the magazine cover. She's fast, and her Xatu's wings pack quite a punch. Plus, because it can see into the future, O explained with an ominous look, it always knows how the opponent is going to hit the ball. Luckily, Ambipom shouldn't have that problem. How come? Misty asked. Because Ambipom wants Dawn to be her partner in the match, O answered. What? Dawn shrieked. Ambipom said with a wide grin. Later, Ash and the others found themselves at the Vermilion City Pokémon Ping Pong Center, waiting to watch their friend in her upcoming match. Dawn, however, was freaking out in her team's locker room. She had already broken 3 paddles out of nervousness. Dawn, calm down. You're going to do fine. May said encouragingly. Yeah, from what we heard, you made the top 4 in the tournament back in Sandalstraw Town, Misty added. But this is different. Dawn yelled. That was a while ago. Plus, it was Ambipom who got us that far. Ambipom, seeing that her trainer was in distress, walked over to Dawn and stopped her before she broke her 4th paddle. Dawn loosened her grip and smiled gratefully. Thanks, Ambipom, Dawn said appreciatively. I needed that. You know what, we're gonna win this time. As Dawn stood with her fist held into the air, pose and all, Ambipom danced around and cheered. They were both ready to win. Welcome, everyone to the final match of the Pokémon Ping Pong World Championship. An announcer's voice could be heard saying over the loudspeakers. Today, we will see a fierce game between the champion of Johto, Xatu, and its partner, Alyssa of Cyanwood City, and the Ace of Sinnoh, Ambipom and her trainer, Dawn from Twinleaf Town. Everyone cheered as the 2 competitors stood on either side of the smooth, green ping pong table. On one side, Dawn stood with a paddle in her hand, with her Pokémon beside her, readying her tails. On the other side stood the green, condor-like Pokémon, staring off into space. Standing beside it was a girl with green hair and brown eyes, wearing a bright yellow half-shirt, a white skirt, and brown flip-flops. She had a smirk on her face, as if she knew what was going to happen. The winner of this match, the announcer continued, will receive the grand prize of the Pokémon Ping Pong Championship medal. Everyone looked towards a table near the scorekeeper's box. On it was a gold medal with long, red ribbon. Engraved upon it was an image of 2 paddles and a ping pong ball. It gave off a magnificent shine that was similar to the shimmer given off of a freshly won gym badge or contest ribbon. Alright, first team to 11 points wins the match, the referee stated to Dawn and her opponent. Begin. Dawn served first. She hit towards Alyssa, who hit it back easily. The ball bounced towards Ambipom, who hit it back just as easily to Xatu. Xatu's eyes didn't move from its distant look as it smacked the ball back to Ambipom with one of its white wings. Dawn could already tell that this match was going to be a tough one. Ash and the others watched the match with intense focus as the two players and their Pokémon hit the ball back and forth without cease. It was sort of like watching a skilled and graceful dance. Ambipom's gotten better since the last time we saw her play, Brock noticed. It's like ping pong has become her second nature, Ash added. This is gonna be a long game, Meowth said with a sigh. Soon, after what seemed like hours, the score was tied 10-0. Dawn and Ambipom only needed 2 points in order to win. A drop of sweat could be seen on Dawn's brow. This match required all of her concentration. Just one distraction could mean a loss for her and Ambipom. The long-tail Pokémon was just as focused. Each time the ball came to her, she hit it back easily with one of her tails. Despite the intensity of the match, everyone could tell that all 4 of the competitors were starting to tire out. It looked like it took a lot of energy for Alyssa to just hit the ball to Dawn. Even Xatu had a few drops of sweat dripping down its face. Finally, Ambipom was able to score their team's 11th point. Now, all Dawn and Ambipom had to do was score another point, and at the same time, prevent Alyssa and Xatu from scoring again. It was Alyssa's serve. She hit it to Dawn, who hit it to Xatu. Xatu, slower than earlier, hit the ball to Ambipom. As the ball came towards Ambipom, a knowing smile appeared on her face. She jumped into the air, and with a flip in midair, she came the ball a good hit. The force of the hit was so strong that the ball went towards Xatu with a powerful velocity that caused the ball to light up in blue flames. This occurrence frightened the future-seeing bird Pokémon so much that when it went to hit the ball, it missed completely. The ball fell to the ground in slow motion, finally hitting the ground. The impact of the ball when it hit the floor seemed to sound louder than it actually was. Everyone watched the scoreboard as the Dawn and Ambipom score changed from 11 to, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Pokémon Ping Pong World Championship is the team of Dawn and Ambipom. The announcer's voice blared through the speakers. The crowd erupted into a large cheer. It took Dawn a second to realize what had just happened. Soon, however, her face broke out into a large smile. We did it! She exclaimed, both her and Ambipom jumping up and down with glee. We did it! We won! 5 minutes later, she and Ambipom were presented with the championship medal. Dawn took the medal and put around Ambipom's neck. They did it! May said happily. Yeah, after all of this time, they still make a great team, Ash commented. Later that night, everyone went back to the Pokémon Center in order to get some rest for their long journey tomorrow. Ash was sitting at a table, eating a late-night snack, and by snack, I mean feast, when all of a sudden, he saw May and Max running up to him with panicked expressions on their faces. What's wrong, May? He asked worriedly. Max and I were just talking on the phone to Mom and Dad, May started to explain. When Max here, she said this with a quick look of anger at her brother, who responded, I said I was sorry. Accidentally let it slip the fact that we're dating. Now, my dad wants to have a word with you. Oh, boy, Ash said with a look of extreme panic on his face. Meanwhile, Gavin was watching the others talk on the videophones to their parents and families. He noticed that May was dragging a solemn-looking Ash towards one of them. This made him chuckle. Soon enough, Dawn said goodbye to her mom and then went to go sit by Gavin. Aren't you going to call your parents? She asked. No, Gavin said with a laid-back look to him. They know that I'll be fine as long as I've got Piku here with me. Pie. Piku nodded from Gavin's shoulder. Dawn saw that Gavin was looking down at the ground now, like there was something that he didn't want. to admit. Before she could ask him what was wrong, a familiar purple blur appeared out of nowhere and knocked him out of his chair. Dawn looked under the table and saw Gavin on the floor, once again being practically tickled to death by Ambipom. Piku stood next to him, laughing at the sight of his trainer. Ambipom, what are you doing here? Dawn asked, surprised by the sight of her Pokémon. Ambipom handed Dawn a note with one of her tail hands and then proceeded to tickle Gavin ceaselessly. Dawn looked at the note and read. Dear Dawn. After the tournament ended, Ambipom was getting a little restless, and since the next season doesn't start for a whole another year, I thought that it would be nice if Ambipom went with you on your trip to the Amaro region. It'll be a nice break for her, and you two will be able to compete in the contests there. I wish the both of you luck. Sincerely. Oh. Wow, that's great. Dawn exclaimed. So, Ambipom, are ready to do more contests together? Ambipom nodded. Gavin's face, however, was slowly turning red as the monkey-like Pokémon used her extra appendages for her evil purposes. Could someone get Ambipom off of me? So, what did you want to talk about? Ash said slowly. As if he already didn't know. I wanted to talk about your dating of my daughter, a man with navy-colored hair and navy-colored eyes said with a stern look on his face. Behind him stood a large, bulky, ape-like Pokémon. Ash had a frightened look on his face at the thought of what Norman could do to him if he ever got his hands on him. Then, out of nowhere, Norman broke out into a laugh. Ash looked confused. I'm just messing with you. He said with a chuckle. I'm absolutely fine with this. I don't mind that you're dating my daughter. If you make her happy, then I'm happy. Then, the stern look returned to his face and he said, but if you do anything to hurt my daughter in any way, well, use your imagination. Heh. Right, Ash said, completely scared out of his wits at this point. But, Ash, Norman said with a grin and a wink, good luck. Thank you, Ash said, feeling a little better. A few hours later, everyone was trying to sleep, but to no avail. They were all too excited about tomorrow. Soon, they would be in the Amaro region. And soon, they would all find themselves presented with the ultimate challenge. Chapter 9, A Seafaring Adventure. Captain Briny's Quest. It was a bright and beautiful morning in the Vermilion Harbor as Ash and his friends walked towards a large and beautiful ocean liner. It was about 3 floors high, the purest of white in color, and when it blew its horn, the sound was clear and lovely to the ear. Having gotten the tickets the day before, they showed their tickets to one of the sailors at the bottom of the ramp and then climbed aboard the massive vessel. They were told when they went to check into their rooms that their rooms were situated on the 2nd floor. After 5 minutes of walking around the hallways of the 2nd floor, they finally found their cabin, which held all of their rooms together. As they entered the cabin, they saw a living room with a TV, a small coffee table, a couch and several other chairs. Next to it was a kitchen and dining area. Brock had all that he could need to prepare the meals while on the trip. In between the living and dining areas was a PC, which had the capability of Pokémon transfer and calls to family and friends. The cabin had 3 bedrooms. One would hold the girls, Ash, Max, and Gavin would take the second, the third would be home to Gary, Brock, and Tracy. This is amazing! Dawn exclaimed. Ooh, I can't wait to relax. May said excitedly. What is there to do on this boat anyways? Max asked. Brock quickly took out a brochure for the cruise liner that he had picked up in the lobby when they checked in. Let's see, he said as he began to read the brochure. There's a pool to go swimming in with a diving board and a water slide. Awesome! May said suddenly. That means I get to try on my new bikini. As May said that, Gavin looked over at Ash and saw that he was fist-pumping where May couldn't see him, silently saying, yes. Near the pool, a lot of people sunbathe, Tracy read over Brock's shoulder. Brock knew at that point what he was going to do. There's an area where people can fish, Gary pointed out a picture of it on the pamphlet. Sounds like fun, right, Tracy? Misty winked. Yeah, Tracy replied, turning red. That does sound like fun. I'll join you if you don't mind, Gary said quickly. Sure, Gary, Misty said with a surprised look on her face. That's fine. Gary looked happy while Tracy stood there, fuming at the brown-haired researcher. Hey, Gavin, could you watch Pikachu and Meowth for me? Ash asked his cousin. Sure, I guess, Gavin said, looking down at the electric mouse and the scratch cat Pokémon. Actually, I think I'll just stay here, Meowth said, walking over to the couch and turning on the TV. This caused everyone to sweat drop. Max, what are you going to do? May asked her little brother. I'm going to stay here with Meowth, Max said, plopping himself down next to Meowth. Everyone fell, anime style. After recovery, everyone but Dawn, Gavin, Max, Pikachu, Piku, Piplup, and Meowth left to go do the activities that they had decided on. Krogunk could be seen out of its ball, following Brock. So, since everyone else is off doing different things, Gavin said, looking at the brochure. Why don't we go do something together? Sure. Dawn said hurriedly. She then realized how fast she had said that, causing a pink tinge to appear on her face. Pika. Pikachu nodded, along with Piku and Piplup. So what do we do? Dawn asked. Gavin said, carefully reading the brochure. Hey, it says here that they're having something called the Captain's Challenge. The Captain's Challenge? Dawn repeated. Yeah, Gavin answered. It looks like it's some sort of scavenger hunt. It says here that you have to go see the captain and he'll give you a quest of sorts. That sounds like fun. Dawn said ecstatically. So I guess we should go see the captain, Gavin said, putting down the brochure. Then, all of a sudden, one of the pokeballs on his belt opened and in a flash of blue light, Eevee appeared next to Gavin's leg, immediately rubbing against it. It said, making some sort of purring noise. I think Eevee wants to help us. Dawn said at the sight of the evolution Pokémon. Gavin turned red and then asked, Eevee, is that true? Do you want to help us? Eevee nodded. Okay, let's go. Dawn said, pointing into the air. Plop. Piplup echoed as it mimicked Dawn's pose. Pika. Pikachu said as he jumped onto Dawn's shoulder. Pie. Piku said as he climbed up to Gavin's head. Gavin then picked up Eevee and Dawn picked up Piplup. Then, the two trainers and the 4 Pokémon left their cabin and started to head towards the captain's quarters. Cannonball. Ash yelled as he jumped from the diving board into the pool, now only wearing a pair of black swim trunks with a yellow lightning bolt pattern on them. As he hit the water, he made a huge splash that got a lot of people wet and angry. Sorry, Ash said as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his now wet head. The passengers grumbled, but went back to their business. Hey, Ash. A female voice that he knew very well called from the top of the diving board plank. He turned and looked, his mouth dropping at the sight that he now beheld. He could see May wearing a red bikini that fit perfectly over her body. Ash hadn't looked at her like this back in the Hoenn region, but now that they were dating, it was a different story. She then jumped from the diving board and did a perfect 10 dive into the pool. When she surfaced, Ash felt like he was seeing her in slow motion, flipping her hair slowly and beautifully. She smiled when she saw the way that he was looking at her. She noticed that he had been working out while he was in Unova. He wasn't disgustingly muscular, he had about the average muscle size for a guy his age. Turning a slight pink, she swam over to him. So, Ashy, what do you think? May asked, modeling off the red bikini. The same thing I always think, Ash responded, getting a confused look from May. You were beautiful before, you're beautiful now, and you always will be. May gave him her beautiful and happy smile, while Ash's face broke out into an evil grin. Ash Ketchum. Put me down. May yelled, having trouble breathing from her laughter as Ash held her up over his head. If you insist, Ash obliged, tossing her a few feet away into the water. Ash began laughing very hard when, suddenly, he felt something grab his leg and pull him under. When Ash finally came up, he saw his beautiful girlfriend laughing. He then joined her and said, "I guess we're even." "So that means we can do this," May said as she swam over to him and wrapped her arms around him. They then pressed their lips together and began a very passionate, and very wet, kiss. At this time, Brock was walking with a sad look on his face. He had tried flirting with some of the beautiful girls on the boat, but Krogunk had stopped him at every turn. Even now, the toxic mouth Pokémon followed closely behind him. Brock then looked over towards the pool and saw Ash and May making out. This made him feel even worse. How come even Ash is able to get a girl before me? He thought to himself. From behind, his poison fighting type Pokémon snickered at his trainer. Gavin and Dawn soon arrived at the captain's quarters. It was a large, metal door with a plaque at the top, inscribed with the word, "Captain." "So, should we knock?" Dawn asked. "I guess," Gavin answered, raising his hand to knock. Then, the doors suddenly burst open and they were all knocked to the ground. "Ouch!" Dawn ummed, rubbing her head. "Man, that smarts," Gavin muttered as he felt his head ache. "Cha!" Pikachu yowled as it lay sprawled on the ground. Then, he saw a hand reach down to help him up. Gavin grabbed on, and soon, he and Dawn were pulled back to their feet. They then saw who their savior was. It was a tall man with a dark tan and a long white beard, wearing a red vest, a collared blue shirt, white pants, brown shoes, and a skipper's cap. Flying next to the man was a large, pelican-like Pokémon with a white body, a yellow underside, blue-tipped wings, blue feet, a blue head crest, and a large, yellow beak with a throat pouch on it. "Sorry about that," the man said with a smile. "That's fine," Gavin and Dawn said in unison. Then, Pikachu suddenly ran to the man, saying, "Pika Pika." "Well, hello there," the man said. Then, he began to look at the Pikachu strangely until a look of revelation appeared on his face. "Are you who I think you are?" the man asked the Pokémon. Pikachu nodded and the man smiled and said, "Then you must Ash Ketchum's Pikachu." "You know Ash?" the two trainers asked. "Yes, he and his friends once saved Pico here from Team Aqua," he said, pointing at the Pelipper, who chirped in greeting. "And by the looks of it, you two know him as well. Is he here?" "Yeah," Dawn answered. "My name's is Dawn and this is Piplup. We traveled with Ash and Brock through the Sinnoh region." "It's nice to meet you, Dawn," the man said. "My name is Mr. Briny and I'm the captain of this vessel. And this is my dear friend, Pico." "Pelle Peeper." Pico squawked to Dawn. Captain Briny then looked Gavin in the eyes and said, "You have the same eyes as Ash. Are you related to him in any way?" "Yeah, I'm his cousin," Gavin replied. "And this is Piku and Eevee. So, is Ash here?" Captain Briny asked. "Yes, and so is May, Max, and Brock," Dawn said to the captain. "Plus, a few others. We're all traveling to the Amaro region together." "That's a fine journey, lassie." Captain Briny nodded. "So, are you two here for the captain's challenge?" "Yes." The two of them said. The Pokémon nodded. "Well, I guess it'd be time to give you your quest," Mr. Briny said with a hearty laugh. He then pulled out a rolled-up piece of paper and handed it to Dawn. "Your quest is to find a golden Pokeball that I hid somewhere aboard this ship and bring it back to me," Captain Briny explained. "Several other teams are also participating, and whichever team has the ball at the end of the day receives a prize." "Awesome!" Dawn exclaimed. She then opened the map, pointed in a certain direction and said, "Let's go." She ran off, leaving Gavin, Captain Briny, Pico, Pikachu, Eevee, Piplup, and Piku their sweat dropping. Gavin sighed, looked down at the Pokémon, and said, "Well, we'd better follow her." Ash and May, now finished swimming, were walking back to the cabin. May's left arm wrapped around Ash's right arm, when, all of a sudden, they saw a blue-haired blur run past them. They both stood there confused until they saw a panting Gavin, Pikachu, Piku, Piplup, and Eevee walking after the blur. When he looked at them, they stared back with raised eyebrows until Gavin said, "Dawn." "Oh," they replied, understanding. Pikachu then ran over to Ash, jumped on his shoulder and said, "Pika Pikachu. Too tired to go on any more. I'm going back to the cabin with you guys." While Gavin and the three Pokémon continued to chase after Dawn, Ash, May, and Pikachu headed back to the cabin. Gavin and his Pokémon companion stopped to rest when they reached the top deck. It was obvious that they weren't going to catch Dawn, so they stopped to rest. Gavin looked around at the sunbathers, but became uneasy when he saw one that looked very familiar. It was a man with short black hair, wearing a widespread, black hat, black sunglasses, and black swim trunks. On his shoulder was a Murkrow, whose eyes were closed, with a pink bow on her head. In his hands, he held a tanning mirror, and his black cloak was hung next to him. Gavin leaned down to the Pokémon and whispered, "Just walk past him slowly." The Pokémon nodded and the four of them began tiptoeing past the man. Then, when it looked like they were in the clear, they heard a familiar voice say, "Don't go." The four tensed up. They slowly turned around and saw Jeremiah and Murkrow looking up at them. "Hello, again," Jeremiah said as Gavin sighed. "What are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same thing," Gavin replied curtly. "Very wise," Jeremiah commented. "Not very polite, but very wise." "Well, to answer your question, I am from the Amaro region and I am heading home." "Then why were you in Kanto the other day?" Gavin asked. "Two reasons, one I shall give you, the other I shall not," he replied. "I was on a life's journey, to find myself." Gavin and the Pokémon sweat dropped and Gavin said, "Well, I guess we'll be going." But just as they were about to walk off, Jeremiah called out, "But don't you want to find the golden Pokeball?" Then, Dawn suddenly appeared by Gavin's side, and said, "Did you say golden Pokeball?" Gavin and the three Pokémon fell anime style while Dawn continued to look at Jeremiah with wide eyes, saying, "Well, did you?" After Gavin recovered, he introduced Dawn to Jeremiah and told him about how the guys met him the other day at the contest. "Hey, isn't this the girl that you," Jeremiah started saying. "So?" Gavin stopped him, turning a deep shade of red. "You said you knew something about the golden Pokeball." "Ah, yes," Jeremiah answered. "I know something about it. I know where it is." "Where?" Gavin and Dawn asked. Jeremiah reached into his cloak, pulled out the golden Pokeball, and said, "Right here." At this point, Dawn joins Gavin and the Pokémon in falling anime style. "I found it earlier, and have been waiting until evening to claim my prize. But if you want it, I will battle you for it." Gavin then rocketed back onto his feet and said, "All right, I accept your challenge. Let's go." After Captain Briny showed up and had the sailors clear the deck for the battle, the others showed up after Dawn called them about Gavin's battle with Jeremiah. To make the battle more interesting, Gavin and Jeremiah decided to use wonder launchers. Gavin's was the normal red, while Jeremiah's was a special black-colored one. It was late afternoon, and the two battlers stood on opposite sides of the deck. After talking for a bit with Ash, May, Max, and Brock, Captain Briny stood on a platform as the referee. In his hand, he held the golden Pokeball. "This shall be a one-on-one battle for the golden Pokeball," he stated to the competitors and those watching. "The winner shall win the captain's challenge. Galade, come on out." Gavin yelled as he threw a Pokeball into the air. In a flash of blue light, the Blade Pokémon appeared. Gavin had gone and called Professor Oak to ask for his Galade before the battle had started. "Galade," he said as he showed off his extending blades. Jeremiah just smirked, threw a Pokeball into the air and said, "Bisharp, release your inner rage." Soon, a humanoid creature appeared onto the deck. It had a round red and black head topped with a gold-colored, double-headed axe blade that resembled a helmet. Its face was yellow and black. It had red shoulder pad-like shoulders with gold tips, black arms and a black torso, metallic, glove-like hands with retractable blade-like attachments on them, and on its torso, 2 blades that resembled a rib cage. It had circular thighs that were colored red and got thinner as they went down, and to top it all off, its feet were like steel war boots that were long and split down the middle. By sharp. It yelled as it brought out its arms' blades and made a slashing motion to show them off. Gallade began to growl at the sharp sword Pokémon. Wow! It's a battle of blades. Misty commented. This is going to be a tough battle, Ash said grimly. Pikachu nodded. What do you mean, Ash? May asked. I've seen both Gallads and Bisharps before, Ash explained. They're both the same height, they're both equally powerful, and they both are warriors. Yeah, there's no telling who'll win this battle, Gary agreed. It's like a white knight is facing off against a black knight, Brock observed. And they both have powerful swords. Meowth said, causing everyone to sweat drop. But which knight will win? Max thought out loud. It doesn't really help that both look like they've been trained very well, Tracy remarked. Good luck, Gavin. Dawn yelled out. Plop. Piplup repeated. When everyone looked over at Dawn and Piplup with smirks and raised eyebrows, Dawn blushed deeply, but she continued to watch her friend. Gavin looked at Jeremiah and his Bisharp. This is going to be a tough battle, Gavin thought. Will I be able to win? Then, he looked over at his friends, and specifically, Dawn, who blushed when he looked at her. Then, he looked beside his leg at Piku and Eevee who cheered for their teammate. Now I know I have to win, he thought as an intensity appeared in his brown eyes. For my Pokémon. For my friends. For Dawn. A blazing intensity like flames was apparent between Gavin and the mysterious trainer Jeremiah and their Pokémon. Now, the question is asked, who will win the battle and the Golden Pokeball? Begin. Captain Briny shouted. Chapter 10, The Fiery Wonder Seaboard Battle. Gallade vs Bisharp. Flashback to last chapter. This shall be a one-on-one battle for the Golden Pokeball. Captain Briny said to the 2 competitors on each side of the battlefield and to the audience on the deck. The winner shall win the captain's challenge. Gallade, come on out. Gavin yelled as he threw a Pokeball into the air. In a flash of blue light, the Blade Pokémon appeared. Gallade. He said as he showed off his extending blades. Bisharp, release your inner rage. Jeremiah said with a smirk as he threw a Pokeball onto the deck. Soon, the sharp sword Pokémon appeared on the deck. By sharp. It yelled as it brought out its arms' blades and made a slashing motion to show them off. Gallade began to growl at its opponent. Gavin's friends looked on as the battle was about to begin. They hoped that he would be able to pull it off. Begin. Captain Briny shouted. End flashback. Begin. The captain yelled. Gallade, use Leaf Blade. Gavin commanded. Gallade extended both of his elbows to create blades. He then began to run towards Bisharp, his arm blades glowing bright green. Bisharp, use Fury Cutter. Jeremiah instructed. The blades on Bisharp's arms began glowing red. It then started to run towards the already rushing Gallade. The 2 met in the middle of the field and clashed their arms together, causing sparks to fly. The 2 then broke apart and jumped back in front of their respectable trainers. Gallade, use Vacuum Wave. Gavin ordered. Gallade jumped into the air, his forearms beginning to glow white. He then spun around with his head and his extended arm blades facing Bisharp and fired a horizontal tornado from his body at it. As the cyclone came towards Bisharp, Jeremiah smiled and said, Bisharp, use Iron Defense. Bisharp nodded at its trainer and its body began glowing with a blue outline. Then, the cyclone made impact on its target, but Bisharp just stood there like it didn't feel a thing. As the cyclone continued to hit Bisharp, Jeremiah yelled, "Now, Bisharp, use Metal Burst." Bisharp's body glowed metallically and then created a white ball of energy that absorbed the cyclone. It then threw the ball at Gallade. "Gallade, quick, use Teleport!" Gavin yelled. Gallade's body glowed multicolored and then he disappeared in a flash of light blue vertical lines. After the Metal Burst attack hit the ground, Gallade reappeared a few feet away from where he last appeared. "Wow, that was close," Tracy commented. "I can't believe how powerful that Bisharp is," Max said as his eyes lay upon Jeremiah's Pokémon. "I don't think Gavin stands a chance." That comment gave him a hard chop from his older sister, who yelled, "Whose side are you on?" Max waved both of his hands in front of his body at May, saying, "I'm on Gavin's." "I'm just saying that Jeremiah's Bisharp looks pretty powerful." "But you forget, Max," Gary said with a smirk, "Gavin's Gallade is impressive, too. It takes great speed to teleport that quickly." "Gallade, use Psycho Cut," Gavin commanded. Gallade's forearms began to glow light blue and the backs grew longer. He then began to swing his arms repeatedly, shooting multiple crescent blades of light blue energy at Bisharp. "Bisharp, take it in," Jeremiah instructed. The blades of energy came at Bisharp and just bounced off of it, fell to the ground, and then dissipated. "What happened?" Misty asked in a confused tone. "Why didn't Psycho Cut work?" May added. "Because Psycho Cut's a psychic-type attack and Bisharp's part dark-type," Ash explained. Dark types aren't affected by psychic-type attacks. "Bisharp, use Shadow Claw," Jeremiah ordered. Bisharp jumped into the air as its lower arms suddenly became enveloped in a dark purple aura. It then came down towards Gallade in order to strike at it. "Gallade, look out!" Gavin yelled. Gallade tried to jump out of the way, but Bisharp managed to hit it on his right arm. "Laid!" Gallade cried out in pain, clutching its right arm. "Gallade, no!" Gavin said worriedly. Gallade panted heavily as he stood there holding his arm while Bisharp jumped back to its position in front of Jeremiah. "What's wrong with Gallade?" Dawn asked in a concerned tone. "Bisharp used Shadow Claw on it," Brock said, looking worried. Shadow Claw's a ghost-type attack, which is one of Gallade's weaknesses. Jeremiah must have known to hit Gallade in the place that Gallade uses to attack. "What'll Gavin do?" May inquired of Ash. "I don't know," Ash admitted. "Bisharp can't be hit by Psycho Cut, and it has amazing defense. It's really weak against fighting-type attacks, but Gallade can't really hit it unless it can get in close range." Jeremiah then held out his Wonder Launcher and said, "Dire hit 3, go." Then, a small, orange disc with a number 3 on it shot out of Jeremiah's Wonder Launcher and went to Bisharp. It caused Bisharp to glow bright orange for a few seconds, and then, when the glowing stopped, Bisharp looked deadlier. "Now, Bisharp, use Iron Head," Jeremiah yelled. The double-headed axe blade on Bisharp's head turned to iron. It then jumped into the air and started heading with its head towards Gallade, ready to headbutt it. Gallade looked like it was trying to move, but couldn't. It was frozen in fear. "Oh, no. Gallade's too hurt and scared to move," Tracy said in a shocked tone. "It's going to get seriously hurt." Misty yelled in fear. As Bisharp continued to head for Gallade, thoughts of panic ran through Gavin's head rapidly. "What am I going to do?" Gavin thought as Bisharp got closer and closer. "Gallade's hurt and there's nothing I can do." Then, Bisharp made impact. It knocked Gallade to the ground. Gallade struggled to get up, flinching at the pain the iron head had given him. Bisharp stood over Gallade menacingly. "Now, Bisharp. Let's finish it off with Night Slash," Jeremiah said to his Pokémon. Both of Bisharp's blades on its forearms began to glow in a sinister-looking red aura. It raised them both, ready to strike the blade Pokémon down. There's nothing I can do. Gavin's thoughts practically yelled in panic. Gallade can't move and Bisharp's about to hurt it. Gavin looked down and said to himself, maybe I'm not cut out for this battling thing. Maybe, I'm a failure. Gavin, don't think that. A voice yelled from the side. Everyone looked towards the source of that voice and saw Dawn looking very irritated for some reason. Bisharp and Gallade even stopped and looked at her. You're not a failure. Dawn shouted angrily. You're probably one of the best battlers that I've ever seen. And what's more, you're nice to your Pokémon and treat them well. You work together and understand each other. From all of the battles I've seen you in, you've never given up and now's not a time to start. You can do it. Yeah, you can win, Gavin. Ash yelled. We believe in you. May cheered. Take that Bisharp down. Meowth said, jumping up and down. Pika Pikachu. Pikachu yelled, jumping with Meowth. Gallade, you can win. With all of his friends cheering. For him on the side, Gavin thought, they believe in me. Maybe I can do this. Paichu. Piku said, are moving to its trainer, telling Gavin that it believe in him. Eevee added, showing that it thought the same as Piku and the others. Gavin thought back to all of the battles that he had been in the past. He had worked together with his Pokémon, and together, they had accomplished great things. Win or lose, he and his Pokémon had never given up, ever. Gallade, being able to feel his trainer's burning passion inside of him, began to stand up and let go of his now stronger arm. He had never felt this strong before. Bisharp began to look a bit frightened at the expression on Gallade's face. Still, Bisharp's Iron Head attack made Gallade flinch, a grin appeared on Gavin's face. It made it flinch. That's it. Gavin then put his right hand on the sunglasses that he wore on his head and said, Dawn's right. I've never given up before. And I'm not going to start now. Gavin then pulled the shades over his eyes. As they went over his eyes, a streak of light shined on the lenses. He looked like a completely different person. It was like he had to use the sunglasses in order to control the passion burning in his brown eyes. I will not lose. Gallade, use signal beam. Gavin yelled. Gielade. Gallade yelled as the red horns on his body suddenly glowed light purple. Then, a rainbow-colored ball formed in front of the horn on the front of his body and Gallade quickly fired a rainbow-colored beam of light from the ball at Bisharp. Sharp. Bisharp said in surprise at the speed of Gallade's attack. It was then knocked back to its side of the deck. How did Gallade attack so fast? Jeremiah said, stunned. You activated his ability, Gavin said with a smile. You see, when Bisharp used Iron Head on Gallade, you made him flinch, which, in turn, activated his Steadfast ability. You see, Steadfast is an ability where if you make the Pokémon with this ability flinch, its speed increases. And now, it's time to gain some ground back in this battle. Gallade, use Sword's Dance. Gallade's forearms began to glow bright purple and the backs grew longer. He then moved around in a sort of dance before finally striking a battle pose. Now, use Psycho Cut. Gavin yelled. The color of Gallade's glowing forearms changed from purple to light blue. He then swung his arms repeatedly, firing several light blue rings of energy at Bisharp. As the attack came towards Bisharp, Jeremiah laughed and said, I thought that we had been over this, my friend. You can't hit Bisharp with psychic-type attacks. Yeah, Gavin said with a smirk, but I can hit it with fighting-type moves. What? Jeremiah said in shock. Gavin held out his Wonder Launcher, aimed it at Gallade, and said, X Attack 6, go. A small, red disc with a number 6 on it shot out at Gallade, causing it to glow in a red aura. After the glowing disappeared, it was clear that the X-Attack 6 disc combined with the sword's dance had powered Gallade up. Use Vacuum Wave. Gavin ordered. Gallade jumped into the air and span around, creating a cyclone, and then, he sent it towards Bisharp and the Psycho Cut attack. The two attacks combined, creating a light blue tornado of psychic and fighting type energy. It hit Bisharp, causing it a lot of damage. Now, use close combat. Gavin commanded. Gallade ran towards the injured Bisharp with its forearms extended into blades. No. Jeremiah said in panic. Bisharp, use Night Slash. Bisharp's blades began glowing red, and it was about to strike, but Gallade was quicker, beginning to strike at Bisharp repeatedly with its blades over and over again. Now, finish it off with Leaf Blade. Gavin yelled. Bisharp, use Metal Claw. Jeremiah shouted. One of Galad's blades began glowing light green, while one of Bisharp's arms turned to iron. They both struck their arms at each other, causing an explosion of black smoke. As the smoke cleared, everyone could see that the two were still standing, both breathing heavily. Gallade and Bisharp looked at each other and grinned. Suddenly, however, Bisharp winced and fell to the deck, swirls appearing in its eyes. Bisharp is unable to battle. Captain Briny announced to the watching crowd. Gallade is the winner. The victory goes to Gavin. As everyone cheered, Gavin took off his sunglasses and put them on top of his head. He then walked over to Gallade and said, "Thank you, Gallade. Thank you for winning this battle." Laid. Gallade said with a smile. Gavin then took out Galad's Pokeball and put him back in it. All of a sudden, Gavin was knocked off balance by a powerful force that gripped him tightly. He then looked down and saw that it was Dawn hugging him. "I knew that you could do it. I just knew it," Dawn said, happily holding on to the trainer with her head on his chest. Gavin smiled at the blue-haired coordinator. "I couldn't have done it without you," Gavin admitted. "If you hadn't broken me out of that funk with your yelling, I might have actually lost." Dawn looked up at Gavin with surprise in her eyes. The two began leaning in towards each other when they suddenly heard someone clear their throat beside them. They both looked and saw all of their friends smiling at them. Gavin and Dawn couldn't be any more redder, quickly letting go of each other. Dawn began twiddling her fingers while Gavin rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Don't mind us," Brock said with a chuckle. "Yeah, we're just enjoying the show," Tracy said, laughing. "No reason to stop," Gary said with a large smirk on his face. "I wouldn't laugh if I were you three," Misty said, clearly irritated. "With the exception of Ash and Gavin, the rest of you guys aren't even close to getting a girl." In just a few seconds, everyone saw Brock, Tracy, and Gary sulking in the corner. Everyone else laughed. Then, Mr. Briny and Jeremiah walked up to those of the group that were not sulking in the corner. "Gavin, it is my privilege as the captain of this ship to give you your prize for winning the captain's challenge," Captain Briny said, pulling a large object out from behind his back. It was a glass dome with a large egg inside of it. The egg was dark green with pale white splotches all over it. At the top of the case was the golden Pokeball. "Your prize is this egg that we found on one of our recent voyages," Captain Briny explained. "From what we can tell, it's the egg to a really rare Pokémon, but we're not sure what it is." "Thank you, Captain Briny," Gavin said to the captain, who nodded. Gavin then turned to Dawn, held out the egg case and said, "Here. We both won it. I want you to have it." However, Dawn pushed the egg back towards him. "Gavin, you won the battle, not me," Dawn said, smiling at the trainer. "It's yours." Gavin then felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Jeremiah with a smile on his face and Mimi the Murkrow on his shoulder. "Thank you for the amazing battle, Gavin," Jeremiah said as he pet Mimi on her head. "I learned something today. No matter how strong you are, love conquers all." Okay?" Gavin said with a confused expression on his face. The girls giggled when they saw that Ash had the same expression on his face. I guess their eye color isn't the only thing they share, Misty said with a snicker. Hey, guys, look. They all suddenly heard Max yell. Hurry! Meowth shouted. Pikapi! Pikachu echoed. Everyone ran to the front of the boat and found Max, Meowth, Pikachu, Piplup, Piku, and Eevee all looking towards something in the distance. Look, it's the Amaro region. May said upon realization. Awesome! Ash said with excitement building inside of him. Soon, they would be in the Amaro region, where new battles, new friends, and new adventures await. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stood on a building overlooking a large city. The figure was looking down and watching as people walked around the streets to different destinations. They walk around in a multitude of lights, thinking that they are safe from the shadows, the figure said in a deep and sinister voice. An evil smirk appeared on his face as he said, they have no idea how wrong they are. Chapter 11, Arrival in a New Region. Amaro Adventure Begin. The Amaro region. A place where the best of the best go to face the ultimate battles. A place where new adventures wait to be experienced. When trainers come from other regions to start their journeys through this ultimate region, they begin in Pallet Town. This town is where Ash and his friends are beginning their journey through Amaro. Ash and the others looked all around them as they walked through the small town of Amaro. It was a bit bigger than the towns that they were used to, but it wasn't big enough by far to be called a city. The 9 trainers didn't really walk all huddled up in a group. At the front, one could see Ash and May walking together with Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. Right behind them, you had Gavin, Brock, Max, and Dawn walking close together. Piku sat on Gavin's right shoulder while Eevee sat on the left one. In Gavin's arms, he held a glass case that held within it a dark green egg with pale white splotches all over it. Dawn held Piplup in her arms as she looked around at all of the sights. In the back, Gary and Tracy could be seen on either side of Misty, who held Azurill in her arms. They passed several buildings as they walked down the street towards their destination, the lab of Professor Oak's colleague, Professor Redwood. Before they had left for the Amaro region, Professor Oak had told them about Professor Redwood and how the Amaro professor was a specialist in the study of the relationship between Pokémon and humans in battles, contests, and their relationship in general. It was he who would be able to give them more information on the Amaro region. Soon enough, they had arrived at the laboratory. It was a large, white building with large amounts of tech on the walls and roof, including a large satellite dish on the roof. They walked up the cobblestone path to the door. Ash knocked 3 times on the wooden door. A few seconds later, the door was opened and they saw the professor immediately. He was a tall man with a young-looking face, piercing gray eyes, short blonde hair, and had a tan similar to the one Ash would get after a little while on his journeys. He wore a white lab coat like the other professors, a black t-shirt, khaki pants, and dark brown boots similar to a cowboy's. He looked to be about 25. If one would look carefully, they could see that the 3 females of the group were staring intently at the man. "Hey there," he said with a large smile. "You must be the trainers Professor Oak was telling me about the other day over the video phone." "Yeah," Ash nodded. "I'm Ash, and this is Pikachu." "Pika." Pikachu said upon introduction. "And I'm May," May said as she held on to Ash's arm. "I'm her brother, Max," Max quickly interjected. "My name's Dawn, and this is Piplup," Dawn said with a smile. "Plup." Piplup said proudly. "I'm Gavin, and this is Piku, Eevee, and, well, we don't know who this is yet," Gavin said as he indicated himself, the 2 Pokémon on his shoulders, and the egg. "Paichu." Piku waved. Eevee said, happily rubbing up against Gavin's head. At that point, if you looked closely, it was almost like the egg had slightly wiggled, as if it was saying hello. "Meowth, that's me." Meowth said with a grin. "A talking Meowth?" "So, it's true." Professor Redwood said with an expression of awe at the Scratch Cat Pokémon. Professor Oak told me about this, but it's still amazing to see one talk in person. Meowth beamed at the professor after hearing the compliment. After the other four and Misty's Azurill introduced themselves, the professor smiled and said, "Well, it's nice to meet you all. I'm Professor Redwood, and I." Suddenly, the group and the professor heard what sounded like a mechanical bird chirping. Then, in what looked like a teleport, a floating, red and blue hummingbird-like creature appeared next to the professor. It had a floating, red-colored head that was detached from its body with a rounded, blue-colored bill and yellow eyes with a dartboard-like pattern in them. It had blue, wing-like legs, a red body with a blue stripe going across it horizontally, and a plump, blue tail. "Oh, yeah," Professor Redwood said, smirking at the Pokémon floating beside him, "Everyone, this is my lab partner, Porygon Z. He helps me with my work in the lab." Z. Porygon Z said happily as it did a backflip in the air. It then began flying around the kids and the Pokémon, acting like it was scanning them or something. Porygon Z, Dawn repeated as she took out her Pokédex to look up info on the professor's Pokémon. Porygon Z, it said in what sounded like a female's voice, the virtual Pokémon. The evolved form of Porygon 2, and the final form of Porygon. It was given new programming in order for it to travel through alien dimensions. However, after receiving the upgrades, it began acting strangely. "Wow! A virtual Pokémon," Max said with wonderment in his eyes as he watched Porygon Z fly around his head. "Why don't you all come in?" Professor Redwood said, gesturing towards the door. Before going inside, Ash and the others let all of their Pokémon out to go and play in the field surrounding the laboratory. Some of the Pokémon, such as Charizard, decided to use this free time to nap. Blaziken and a few of the others went to train. Pikachu and few of the smaller Pokémon opted for a game of tag. After a few minutes of decision, they ended up choosing Weevil, who had just recently gotten back to Gavin's party, as the first to be it. Weevil reluctantly began to count while the others began to hide. Pikachu climbed up into a tree and hid himself among the branches. He soon found, however, he wasn't the only one up there. Note, for this part of the chapter, I will translate what the Pokémon say using italicized words. Meowth will have regular words as he actually speaks human. "Meowth, what are you doing up here?" Pikachu asked the talking Scratch Cat Pokémon. "Huh?" Meowth said, noticing his friend for the first time. "Oh, hey, Pikachu. I'm just thinking." "About what?" Pikachu inquired, now interested. "Well, it's just that, everyone's being so nice to me, even after all of the bad things I did," Meowth said grimly. "Especially in Unova." "Stop beating yourself up about that," Pikachu said to his friend. "We forgave you for all the things that you did." "Yeah, but I lied to you guys about being fired, betrayed you, and caused you all so much trouble and pain," Meowth said, angry at himself. "And yet, you later had the guts to quit Team Rocket," Pikachu said, reassuringly patting his friend on the back. "Yeah, I guess," Meowth said, thinking back to the events that had led him to join Ash for the second time. Flashback to Ash's Unova journey, a couple months after the Battle Subway incident. Meowth sat and watched with guilt and sorrow in his eyes at the sight of Ash, Pikachu, Iris, Sylin, and Axu tied up, their mouths taped shut, and locked up in a cage. The kids were situated in front of his boss, the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni. "So, these are the kids that brought about the end of Team Plasma," Giovanni said with a smirk. "Yes, sir," Jesse said with a salute to the leader of Team Rocket. "The boy with the cap was able to defeat Enz Zekrom with the help of Res Hiram, sir," James added. "And you say that this boy also helped bring down Team Galactic, Team Magma, and Team Aqua?" Giovanni asked. "Yes, sir," the two humans nodded. Meowth looked uneasy as Pikachu stared at him angrily. "Well, I must say," Giovanni said, turning to Ash. "Those are some impressive feats for a trainer so young." I understand now why Jesse, James, and Meowth here followed you for so long. Now, while I am grateful for the help to beat my rival teams, I kill you now, as you have also interfered with Team Rocket's plans for world domination. What? Meowth thought in panic at his boss's words. He then spoke up and asked, "Is it really necessary to kill them, boss?" Giovanni glared at the talking Pokémon and replied, "Yes, you imbecile. Once we get rid of these three, our plans can go further." "What about the twerp's other friends and Pokémon?" Jesse asked. "We'll find them and kill them as well," Giovanni replied with a smirk. "Since you three know so much about them, it shouldn't be too hard to find them." Meowth saw Ash's eyes open wide with fear once these words were said. Meowth knew how he felt. If something bad was going to happen to his friends, he would be scared, too. Then, Meowth looked at Jesse and James and how they felt no emotion at the thought of murder, especially to kids. "Are they even my friends anymore?" Meowth pondered. "We used to have more fun together, but ever since we went to Unova, they've changed." Meowth looked over at Ash and Pikachu. They had caused him so much pain from electrical shocks, fire attacks, and more throughout the years, but when he pretended to have been fired from Team Rocket, they had immediately helped and trusted him. No one else had shown him that kind of love and friendship before. He looked back at Jesse and James. He decided that they were still his friends deep down, but right now, there was more evil in them than he could stand. And if he didn't act now, Ash and his friends would all be killed. He made his choice. Fury swipes. Meowth yelled as he jumped at Giovanni and scratched him in the face with his sharp claws. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing, you buffoon?" Giovanni said as he winced in pain. "Doin' the right thing," Meowth replied. "I've seen a lot evil while bein' with Team Rocket through the years, but you've gone too far this time." Meowth went over to Giovanni's desk and grabbed the remote to the cage that Ash and the others were in. He pushed a button and with a bzzz sound, the cage was unlocked and the cage door flew open. Meowth! Jesse shrieked as the Scratch Cat Pokémon ran in and cut off the ropes around Ash, Pikachu, Iris, Sillin, and Axu with another Fury Swipes attack. "You traitor!" James yelled. "You calling me a traitor?" Meowth responded furiously. "Do you mean to tell me that you're just gonna to let the boss kill innocent kids?" "Yes, and if you don't agree with us, then you're dead to us," Jesse and James said together. Then, the Team Rocket duo each took a Pokeball in hand and sent out Swoobat and Cofagrigus. "Swoobat, use Air Slash on that deserter," Jesse ordered. "Cofagrigus, use Shadow Ball on that turncoat," James instructed. Just as the two Pokémon were charging up their attacks, Ash ripped the tape off of his mouth and shouted, "Pikachu, use Electro Ball." "Paika, Paika." Pikachu said as he charged up an electrical orb on its tail and then threw it at Jesse and James' Pokémon. Swoobat and Cofagrigus were hit and knocked down to the ground. "You little brats," Giovanni growled. He then took out a Pokeball and threw into the air. In a flash of blue light, a large terracotta-colored crocodile with gray stripes, large teeth and claws, a bandit's mask-like black area around its eyes, and a periwinkle-colored belly. The Pokémon growled menacingly. "Crocodile, use Dragon Claw," Giovanni yelled angrily. Crocodile's claws began to glow light blue and then it began running at the kids, ready to slash them. "You call them things claws?" Meowth said with a sneer. "I'll show you real claws." Fury Swipes, full power. Meowth then jumped at the Intimidation Pokémon, its claws sharper than ever, and scratched Crocodile. Crocodile looked like it was in a lot of pain, and it then fell flat on its face, its eyes now swirls. "Meowth! You're fired!" Giovanni yelled. "Oh, yeah. So's your base," Meowth said with a sneer. He then pushed a button on the remote, activating the base's self-destruct function. A timer began counting down. They had approximately 10 minutes to get out of there alive. He then turned to Ash and the others and yelled, "Let's go. This place gonna go up in smoke in 10 minutes." They all then ran out of the base as quickly as they could while all of the Team Rocket members ran to the escape pods. After they got to a safe distance, Ash and the others watched as the base blew up. End flashback. "You see," Pikachu said encouragingly. "A bad guy wouldn't be able to do all of that. A good guy probably wouldn't have gone to those extremes, but you still did some good." "Yeah, you're right," Meowth sighed with a smile. "So, what are you guys playing anyways?" "Tag," Pikachu said, now remembering why he had come up into the tree in the first place. He looked through the branches for any sign of a chase. "Weevil was it when I came up here, but I don't know who it is now." "Run, everybody!" Pikachu and Meowth heard Piplup yell in panic. "Charizard's awake and now he's it." Pikachu and Meowth both looked at each other with frightened expressions. "Zap!" Pikachu said as they both quickly went to get out of the tree. Meanwhile, Ash and the others were getting info on the Amaro region from Professor Redwood. They had already learned that the region had 8 gyms like the other regions, and once you got all 8, you qualified to participate in the Amaro League conference tournament. The contests were team-style, as in 2 people would do performances and contest battles together as a team, and that there were no new Pokémon there, but you could find every kind of Pokémon that could be seen in the other 5 regions in Amaro. After hearing all of this information, the group split up into smaller subgroups in order to enjoy different activities. Ash, May, Gavin, and Dawn had seen a poster for a fair that was in town, so the 4 of them were going to go and check it out. Misty, Brock, and Max were all going to go and eat at a restaurant that they had heard about. Gary and Tracy were going to stay at the lab with Professor Redwood to see some of his research. The Pokémon were all going to stay at the lab for a little bit. At that, they all went to enjoy their activities. "Come on, guys!" May and Dawn yelled as they ran to where a crowd was gathered to purchase tickets. Ash and Gavin sighed. "Even if we have fun, I have a feeling that our wallets are going to be a lot lighter at the end of the day," Ash whispered to Gavin, who nodded in agreement. After buying the tickets, the 4 went into the fairgrounds. Their eyes widened at the sight of all of the rides, booths, and food stands that were there. "Ash, let's go on the Ferris wheel," May said suddenly. She then grabbed Ash's wrist and dragged him towards the behemoth wheel. "See you guys later," the couple yelled back at Gavin and Dawn. Gavin looked at Dawn and asked, "Is it me, or are they ditching us on purpose?" Dawn smirked and replied, "Let's just not do anything that they could make fun of us for later." The 2 then started to make their way toward some of the game booths. "Ash, what's wrong?" May inquired of her now green-faced boyfriend. "You sick or something?" Ash pulled himself back into the carriage and said, "Let's just say that I've never been so good with heights." May raised an eyebrow and asked, "Ash, how can you be afraid of heights? You've ridden on the backs of Charizard, Pidgeot, a Flygon, a Dragonite, and from what I heard, a Giratina." "I don't mind flying," Ash retorted, "and I can stand heights to a point. Let's just say that I had a bad experience at the Nimbasa City Ferris wheel back in Unova." "Well," May said with a smile, "we could hold on to each other to make you feel safer." Ash caught the hint. He then wrapped his arm around her and May lay onto his side. Ash instantly felt better. Ash looked over at May and said, "I love you, May." "I love you, too, Ash," May said, her eyes sparkling. What the couple didn't realize was that they were being watched by 2 pairs of eyes, 1 pair colored emerald and 1 pair colored blue-green. At the time, Gavin and Dawn were walking past all of the many booths of the fair when they suddenly heard a voice say, "Hey, Dawn. Nice to see you again." They turned around to see a familiar-looking spiky-haired redhead with sunglasses on her head. "Zoe!" Dawn exclaimed as she embraced her longtime rival and friend. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you, too, Dawn," Zoe said as they broke the hug. Here for the Amaro contests, too, huh? Yeah, Dawn replied with a grin. I'm teaming up with May in the contests. Cool, so she's here, too? Zoe asked. Dawn nodded. Along with Brock, her little brother, Max, a few of her other friends from the Kanto region. Plus, her new boyfriend, Ash. Ash is her boyfriend. Zoe said in surprise. She then looked over at Gavin and smirked. So, you never introduced me to your friend. Is he your boyfriend? What? Dawn and Gavin yelled in unison. They both looked at each other and turned a deep red. I guess not, Zoe said with a grin. Dawn then introduced Gavin and told Zoe about how he was Ash's cousin and he was traveling with them through the Amaro region. So who's your partner? Dawn asked. Someone I met in the Hoenn region, Zoe answered. I met him LaRue City. I'm currently traveling with him and Kenny, but we also ran into some friends of Kenny's on the boat ride here. You ever heard of Barry and Conway? Oh, yeah, Dawn said, shuddering at memory of Conway. So, where is your friend? He said he had to meet with 2 coordinator friends of his, Zoe explained. Suddenly, Kenny, Barry, and Conway came around the corner, but froze when they saw Dawn and Gavin. Dawn! Kenny said when he saw Gavin. Kenny! Dawn said in surprise. Misty, Brock, and Max were walking back to the lab when all of a sudden, Brock saw a familiar, purple-haired trainer walking towards them. Hey, there, he said with a smirk. Since you're here, you couldn't tell me where Ash is, could you? We have some unfinished business. Paul. Brock said, his, Misty's, and Max's faces all showing shock and surprise. Chapter 12, Pallet Town, a battlefield for rivals. Ash and May were happily getting off of the Ferris wheel together, Ash with his arm around May, when they suddenly saw 2 all too familiar faces. One was a boy around Ash's height with green hair and green eyes, wearing a purple, long-sleeved jacket, a black inner shirt, light blue jeans, and black sneakers. The other that stood beside him looked to be a bit taller than Brock, with long purple hair and blue-green eyes, wearing clothes that probably wouldn't be worn by a normal guy that resembled a cacturn. Well, if it isn't little May and her favorite boy toy. Harley, May's rival from Slateport City, said with his creepy and annoying sing-song voice. Ash and May both blushed at this remark while Drew was glaring daggers at Ash. Ash picked up on this and glared angrily back, putting himself in front of May to protect her. So Ketchum, what's it like to lose in the final round of the Unova League? Drew said curtly with a sneer playing on his face. Ash wanted to run and tackle Drew in anger, but May was holding him back. Don't do it, Ash. May said calmly. Don't let him get to you. Ash looked at May, his expression softening, he then turned to Drew and said, grinning, not bad. I may have lost the battle, but I won a beautiful girl. May smiled lovingly at Ash, which caused Drew to turn red in anger and jealousy. Then, his face turned back to its normal color, turning back into a sneer. Well, at least I won my championship. I even beat your pathetic coordinator girlfriend there. Drew retorted. Now it was May's turn to try and run at him. Luckily, Ash was able to hold her back. Calm down, May, Ash said to her. Like you said, don't let him get to you. Oh, the girl's got a temper. Harley chuckled. You won't win the Amaro contests like that. Shut it, Harley. May yelled furiously. She looked like she was about to explode when all of a sudden, a group of people ran up. Looks like we have company. Harley said as he noticed the people coming up to them. Drew. Ash. May. Zoe said in surprise. What's going on? I was just talking to some old friends, Drew answered. Wait, Zoe, how do you know Drew? Ash asked. I met him in Hoenn, Zoe replied. He's my partner for the Amaro contests. What? Ash and May exclaimed. Even Dawn looked surprised. Ash, hey! Barry suddenly yelled. He ran up to the raven-haired trainer. I'm gonna have to find you after how long it's been. Hey, Barry, it's great to see you, too, Ash said to his Sinnoh rival. Same to you, Conway, Kenny, and Zoe. Thank you, Ash, Conway said with a bit of a creepy voice. Kenny, however, just grunted, continuing to stare jealously at Gavin, who was standing next to Dawn. Gavin just stood there, raising an eyebrow at the sight of the jealous coordinator. Dawn noticed this, and yelled irritably, "Oh, give it a rest, Kenny. I told you, Gavin's not my boyfriend." Whatever you say, DD, they heard a female voice say nearby. Suddenly, everyone saw two girls walking up to them. One was about the same height as Dawn with peach-colored hair, red eyes, wearing a turquoise dress and a white sweater with a lavender bow in the middle of her chest. The other was about the same height as Harley, with long pink hair and blue eyes, wearing an orange blouse, a red belt, a crimson skirt, and knee-high red boots with slightly longer black socks. Ursula. Dawn said in shock. Hi, there, Soledad. May said happily. The two contrasts of emotion going on right now were quite astonishing. While May and Soledad happily greeted each other, Dawn and Ursula were staring at each other tensely. Suddenly, Ash's Pokédex began to ring. Hello. He said as he answered it. When he saw the face of the caller, his eyes widened. Hey, there, Ketchum, Paul said with a smirk. It's been a while. Later, everyone, including the rivals, was at Professor Redwood's lab. As Ash arrived, he saw his rival standing there, waiting for him. So, Ketchum, Paul said as the raven-haired trainer walked up. You ready? Ash nodded. Paul had surprisingly challenged Ash to a battle for the first time since Ash had first met him during his Sinnoh journey. Now, the two rivals stood facing each other, ready for battle. Professor Redwood was to be the referee of the battle. Ash and Paul had decided to have a triple battle to make things more interesting. This will be a triple battle. Professor Redwood announced to people watching. Each trainer will use 3 Pokémon each, all at the same time. When all 3 of one side's Pokémon are unable to battle, the other side will be the victor. Battlers, choose your Pokémon. Magmortar, Torterra, and Electivire. All of you stand by for battle. Paul yelled as he threw 3 Pokeballs into the air. In a flash of light, a red and yellow, buffed-up duck salamander humanoid creature with cannon hands, a green and brown tortoise ankylosaur creature with a tree on its back, and a yellow humanoid creature with black stripes and 2 black tails with red tips all appeared onto the grass. They all roared a battle cry. Ash smiled and thought, wow, Paul's been training these 3 very well. Luckily, I was able to get some powerhouses of my own for this battle. Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard. I choose you. Ash shouted as he threw 3 Pokeballs into the air. Suddenly, the 3 Pokémon from his first journey all appeared onto the field. They all stood together, ready for battle. Flashback. Earlier, in Professor Redwood's lab, Ash made a call over the videophone back to Kanto. Well, Ash, it's nice to see that you all made it to the Amaro region. Professor Oak said with a smile as he answered Ash's call. Thanks, Professor, Ash said to the man at the other end of the videophone. Hey, could you do me a favor? Sure, Ash, what is it? Professor Oak questioned the trainer. Can you send me Ivysaur and Squirtle? Ash asked. Sure, Ash, but why? Professor Oak inquired with a confused expression. Because I was challenged to a triple battle by an old rival from the Sinnoh region, Ash explained. And he's never seen the power of my original Pokémon before. Alright then, Ash, but you'll have to send me 2 Pokémon in exchange, Professor Oak answered. Okay, I'll send Haunter and Pupitar for right now, Ash said, making his decision. Soon, after the exchange was made and the call ended, Ash looked at the 2 Pokeballs that he had just received, plus the one of his most powerful fire type and said, "Alright, guys. Let's win this." End flashback. "Wow, Ketchum, I never knew you had these Pokémon," Paul said, a bit impressed at sight of the Pokémon that stood in front of Ash. "These are from my original team," Ash said with a grin. "So, besides Pikachu, they're some of my most powerful." "Even so," Paul said with a smirk, "I'm winning this battle." "Begin." Professor Redwood yelled to the two competitors. "Squirtle, use water gun. Ivysaur, use razor leaf. Charizard, use flamethrower." Ash commanded. At his command, the three Kanto starters sent blasts of water, sharp leaves, and fire at their opponents. Paul just sneered and said, "Magmortar, burn the leaves, Torterra, dry up the water, and Electivire, turn those flames into smoke." Magmortar then shot a stream of fire at Ivysaur's razor leaf attack, causing them to burn up and, eventually, turn to ash. The three mountains on Torterra's back glowed green and then, a beam of glowing green energy shot out and wrapped around the blast of water, skinning it up and causing it to dissipate. Electivire fired a large blast of yellow electricity at the flamethrower and caused it to explode into a cloud of black smoke. Ash could feel a drop of sweat running down his face. As the black smoke cleared, Ash could see that Paul's Pokémon had taken care of his Pokémon's attacks easily. What would Paul do now? "Torterra, use Stone Edge in the direction of Electivire," Paul ordered. "What?" Ash and some of the others yelled. 3 blue rings appeared and surrounded Torterra's body. The rings then turned white and formed into chunks of gray stones that still circled Torterra. Torterra's eyes then glowed green and the stones were shot towards Electivire. "Now, Electivire, use Brick Break to hit the stones towards our opponents," Paul instructed. Electivire's forearms became surrounded by white sparks as the stones came closer. Then, when the stones came, Electivire gave them several swift karate chops that sent them flying towards Ash's Pokémon. The stones had now started sparkling like Electivire's forearms. "Everyone, quick! Use Rapid Spin, Vine Whip, and Steel Wing to knock the rocks away," Ash quickly yelled. Squirtle then withdrew into its shell and began spinning at a high speed. Ivysaur's vines came from its back and it began waiting for the stone projectiles to come. Charizard's wings began to glow a metallic shine as it awaited Torterra's attack. "Nice try, Ketchum. Magmortar, use Rock Tomb on the stones," Paul said with a smirk. Magmortar stuck out its arms and then fired several purple circles from its arm cannons at the stones from Torterra's attack. When the circles met the stones, they turned into stones as well, and projectiles started hurtling towards Ash's Pokémon at a faster speed. Squirtle and the others tried to block them, but the force and strength of the attack was too great. They were all knocked to the ground. "How did Paul do that?" Dawn both asked and exclaimed. "Well, he used Electivire's Brick Break to power up Torterra's Stone Edge attack," Brock explained. Then, to catch Ash off guard, he had Magmortar use Rock Tomb to increase the attack speed, power, and mass. It was at that point too strong to block. "I've got to admit, he's pretty good," Drew said, flicking his hand through his hair, for a trainer. "He's really gotten good," Ash thought as his Pokémon struggled to get back on their feet. "But so have we." "Squirtle, use Aqua Jet on Magmortar," Ash commanded. Squirtle's body became completely surrounded by water. Then, it rose into the air and started hurtling towards Magmortar. "Electivire and Torterra. Knock that turtle out using Thunder and Leaf Storm," Paul ordered. Electivire sent a blast of yellow electricity from its antennas at the tiny turtle Pokémon. The leaves on Torterra's tree started to glow green, and then, it sent a cyclone of glowing leaves and wind in the same direction as Electivire's thunder. "Charizard, stop the attacks with Dragon Rage," Ash yelled. Charizard's eyes began to glow white and the flame on its tail grew bigger. A ball of fire was formed in its mouth and it then released the ball at the electricity and leaves, causing an explosion that wiped out the attacks. Paul looked slightly surprised, thinking to himself, that Charizard of his is strong. I'll have to something about that. Squirtle then hit Magmortar with its watery tackle. Magmortar took a lot of damage, but remained standing. Magmortar, use flamethrower on Squirtle before it gets away. Paul yelled. Magmortar then shot 2 streams of fire from its arm cannons at the surprised Squirtle, engulfing it in flames. Squirtle! Ash yelled, panicked. Squirtle was still standing, but it was covered in burns and bruises. It didn't look like it could take much more. Magmortar, hit it again. Paul shouted. Ivysaur, quick! Save Squirtle with Vine Whip. Ash quickly instructed. Just as Magmortar was about to send another flamethrower at the light blue-colored turtle, Ivysaur's vines came and wrapped around Squirtle. It then pulled it out of the way just in time to dodge the intense fire attack. Good job, Ivysaur. Ash said gratefully. Squirtle. Squirtle said, thanking his best friend as he put him down. Soar. Ivysaur replied with a smile. Wow. Ivysaur saved Squirtle. May said with a wide smile. Pika. Pikachu cheered from its spot in May's lap. It just goes to show you, Gavin said remarkably. Nothing is more powerful than friendship. Except maybe love. May, Misty, and Dawn all said together, surrounding the trainer. Gavin, Pikachu, Piku, Meowth, Piplup, Brock, Gary, Max, Barry, and Tracy all sweat dropped and looked very confused. Zoe and Soledad laughed, Ursula rolled her eyes, and Drew and Kenny glared at Ash and Gavin respectively. Don't worry, boys. Harley said in that creepy high voice again. You'll understand when you're older. Harley had once again made things awkward. Well, more so than they already were. Even Conway was a bit creeped out by Harley. Luckily, Max saved the day. How would you know? Max asked. We're still not sure if you're a guy or a girl. Everyone laughed while Harley looked very steamed. Electivire, use Shock Wave, and Torterra, use Stone Edge. Paul yelled. Electivire then fired a beam of blue electricity at Charizard and Torterra fired chunks of stone at Squirtle. Ivysaur saw this and then knocked Squirtle out of the path of the projectiles, taking the attack itself. Charizard and Ivysaur both howled in pain. Charizard. Ivysaur. Ash shouted with worry clearly in his voice. Squirtly. Squirtle cried, also expressing its fear for its buddies. Charizard and Ivysaur were covered in cuts and bruises, but they both still managed to stand up. What do I do? Ash thought as he saw his 3 heavily damaged friends on the field. He knew he had to end this, but how? Then, an idea popped into his head, his eyes widening and a huge grin appearing on his face. Guys! Remember that move that we learned back in the forest just before our battle with Brandon? Ash asked. The 3 nodded with grins equal to Ash's. They then stood up and faced their opponents. Alright, use triple finish. Ash commanded. What? Everybody, especially Paul exclaimed in complete and utter shock. What's triple finish? Max asked. Everybody but Pikachu shrugged. None of them had ever heard of that attack before. They all looked at Professor Redwood, who was grinning. I've heard of it before, but I've never actually seen it, he said to answer their confused expressions. It's a very high-level combination attack. Pikachu nodded to everyone's surprise. Besides Ash and the other 3, he had been the only one to witness this attack before. What's he doing? Paul thought, for some reason, feeling a fear that he had never felt before. The 3 Pokémon lined up in a single file line, Squirtle in the front, Ivysaur in the middle, and Charizard in the back. They then each shot an attack. Squirtle shot a large blast of water, Ivysaur shot a large white blast of solar and plant energy, and Charizard shot a large blast of intense fire. The three attacks intertwined to create a vortex of power. It hit Paul's three intimidated Pokémon, causing a huge explosion of black smoke. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Paul's Pokémon had all been instantly knocked out. All three of Paul's Pokémon are unable to battle. Professor Redwood announced. Ash's team is the winner. The victory goes to Ash. All three of Ash's Pokémon grinned but then fell to the ground, all now unconscious. Guys! Ash yelled, running to them. Pikachu jumped from May's lap and ran to them as well. Ash saw that the power of the attack had been too much at their weakened states, so he returned them to their Pokeballs and smiled. Thank you, guys. Ash said happily. You did awesome. I'll get you guys healed up as soon as I can. Ash then saw Paul return his Pokémon to their ball. Then, something strange appeared on Paul's face, a slight smile. Thank you, he muttered quietly. He then walked over to Ash and shook his hand. Thank you for the battle, Ash, Paul said so quietly that only Ash could hear. You taught me something back in Sinnoh. I'm still going for power, but I'm not going to hurt my Pokémon like I did before. Great, Paul, Ash said just as quietly. We'll have to battle again. Paul nodded and then walked off. He then headed over the hill and disappeared from sight. Later, everyone else but the group of Ash and the others said goodbye and left as well. At that point, Ash and the others said goodnight to the professor and went to the Pokémon Center. Ash had Squirtle and Ivysaur healed and then sent them back to Professor Oak in exchange for Haunter and Pupitar. They all then ate dinner and after, went to their rooms to get some sleep. They had a long journey ahead of them starting tomorrow. For now, their Amaro journey had truly begun. Chapter 13, Lost in the Biganda Forest. Lead the way, Jeremiah. I can't believe we're lost already. Misty said, slightly irritated at the one who had the poke gear, Brock. We're not lost. Brock yelled back. We're just not sure of where we are. Brock looked fearfully at his angry and exhausted friends. They had earlier in the day started heading from Biganda Town to their next destination, Sinjita City, for May and Dawn's first contest. They were currently traveling in the maze-like Biganda Forest. At this point, however, they were completely lost and it was starting to get dark. Ash sighed and said, well, we may as well find a place to set up camp for the night. Pika. Pikachu nodded, as it lay on his trainer's shoulder. You said it. Meowth said, holding on to Ash's leg because he was so tired. Everyone agreed. After finding a clearing, they all began to prepare their campsite. Ash and Gary were in charge of pitching the tents, Brock was cooking their dinner, Max and Tracy went to get firewood, and May and Misty were getting some water. Gavin, Dawn, why don't you two see if you can find some berries for the food? Brock suggested. Gavin and Dawn looked uneasily at each other, but did as they were told. Later, after about 20 minutes of searching, the two finally found some oranberry bushes. So, Gavin, Dawn said causally as they picked the berries and put them into the bag that Brock had given them. Gavin grunted to show that he was listening. What Pokémon do you think is in that egg of yours? Gavin thought about the egg that he had gotten from Captain Briny for winning the Captain's Challenge a few days ago. He had left it back at the campsite and had assigned Pikachu, Meowth, Piplup and the others to guard duty over the recently polished egg. I don't know, Gavin said as he continued to pluck the berries and put them into the bag. It could be anything. But I'll love it no matter what it turns out to be. Pai-Pai-Chu. Piku said from his shoulder. Gavin grinned and began rubbing it under its chin. Dawn smiled as she watched the trainer and his Pokémon getting along so well. You and Piku get along just as good as Ash and Pikachu, she remarked. Yeah, but we didn't always get along this well, Gavin said as he stopped rubbing Piku and got back to work. What do you mean? Dawn asked curiously. Well, when Piku and I first met, let's just say that we had an experience similar to Ash and Pikachu's first meeting, Gavin said as Piku snickered at the memory. Flashback. When Gavin walked up to Professor Elm's laboratory, he could hear people talking frantically inside. He went to the door and gave it 3 hard knocks. The voices stopped and then, the door opened and Gavin was now face to face, well, rather face to back, with an Officer Jenny. "If you have any more information for us, Professor, just call me," she said to the trembling professor in front of her. She then turned around and noticed the young boy. "Excuse me," she said as she walked by him. After Gavin watched her walk to her motorcycle and drive away, Gavin turned back to the professor, who had stopped trembling at that second. "Hello, Gavin," the professor said sadly. "Good morning, Professor," Gavin said, looking around the professor at the damage and mess of papers that were all over the place. The entire place was in shambles. Gavin looked back at the professor and asked, "What happened?" "Here. We had a break-in," Professor Elm explained. "A boy with red hair broke in and stole one of the starter Pokémon that I had set out for you and the other 2 beginner trainers." "Which one?" Gavin asked expectantly. "He stole the Totodile," Professor Elm answered. "What about the other 2? Gavin inquired, fearing the worst. Professor Elm sighed, confirming Gavin's fears. "I'm sorry, Gavin, but Ethan and Chris were already here," Professor Elm said solemnly. "They got Chikorita and Cyndaquil, and I was saving Totodile for you, but, as I already explained." Gavin looked down sadly and thought, could this really be happening? "I don't get a Pokémon." "However," Professor Elm began, causing Gavin to look up hopefully, "we do have one Pokémon here that I've been studying, but we've been having some problems with it." "It doesn't matter," Gavin exclaimed loudly. "I'll take it." Gavin and Professor Elm then walked over to the table that had once held the starters that he had given away, or in the case of Totodile, stolen. On the table sat a single Pokeball. Professor Elm picked it up and handed it to Gavin. "Here you go, Gavin," Professor Elm said as Gavin held it up to the light and admired it. "All right then, let's see who my partner is." "Pokeball, go!" Gavin shouted as he threw his new Pokeball into the air. In a flash of bright yellow light, a small, pale yellow, mouse-like creature appeared on the table in front of him. It had large ears with black tips, black markings on its neck, a short, black tail sort of shaped like the beginning of a lightning bolt, pink cheeks, and an extremely small nose. "Paichu," it said with a high and squeaky voice. "Wow! What is it?" Gavin said as his face broke out in a large smile as he saw his new Pokémon. "Its name is Piku," Professor Elm said, enlightening the young boy. "Awesome! It's so cute. It's got to be the best one," Gavin said as he picked up the small Pokémon. Piku began glaring at the boy holding it, sparks crackling on its cheek. "Paichu!" Piku yelled as it sent yellow electricity from its cheeks at the new trainer. "Ah!" Gavin howled in pain as electricity coursed through his body. Should I have mentioned that Piku is also known as the tiny electric mouse Pokémon? Professor Elm asked. As Piku ceased its attack, Gavin stood there, his clothes smoking, and said, "Probably would have helped." End flashback. After that, it was a rough start for me and Piku, but we eventually became great friends, Gavin said, smiling at his partner Pokémon, who smiled back. Dawn smiled and said, "Wow, great story. Well, I think we have enough." Then, all of a sudden, the 3 heard a roar from the bushes. Soon, a tall, brown, bear-like creature with sharp claws and teeth and a tan-colored ring on its belly stepped out of the foliage and roared at them. "Ah! It's an Ursaring!" The 3 yelled in unison. They then ran off, accidentally dropping the bag of berries. The Ursaring just shrugged and then began eating the berries out of the bag that they had dropped. The next morning, as the sun started its rise into the sky, Gavin sat on a moss-covered rock in his daily morning meditation stance. At his side sat Piku, who was in the same position. As the 2 sat with their eyes closed, a figure walked over and sat on the ground next to the rock. He then uneasily got into the same position as Gavin and closed his eyes. He sat like that for about 5 seconds and then opened them again. He stood up and walked up to Gavin and asked, "What are we doing?" "Meditating," Gavin said calmly, not really noticing the person. He was too focused on his meditation. "Why?" the man inquired. "To find inner peace," Gavin answered, still in his calm state, but a bit irritated at the interruptions. "Wouldn't it be better to find a girl? Like maybe that blue-haired girl that you like?" the man questioned. "What?" Gavin said, now completely confused. He then opened his eyes to see a man wearing a black hat and a black cloak in his face. "Gaia," Gavin said, surprised. He was so surprised that he suddenly fell off the rock and hit the ground with his head. When he was able to open his eyes again, he saw Jeremiah standing over him, asking, "Are you okay?" "No, I am not okay," Gavin yelled, his head growing big and angry, anime style. His yelling, however, woke everyone up. Ash said as he crawled out of his tent, his hair clearly still in its bedhead state. "What's going on?" May asked as she and the other girls crawled out of their tent. Soon, everybody was up, now seeing that Gavin had a bump on his head with Jeremiah standing there. "Hello again, my friends," Jeremiah said with a slight wave and a smile. Piku snickered at his master's misfortune. Then, when it didn't notice, Mimi walked up behind it and squawked hello. Piku was surprised and fell onto the ground and hit its head. "Paichu Paichu Paichu," Piku mumbled grumpily on the ground. "I hate that Murkrow." Later, as Dawn and May wrapped Gavin and Piku's heads up, Jeremiah began talking with the others. "I'm sorry for the rude awakening," Jeremiah said as he looked uneasily at the angry Gavin and Piku. "I didn't know that there were others here as well." "Are you lost?" "No." Brock began to say before everyone yelled, "Yes." Brock, at that point, went and sulked in front of a tree. "We're trying to get to Sinjita City, but we got lost last night in the dark," Tracy explained. "Can you help us?" Misty asked. "Yes, but I must warn you," Jeremiah nodded but then stared seriously at them. "There are many Pokémon in this forest that are likely to attack if we aren't careful. So, whatever you do, don't." They then saw Meowth walking out of the bushes with a sticky yellow substance on his mouth and paws. "What?" he asked as everyone looked at him, Jeremiah's eyes widening in fear. "Where did you get that honey?" Jeremiah quickly asked. "I got it from a tree in the forest." "Why?" Meowth inquired. "Because the Ursaring in this forest love that stuff so much that they will attack anyone that eats it besides them," Jeremiah shouted. "Huh?" everyone said, confused. Then, all of a sudden, they heard several loud roars, followed by a large group of Ursaring come out of the bushes behind Meowth. As Meowth looked at them in fear, the hibernator Pokémon started to growl and opened their mouths, orange orbs forming in them. "Ah!" everyone screamed, knowing what was coming next. Luckily, they had already packed up everything because they all started to run away as fast as they could. "Why does every Ursaring know how to use Hyper Beam?" Max yelled as they all ran away as fast as they could, the orange blast of light in pursuit. Half an hour later, our heroes and Jeremiah found themselves completely lost once again, despite having lost the Ursaring. "Finally. We lost them," Dawn said happily. "Yeah, maybe now you can show us the way, Jeremiah," May suggested. Yes. Quite right. Let's go," Jeremiah said as he suddenly whipped out a small, blue, monkey-like puppet. Everyone looked confused at the sight of another puppet. "Remember," Jeremiah said before going into a sage-like voice, "the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step." He then ran off, leaving the group standing there, very confused. They shook their heads and then ran off after the man in the black cloak. Later, after what seemed like hours, the group stepped out of a patch of bushes. "Well, we're here," Jeremiah announced in a sing-song voice to the group of teens. The group looked around expectantly, but only saw a clearing that looked strangely familiar. "Wait a minute!" Misty yelled. "This is the same place that we stared from. What's wrong?" "You asked me to show you the way," Jeremiah said to them, causing them to glare angrily at him. "The way out of here." Misty and the other girls yelled as their heads grew anime huge, putting fear into the man. "Oh," Jeremiah said sheepishly. "Well, then it's this way." They were about to walk the way in which he pointed, when all of a sudden, a swarm of Beedrill appeared, angry at the girls for waking them up. "Ah!" Everyone yelled as they ran away from the oncoming bug Pokémon that had their stingers ready. "Why does this always happen to us?" Dawn screamed as they sped up their pace. A few hours later, they found themselves back in the clearing that they started from. "Jeremiah, do you even know the way out of this forest?" Gavin asked. No," Jeremiah said, rubbing the back of his head. The teens and Pokémon fell to the ground, anime style. "But I'm sure I'll figure it out soon enough," Jeremiah said, trying to cheer them up. "As long as we don't run into any more." They then heard several loud roars and a buzzing sound. Suddenly, the group of Ursaring and the swarm of Beedrill appeared. The group all screamed as they were surrounded by the angry forest Pokémon. They started to back up until they felt their backs touched up against a solid object. They turned around and saw that it was the moss-covered rock from earlier. They turned back towards the Pokémon, who looked ready to attack. "Pika Pikachu Pika!" Pikachu yelled at Meowth. "This is all of your fault, Meowth." "Hey, I didn't know dat I wasn't supposed to eat dat honey," Meowth shouted back. "Well, if anything, this is all Jeremiah's fault," Misty yelled angrily. "Hurtful," Jeremiah said, fake sobbing with Mimi mimicking him. "Hey! Stop it, you guys. We're not going to get out of this by arguing," Ash yelled to them. "But what can we do?" May asked tearfully. "We'll battle them," Ash said confidently. Ash then took out a Pokeball and threw it into the air. In a flash of light, Primeape appeared in front of them, ready to fight. "Absol, release your inner rage," Jeremiah yelled as he threw a Pokeball into the air. A large, quadruped mammal-like creature with white fur, a scythe-like tail, and a sickle-shaped growth on the side of its head appeared next to the pig-monkey Pokémon. The others soon sent out Beautifly, Politoed, Scyther, Nidoking, Sudowoodo, Shuppet, and Ambipom. Just as Gavin was about to send out a Pokémon, one of the Pokeballs on the side of his belt opened by itself, releasing a bright light that caused Eevee to appear. "Eevee, what are you doing out of your ball?" Gavin asked his Pokémon. Eevee said as it ran towards the moss-covered rock. It held out one of its paws and touched the rock with it. Its body then began to start glowing brightly. "Whoa!" Max exclaimed. "Could it be?" Tracy thought out loud. "It's evolving," Brock said in awe. Everyone watched as the small Pokémon began growing and changing in size and shape. Its tail and ears lengthened and became leaf-like. Its body became tan and green in color. Small sprouts appeared all over its body. A longer sprout came out of its forehead. As the changes stopped, everyone's mouths opened in awe. "Leafeon!" the newly evolved Pokémon cried. "Wow! Eevee evolved into Leafeon," Gary said at the sight of the Pokémon's new form. Gavin took out his Pokédex and pointed it at his new Pokémon. Leafeon, the verdant Pokémon. One of the evolved forms of Eevee. Leafeon is always surrounded by fresh clean air because it is now able to use photosynthesis like plants. It is also able to use grass-type attacks. "Leafeon, do you want to battle?" Gavin asked, grinning at his new Pokémon. Leafeon nodded and then jumped out in front of all of the other teens' Pokémon, standing up to the Ursaring and Beedrill. The forest Pokémon all looked a little wary of the verdant Pokémon. Leafeon. Leafeon yelled as it pulled its head back and then brought it forward. Its ears then lifted up, releasing glowing green leaves at its opponents. They were knocked back by the leaves to the edge of the clearing. Wow! That was magical leaf! Dawn exclaimed. Feon. Leafeon said as its ears began to glow bright green, seeming to be gathering energy. It then opened its mouth and sent a large yellow beam of light at the Ursaring and Beedrill. That was a solar beam. Ash said in admiration. The blast sent the forest Pokémon flying to the other side of the wooded area. Leafeon looked back at them and grinned. All of the Pokémon surrounded it and began complimenting it. That was awesome, Leafeon. Gavin said, causing the grass-type Pokémon to run up to him and rub up against his legs. Very impressive, Jeremiah commented. Yeah, that's great, but what would be really impressive is if it could find the way out of here, Misty said, completely exhausted. Leafeon's ears then pricked up and it started running down a pathway. They all ran after it until they came to the edge of the forest and saw a bright light. They soon saw Leafeon standing near a cliff that overlooked a large city in the distance. Hey, it's Sinjita City. May said happily. Leafeon did it. Dawn said as she suddenly jumped and embraced a surprised and now, blushing Gavin. The girls let out an ah, while the guys began to chuckle. Jeremiah smiled. Well, I should be going. I wish you luck, my friends. Jeremiah said with a wink as he suddenly ran off with Mimi on his shoulder. Leaving the group of friends once again very confused and feeling very awkward. They soon shook it off, however, for now, they were nearing the site of May and Dawn's first Pokémon contest in the Amaro region. Chapter 14, Sinjita Contest Debut. May and Dawn vs Kenny and Kelly. I can't believe that we finally get to compete in a contest together. Dawn said excitedly. May smiled at her friend. That morning, the group had gone to the contest hall early so that May and Dawn could register their team for the Amaro contests and get their contest passes. In order to watch, the others had to get passes as well. Now, May and Dawn were in the dressing room, getting ready for the contest. May had already finished getting ready, wearing her Arabian-style contest outfit, and while Dawn was in her pink contest dress, she was still working on her hair. Yeah, I can't wait to get out there, May said as she watched her friend frantically try to get her hair styled, although it continued to become messed up. May looked worriedly at her friend. Dawn, are you okay? She asked the blue-haired coordinator. Yeah. Dawn said as she finally got her hair styled, before it messed itself up again. I'm just a bit nervous. Here, May said as she took the brush from Dawn and began brushing her hair for her. But why? You weren't nervous at that contest back in Cerulean City. Yes, but I lost that contest, and I don't want to let you down. Dawn said sadly. Don't worry, Dawn. May said reassuringly, now putting Dawn's hair into a ponytail. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. Let's just have fun. Right. Dawn said, now feeling better. Besides, I know that we're gonna win. May said with a wink. Same old May, the two heard a voice say behind them. They turned around and saw a girl with purple hair that had a large pink bow in it and dark blue eyes. She wore a sky blue dress with high heels of the same color. Kelly. May exclaimed as she ran and hugged her friend from Lily Cove City back in the Hoenn region. It's so great to see you. You, too, May. Kelly said with a smile. After some introductions between her and Dawn, the three sat down to talk. I can't believe that you're here. May said excitedly. So, I guess you're competing in the Amaro contests as well? Kelly nodded and said, yeah. I'm here with a boy that I met back in Lily Cove. He's a coordinator from the Sinnoh region. Really? May and Dawn said in unison. Who is it? It's Kelly started to say before a familiar-looking boy with brown hair wearing a sort of a blue matador's outfit with yellow shoulder pads came into the room. Kelly, there you are, the contest's about to. He began to say before he saw May and Dawn. Kenny. Dawn said, completely surprised. Meanwhile, Ash and the others were sitting in stands waiting for the contest to start. This is going to be awesome. Ash said with a fist pump into the air. I can't wait to see May and Dawn in action. Pikachu. Pikachu agreed, mimicking his master. The others laughed at the sight of their friend and his Pokémon. Everyone, that is, except for Gavin, who was staring intently at the stage, waiting for the contest to begin. Finally, after a few minutes, it looked like they were going to begin. Welcome, everyone, to the first contest of the Amaro region season, the Sinjita City Pokémon Contest. A woman with light brown hair and blue eyes, wearing a green dress on the contest stage said with a microphone to the audience. Everyone in the audience began to cheer very loudly. I'm your host, Jillian, and now to introduce you to the judges, Mr. Contesta, Mr. Sukizo, and Sinjita City's own Nurse Joy. Jillian said enthusiastically, pointing towards the three judges sitting in the booths next to the stage. Everyone clapped for them. Now, let's get this contest started. Jillian said, as she extended her hand towards where the first team of coordinators would come out to do their appeal. Ash and the others clapped as May and Dawn ran out onto the stage, waving happily to the cheering crowd. Ampharos, take the stage. May shouted as she threw a Pokeball into the air. Pachirisu, spotlight. Dawn yelled, throwing a Pokeball to the field. In a flash of lightning, the light Pokemon and the yellow squirrel Pokemon appeared onto the middle of a stage. Pachirisu, use Electro Ball towards Ampharos. Dawn ordered. Cheepa cheepa cheepa. Pachirisu cried as a large orb of light blue electricity formed at the end of its tail. It then threw the orb towards Ampharos. Ampharos, use Iron Tail. May commanded. Ampharosa's tail took a metallic shine as it hit the orb into the air. Now, use Power Gem. May instructed. A large, glowing orange ball of energy formed at the end of Ampharosa's tail. It then launched the ball into the air where it had thrown the Electro Ball, causing Pachirisu's attack to go into Ampharosa's attack. Pachirisu, use Discharge. Dawn quickly yelled. Pachirisu's cheeks started to release light blue sparks that eventually became light blue beams of electricity that it fired at the large orb of orange energy. The beams of electricity went into Pachirisu's Electro Ball, which caused the entire orb to explode like a fireworks show. As the fireworks went off, shimmering sparkles of light fell out all around the contest arena, causing the crowd to be awed by the sight of the appeal. Pachirisu then ran and jumped onto Ampharosa's tail, the latter causing its tail to give off a white glow that made Pachirisu look dazzling. May and Dawn did a pose, their hands gesturing towards the two electric Pokémon. Everyone cheered for the two female coordinators and their Pokémon. Wow! That was amazing! Misty said remarkably. Yeah, but not as amazing as that, Jillian. Brock said with hearts in his eyes. Misty and Max looked at Brock, then looked at each other and nodded. Oh, how I wish I could sweep her off her et. Brock winced in pain as he felt Misty and Max pull on both of his ears. Then, one of Pokeballs on Brock's belt opened up, releasing the poison jab-wielding Krogunk, who gave him a sharp jab to the back. I should have just gotten a broom. Brock said as he was knocked out. They then began to drag him out of the stands. We'll be back in little bit, Misty said as they took Brock out of row. The two teens and Krogunk carried him out of the arena, leaving Ash, Gavin, Tracy, Gary, Pikachu, Piku, Meowth, and Piplup their sweat dropping. Alright, now it's time for our next team. Jillian said as May and Dawn left the stage. Replacing them was Kenny and Kelly, who were both waving to the wildly cheering crowd. Alakazam, let's go! Kenny yelled as he threw a Pokeball to the stage. In a scatter of many small, yellow stars, the Psy Pokémon appeared. Altaria, Dazzle, M. Kelly shouted as she tossed a Pokeball into the air. In a puff of smoke, the humming Pokémon flew through the air above the stage, humming in a soprano tone. It looked a bit different, however. Wow! Who would have thought that we'd see a shiny Pokémon today? Jillian commented as the yellow, rather than blue, bird showed off its rare color. Altaria, use Dragon Breath. Kelly commanded. Altaria fired a thick, pink air beam into the air above it. Alakazam, use Psychic. Kenny ordered. Alakazam crossed its spoons together and a blue aura surrounded its body. Its eyes also turned blue. It then caused the Dragon Breath to twist and bend until it was the shape of a pyramid. Altaria now use Sky Attack. Kelly yelled. Alakazam, use Shadow Ball. Kenny shouted. Altaria's body became surrounded by flames. It then started flying towards the pyramid. Alakazam started firing shadowy orbs towards the pyramid. The orbs surrounded the pyramid and floated around it. Altaria then flew into the pyramid and started flying around the arena within it, the shadow ball still floating around it. The flames that had surrounded it had combined with the pyramid, creating a pink fiery aura. It then started heading back to the stage. Altaria, finish it up with Safeguard. Kelly instructed. When Altaria reached the center of the arena, it lifted its wings and a green glow came from its body. The green and pink melded together and created a harmless burst of color that created fireworks with the shadow ball. Altaria's body now gave off a golden glow that enhanced its special color. The crowd awed in admiration at the golden light. After the glow stopped, Alakazam jumped and did a flip in the air and then landed in between Kenny and Kelly. Altaria at that point descended and perched itself on one of Alakazam's arms. The four did a pose that caused the crowd to cheer. Nice, Brock said as he suddenly appeared behind the others, surprising them. Misty and Max were soon seen walking back to their seats with Krogunk behind them. They're gonna be tough to beat. How did he recover so fast? Meowth whispered to Pikachu. Pika Pikachu Pika, Pikachu replied with a large sigh. He's used to it. Wow, they're good, May commented as she and Dawn watched Kenny and Kelly's appeal on the television set in the coordinator's lounge. Yeah, but we'll show them that we're better, Dawn said confidently. May smiled and nodded. They both then stared back at the screen to watch the other appeals. After several other appeals, it was finally time for the judges to show which four teams would be facing off in the battle round. As everyone watched the screen with great focus, 8 pictures appeared onto the screen, 4 of which were May's, Dawn's, Kenny's, and Kelly's. They did it! Ash exclaimed. Yeah, now they just have to deal with the battle round, Max said happily. Let's hope that they can do this, Gavin said with a smile. Pika Chupika Pi Pikaka. Pikachu cheered. Go May and Dawn. Soon, after 2 battle rounds, it was time for the final round. It's time for the final round. Jillian announced. Hey, I already said that. Stupid contest announcer. It's a battle between the team of May and Dawn and Kenny and Kelly. Jillian said to the crowd. The 2 teams stood on either side of the battlefield. Everyone was watching the stand off in anticipation. Alright, 5 minutes on the clock. Coordinators, bring out your Pokémon. The screen showed both teams and their point counters. The timer displayed 5, Venusaur, take the stage. May said as she threw a Pokeball to the field. The seed Pokémon landed with a thud onto the field surrounded by hearts. Kalava, spotlight. Dawn yelled as she threw her ball into the air. Kalava appeared in a ring of blue fire. Grumpig, Dazzle, M. Kelly shouted as she tossed her ball to the field. The Manipulate Pokémon landed with a bounce onto the field surrounded by a large puff of confetti. Macamp, let's go. Kenny cried as he tossed his ball into the air. The four-armed fighting-type Pokémon flexed its muscles amongst a flurry of black lines that shot from it. Again, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's begin. Jillian repeated as the timer began counting down. Kalava, use Flame Wheel. Dawn commanded. Kalava began running across the field, turning its body into a wheel of red and yellow fire. Machamp, use Ice Punch to grab it. Kenny instructed. 2 of Machamp's hands began to glow icy blue. It then grabbed a shocked Kalava as it was coming, the ice putting out the flames. How could an Ice-type attack stop a Fire-type attack? Max asked, taken aback by Machamp's move. Sometimes, when an ice attack is used correctly, it can melt into water and put out fire attacks, Gary explained. Grumpig, use Focus Punch on Kalava. Kelly yelled. Grumpig bounced into the air towards Machamp, who was holding out Kalava, who struggled to get free. As it was coming, Grumpig's fist began to glow light blue in color. Venusaur, quick! Use Vine Whip to stop Grumpig. May quickly ordered. Vines came out of Venusaur's back and went speeding towards Grumpig, grabbing it by the tail. Thanks, May, Dawn said, beaming at her partner. Anytime, Dawn, May replied with a wink. Kalava, use Eruption. Dawn yelled. Kalava shot a large stream of red and orange flame from the fire on its head at Machamp, causing it to drop Kalava in pain. May and Dawn worked together in battle pretty well, Tracy commented as he sketched some of the battle scenes on his sketchpad. Plop. Piplup nodded, agreeing with the Pokémon watcher. Grumpig, use Psybeam. Kelly shouted to her entangled Pokémon. Grumpig shot a multicolored beam of light at Venusaur. Venusaur was hurt, causing it to let go of Grumpig. Now, Grumpig, jump to Machamp and get on its hand. Kelly instructed. Grumpig used its spring to bounce back over to Machamp. It wrapped the coil on one of Machamp's hands. Machamp, use Bullet Punch to launch Grumpig at Venusaur. Kenny commanded. Machamp's hand glowed red and then it punched straight in front of its body, causing Grumpig to rocket towards a still dazed Venusaur. Grumpig began preparing another Focus Punch. Kalava, hurry, use Aerial Ace on Grumpig. Dawn yelled. Kalava jumped into the air, its body surrounded by white streaks, and it began heading towards the airborne.